Hello everybody and welcome to Thruxton for the Summer Festival. And how do we know it's the Summer Festival? Well, because of true British passion, yes, it's being played. We wouldn't have it any other way, would we? But that's perhaps going to spice things out on track. There's so much coming up for you today. Yes, we've got Caterhams, we've got the Classic Modern Motorsport Club, we've got Junior Saloon Car Championship. It's all here, it's all live at Thruxton in the rain.
Well, welcome to Thruxton Assembly area, where we've got the Caterham Academy White Group about to head out on track very soon. But before that, we will grab some interviews with them. It's quite windy at the moment, but there is no rain at this time, so hopefully it will stay dry for the rest of the afternoon. However, there are some drivers that do want it to rain, so anyway, we'll go and have a chat with these guys. I'm going to head over to Adam Keane first. He's currently second for today. So let's move on in. Adam, do you mind if we have in the championship? You're having a great season so far.
Yeah, it's been going well. I've been fortunate, kept it pretty clean so far. Very excited about today. Very excited indeed.
So what made you get into Caterham Academy racing?
I met someone at a track day who mentioned it and said it was just the most accessible way of getting into racing. So that was what I was looking for, and then yeah, I kind of did a bit of research online, watched far too much YouTube of people from prior years, and then got the bug immediately, and I'm glad I did.
You'll be hooked now.
I am very hooked. It's already happened. Yeah.
So do you think we all move up to road sports next year?
Definitely. Yep. Already kind of got that planned. Really looking forward to it. The Academy's great, but looking forward to seeing the grids combine and racing against some of the other guys. So yeah, it's going to be a good year again next year.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best for this race. Look forward to seeing you out there. Right, let's move on round. We've got Henry Speaks. Henry's also having a very successful year, aren't you, Henry? Having a good year so far.
Yes, it's been fantastic fun. Pleased to have some decent results so far. Yeah, and what can I say, made some great friends as well, to be honest. That's probably my favourite part about Academy, I'd say.
But that's what it's all about, isn't it? It is a very family-orientated atmosphere. Everyone helps each other out, and it's just a great championship to be part of.
Oh my God, the camaraderie in the paddock is phenomenal. Everyone's willing to help out. Anyone's got a problem. Anyone's got, like, I think earlier today, Callum had a nail in his tyre and someone else just lent him one right before his qualifying session. It's just fantastic to see.
It's lovely. Excellent. Well, wish you all the best for this one. Nice talking to us. Right. We're missing one car there, but we've got Robert Cohen. Let's move round to him. Hello, Robert. How's your Academy season going so far? Good qualifying position?
Yeah, I'm very happy. Yeah, it was good. I drove as fast as I could.
And the tow's very strong here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good. You can get a real good slingshot down that back straight there. So, yeah, fantastic fun.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Wish you all the best. Right next to Neville, so let's have a quick jump in and have a chat with Neville and his lovely blue car, matching visor, looking very good. How's the Academy season going for you so far?
Yeah, it's okay. I've had a few ups and downs, and yeah, this is the best I've done, so I'm looking forward to it.
Excellent. It's just a learning curve every time we go out in these.
And yeah, get better as the year goes on, so it's improving for me, so yeah.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best for this one. Thank you. Oh, we've got a car moving into a slot just. So then Cunningham, Harvey Ashmore just pulling into his slot. So it looks like majority of them are here. We're just waiting for a couple more. I'll move on up and have a word. They've all got number plates. Good afternoon. How's your Academy weekend going?
So welcome along to Thruxton. You've already heard from two members of our fabulous broadcasting team. As we've noted, as you've seen already, we have some fabulous Caterham racing to start off the weekend. The Adrian Flux Insurance Caterham Academy White Group, 2 groups of Caterham Academy cars out there. But I'm delighted to say that it's not just myself, Adam Weller, in the box for the Caterham racing. We have someone who's very experienced in the world of Caterhams alongside me for this, in the form of Chris Hutchinson, a former Caterham champion in his own right, turned broadcaster, unique insight into the Thruxton circuit. And I suppose we should start there. What are the eccentricities of running a Caterham around a circuit like this?
Yes, hello everybody. It's good to be back here in the commentary box for all the Caterham actions. And thanks for everyone who's joined us so far. And thanks, Adam, as well. Yeah, Caterhams around Thruxton. Well, I guess it's the same as most car types. It's a dedicated fast circuit. We've got the 2 complexes. You've got the club chicane at the end of the lap, and then obviously the Campbell Cobb and Seagrave corner complex as well. But the rest of it is fairly flat out for these cars. It's a game of chess here. For those who haven't watched Caterhams before, well, it's a game of slipstreaming and drafting. You can go, especially in the Academy car, maybe up to 7 to 8 miles an hour quicker when you're following the cars in front. So we are going to see plenty of overtaking down the back straights and into those complexes, and it really is going to be a world of figuring out where you want to be, where do you want to be at the right time as well. So as the time's running down, where in that queue do you want to be? How many places can you make up on that last lap?
That's the thing, isn't it? I've seen this before in Caterham racing at circuits like this where there is a long straight towards the end of the lap. You don't want to be leading that queue on the last lap. For instance, here coming out of Church Corner, up Brooklands and Woodham Hill towards the club chicane at the end of the lap. If anything, sometimes if it's a big pack, you want to be 2nd or 3rd in the queue.
We have got 4 steps of the Caterham ladder here today, starting with the Academy. Now, the Academy is a unique championship. It's open only to amateurs. Nobody else can be there, enter. If you've raced a car before, had a race license or even a karting license, you can't do the Academy. They are learning on the job. They're working out how do we drive these cars and how do we race them, and it's important, and it's quite important to manage that situation, and they're learning that as they go.
Yeah. No, exactly right, and obviously I think each season in the Academy Championship they start with a sprint event, don't they? That's part of the course with the Academy format to kind of ease them into competitive driving before they go wheel-to-wheel racing. But what I love about the calendar this year is obviously you went straight from that sprint event to Cadwell Park, which is a baptism of fire if I've ever heard one.
Absolutely learning on the job, aren't you? And the sprint event at Kerborough sprint course, and it was Istvan Demez who went there. But yeah, straight into Cadwell, and different people obviously coming to the fore during the racing, but yeah, we used to have in my day when I started back in 2013, there used to be 3 sprint events before we got to racing.
Oh, wow.
Nowadays it is just down to the single one. People want to get out there on track, and they did a good job, but like you say, it is an induction of fire.
And that's something we touched on in just before we went on air. We were discussing, obviously, you get these 2 groups, the white group, the green group, and then you get the interesting, towards the end of the season with the Academy Autumn Trophy, you get to finally see the top cars from each of the groups come together as one, and that's always interesting.
So popular is the Academy that we cannot fit them all onto one grid. We have to split them across 2, and they're both sold out again this year with 25 drivers per grid, and like I say, most circuits cannot take that many cars, so we split into 2 grids. They're completely independent championships. They run their own points and everything, so they don't sort of clash with anyone, but like you say, right at the last event of the year we do a special post-season event called the Autumn Trophy, and that's the one where we combine them all, and it's the first time we get to see who is going to get bragging rights, white group or green group.
I seem to remember being at Silverstone Grand Prix a couple of years ago when white and green were sharing for a race there as well. That was very good value for money entertainment. 91 points apiece at the top of this white group championship. We were remarking about this in pre-chat prep as well. Istvan Demez and Adam Keane in this category with 91 points apiece, but we'll get to that in a minute. I think we're trying to show us the programme here. We'll talk you through the day's racing. We are starting with the Caterham Academy White Group. We will have the Motol Caterham 7310R Championship following that. Then it's the first of our races for the combined grid of the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club, Tin Tops and Super Saloons, who are joined joined by the Welsh Racing Driving Association, which means we have just about every type of GT and saloon car within a 200-mile radius of Thruxton running on one grid in CMMC. Keep an eye on that. The Vertex Caterham Roadsports will be racing at 15:15, as you can see there. The Junior Saloons with their first of 3 races this weekend. The Mission Motorsport Caterham 7270Rs at 4:20. Caterham Academy Green will be our penultimate race of the day, and we will finish up with race 2, the second and final race of the weekend, just Saturday appearances for the CMMC. But to circle back to our first championship of the day, Caterham Academy Whites tied on 91 points apiece at the top of the championship order. That's looking very intriguing.
Yeah, it's Van Demers and Adam Keane. They're tied on 91 points coming into this event. It's important to know that Daniel Neal's been the most winningest driver. He's won the last 2 events out there, and I think he would have done quite well at Cadwell Park, but he had an issue. So it's Daniel Neal who was actually on the run out, and actually the one that we should be looking at from championship point of view. We all we run with a we run with a drop score system, therefore they only count sort of 6 of their 8 rounds that we've got here. So they drop 2 of their scores, and that all becomes part of what they're going, managing the points throughout the championship season. Like I say, everything new to them, but it's Van Demers and Adam Keane coming in here with the full marks. Yet it's Daniel Neal we need to keep an eye out for, and all of them have done well. In fact, Daniel Neal's shoved it on pole position once more.
Yeah, Daniel Neal in the 28 alongside Adam Keane on the grid once we do go racing. We expect that they will be released from assembly in the next couple of minutes. But realistically, around this circuit, I think qualifying only accounts for so much. Granted, it's only the top 4 within a second. From 5th back, there is a more significant gap between them and the rest of the field. However, I am expecting it to be quite the pack race given the nature of this circuit.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely going to see pack racing today, absolutely no doubt about it. The Caterham Academy can string itself out a little bit as they're, like I say, learning their craft. But yes, we are very in qualifying we saw them all heading out together. They need to be together to be able to set that lap, and that's what they're doing, running absolutely nose to tail as they went round.
Yeah, I was watching them kind of zigzagging as one on the approach from church to club in qualifying this morning. And of course, one thing that is worth noting as well is that effectively when you enter Academy, as you say, as a complete novice driver, that car can then take you a long way up the Caterham ladder.
Yeah, so every car we're seeing today is actually an incarnation of the original Academy car. They all buy the Academy car as part of a package from Caterham, includes all the races that they take part in sort of all through this opening year. But at the end of every year they upgrade. So they first of all upgrade to the Roadsport. They strap on the Avon ZZ S tyres, and that gives them a jump in performance, and off they go in what we call the Roadsport. We're going to see them a bit later today. And then they can upgrade at the end of Roadsport and move into the 270R class. So that's they get rid of their windscreen. They have a bit more power, and their suspension setup all changes, so everything starts becoming a bit more race focused. And then the 310R is the ultimate incarnation of that Academy car, where they again more power, stiffer again, and also they get limited slip differential.
I was going to say that's the big one, isn't it? The limited slip differential is one of the main kind of additions to the 310R package. Is it still the case, and I say this completely willing to be proven wrong, is it still the case that it's power to weight, those numbers?
Yeah,
yes.
So effectively the Caterham themselves, they all weigh roughly half a ton, and so the actual horsepower that we come out with, so yeah, it's absolutely designed around that. So a 310R has about 155 horsepower. That's roughly what we're talking about.
Okay, fair enough. That is quite a lot in a light car. Daniel Neal, as we mentioned, is our pole sitter alongside Adam Keane on the front row of the grid. Henry Speaks and Matthew Kirtland on row 2. Robert Cowan and Neville Sykes on row 3 of the grid. You see there's quite a gap between the first 2 rows and the rest of the pack. Harvey Ashmore and Patrick Cunningham on row 4. Lee James and Gertrude Ducey on row 5. Row 6 of the grid should be up on screen next, and that will be Andrew McKee and Scott Graham on row 6 of the grid. Here they come now. McKee and Graham on row 6. Norman Jeeves in the 77 car is next, alongside Monty Hind in the 76 car. That's rather neat and tidy. Joel Mayer-Potts on row 8 of the grid in the 94, alongside Miles Enan, that should be, sorry. Dean Pollen on row 9, and Graham Handy alongside him, the 40 and the 62 cars. Chris Coates and Chris Tuck on row 10, rounding out their top 20. The 20 car qualifying in 20th. Again, like that a lot. Row 11, David Jarvis and Darren Pinder, the 96 and 33 cars. And Bali Nijar on row 12 of the grid, a 135.96. So as always, less than 4 seconds covering the championship order in terms of lap times in quali. Close as ever in the Academy Championship, but it's really interesting as the year progresses to see who surges through the order, isn't it, as they get more experience, more confidence within Academy.
Yeah, absolutely. Every single race we go through, they learn something new, and they learn about being a racing driver, and so it's absolutely about the job of what do you do at each time. You know, when is it good to be stressed and focused? When is it good to be relaxed and taking your time? They've got one 20-minute race this weekend. You can see the cars now leaving the assembly area, ready to start there. This will be their green flag lap, so we'll see them onto the grid and they will get going straight away. But yeah, absolutely, they are learning their craft, learning what they have to do as a racing driver, and there's so many sort of procedures, and even just being part of a race weekend, there's so much going on that you've got to know that you're in the right place at the right time. Caterham do a fantastic job of making sure everyone knows what to do. They specifically made this championship and they cater it for them.
And it's a good point you make there as well. Just the one race for them this weekend. That's a lot of commitment, especially for some of our more northern drivers coming down here to Hampshire for one race.
Yeah, absolutely. They get to do it all on one day. It used to be qualifying on one day and the race on the next. So actually being able to do both sessions is useful. And I've just noticed that Callum McIntyre's made it into the commentary box. We'll try and get him in a little bit later. So Callum leading the white group, and we'll get him on comms once we get this race up and running, and he can give you an insight of what it really is like to drive around in these Academy cars around the Thruxton circuit.
That will be excellent. As you can see, the cars are running around the circuit now, so I believe they will head to grid and then do a formation lap from there, if I'm not mistaken.
No, you're going straight. So this is their formation lap. They will line up on the grid, so they will have marshals ready to stop them on that grid, and then they will get going straight away from that. That will be their green light to go racing.
I'm mixing my weeks and my racing clubs there then on that on that front with the final instructions. But as you can see, the ticker at the bottom of the screen reiterating the grid that we've spoken through already. Of those in the Academy this year on this group, on the white group, who would you earmark as a good starter?
Daniel Neal has, regardless of how he starts, he's always finishing in the lead, so I think this is a good one to go with, and he's starting on pole position, so I think that's a fairly clear one. Do you know what, it's still quite random as to who gets good starts and who doesn't get good starts. We see a lot of wheel spin in the Academy cars, yes. From people who get revs. It's actually, you kind of, I think Murray Walker used to call it the granny start. You don't want any revs, actually. You want to keep things low as we see them approaching this grid. But the best start is often when there's low revs and no wheel spin. But that's quite hard when you're with all the adrenaline, your right foot's twitching.
Oh, exactly right, isn't it? It's all very easy in theory. It may even be easy when an instructor talks you through it. But once you're at a circuit and on the grid for a competitive race, all logic and common sense often disappears stage right. The cars are approaching our grid then. It will be 20 minutes of racing for the Adrian Flux Insurance Caterham Academy white group. And as you can see, they're doing the staggered formation as well, so that means that potentially our second row starter there in the middle of shot, Henry Speaks, he could get a good launch and challenge towards the first corner as well, try and thread the needle through the inside of the front row. It's ambitious, but it can be done.
Absolutely. 2x2 racing, we go from the grid, and the racing often gets tighter, for this is probably the most spread out some of them will be around this 2.3 miles around this Thruxton circuit here in Hampshire. But yeah, you can see them all lining up in sort of 2x2 formation, and absolutely, if someone on the front row gets a little bit of wheel spin, it's not necessarily mean that you're going to be leading as you come into the first complex.
No, exactly right. And obviously that complex, as you mentioned, Campbell, Cobb, Seagrave, such an important part of the lap on lap. Those are the two primary overtaking opportunities, of course. The two complexes, the two chicanes, Club Chicane at the very end of the lap after the long run flat out from Church, and of course then coming through the first couple of corners towards Campbell Cobb and Seagrave. That is a huge overtaking opportunity as well. Often see people try a bit too hard, get a bit too ambitious, and explore the runoff area there, of course, as well.
And Caterham's being Caterham's, they will not be going in their single file. You can almost bet yourself on that. Academy take the first corner around about 50 miles an hour, so plenty of speed being taken through there. Just imagine what it feels like driving along your roads at 50 miles an hour and then trying to go in there 4 wide round quite a tight right hand and 90-degree right hand bend. So yeah, that's how exciting things can get. You can see that most of the field now are getting put into their positions, nicely lined up there.
Yeah, and as you can see, many of them running full-on number plates. These cars can be driven to and from the track. A number of them do so, but they're no longer on public roads. They are on the race circuit, and they are in 2x2 formation. That means we're about to go racing. The green flag further solidifies that at the back of the grid. Expect the lights to go out any second now. 20 minutes of racing for the Caterham Academy white group begins now, and a few stragglers further back in the pack, but it looks like it's not the best of starts. In fact, for Daniel Neal, he got the tyres really lit up there coming off the line. It is Henry Speaks then that leads the way. Speaks, as anticipated, with a very good start from row 2 of the grid. Daniel Neal with the wheel spin. So it is the red 37 of Speaks in the lead. Side by side for second position. Yes, we've got cars drifting wide. Are you surprised? Adam Keane that was, taking all 4 wheels off the track and then some. But a disastrous start for Daniel Neal. He did not get off the line.
No, he's going to have to be recovering back through the field as we watch deep into the field here, this sort of top 10 as they go through the camera now. But yeah, Daniel Neal is going to have a little bit of work to do. Like I said, though, he's coming off the back of 2 wins. He can do that, and Speaks is out front. And Speaks has also had a good run of podiums. In fact, last time out he was second, so he's coming off a great result last time out of Silverstone.
So Speaks in the 37 car heading towards Church for the first time, going through Goodwood and Village now. Church Bend, of course, one of the most fearsome corners in British motorsport. Of course, these cars running treaded tyres. Everything below the 7 UK Championship will run on treaded tyres as opposed to slicks. I'm guessing not quite flat, or am I being underappreciative?
No, it should be absolutely flat out.
Okay.
We'll confirm with Callum as they go round Church Bend. Yeah, they just about got enough room as they head out down into the chicane then for the first time. They are sort of going 4 wide as they go into that chicane. Can they work it through? Looks like it right now. Speaks has lost out on the run down there. It looks like Neal is back up into that 3rd place.
Yeah, Adam Keane, our leader, as they cross the line for the first time. So Keane, after exploring the outer limits of Campbell Bend on the first lap, has managed to fire himself into the race lead, and quite a distant race lead as well, a good 4 or 5 car lengths as they approach the first braking zone of the lap for the second time. 18 minutes of this 20-minute race left to go. Of course, one of the key things that they need to do in this race, really, especially if you're in that battle for second between Speaks and Neal, I think working together is going to be key to make sure that that leader doesn't just disappear up the road.
Yeah, we said that they're going to be fighting in packs, and the tow is so strong that it will drag you back. Even if you sort of lost a bit of a gap, you can bring it back. But if you start squabbling, you're going to suddenly struggle to get that, to reach the battle of the cars in front, and you can have a driver disappearing off. And at the moment, Keane looks like he's heading to try and do that.
One driver who dropped through the order, Gertes Jussi in the 30 car, 23rd place and 16 seconds off the pack. So that looks to me as if he may have had an issue somewhere on the first lap of the race. 2 wide, 3 wide further back in the pack as anticipated. Leaders on their way through Church at the moment. You can be sure that it's shuffling like a deck of cards in Vegas at the moment. Side by side, 3 wide with the 37 car back to the front of the order. So it is Henry Speaks back to the lead for the time being. Neal going around the outside of the 88, Adam Keane as well, but drifting very, very wide indeed is Henry Speaks. Keane goes on the offensive, and it's almost 4 wide down the main straight.
Yeah, there's Kirtland coming up into the mix as well. So Neal's back to the lead from his pole position. Now it's Kirtland up into 2nd place. You got Keane then and Speaks dropping from the leading that group into 4th place. He just drifted a little bit wide through the club chicane on the exit, right over the rumble strips that upset the car, and he couldn't get the power down.
It did upset the car, and so easily done, of course, around that club chicane. It often tricks you, I think, as a driver into thinking, yeah, I can carry more speed through there, and then the reality becomes all too clear on the second apex of the chicane. Everyone filing their way out of Seagrave and onto the open section of this lap. Of course, here at Thruxton, you can't access as a spectator the rear section of this circuit through Noble, Goodwood and Village, but that is a really hair-raising part of the circuit, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I guess the circuit designers decided they'd try and get people out and around as quickly as they can by not putting any corners of note. Although, having said that, Church is probably one of the notorious corners in British motorsport. It's absolutely flat out, and you can see them going down here into Church this time through. You sort of aim for the marshal's post and know that you're going to understeer and slightly miss it. Most of these drivers keeping well within track limits, and it's looking like Kirtland is lining up Neil. In fact, you can see that draft and that slipstream as they head towards the club chicane again.
Yeah, look at this, almost 3 wide once more to the outside. Has gone the 88 of Keane. Kirtland, though, leading the trio here and just getting up on the curbs once again. The number 28 of Neil. Looks like Speaks is falling through the order a bit. He's down to 5th place.
Yeah, he's not had a good run, has he? He was not in the right place on going onto the back straight, and that has meant he's lost more places. One mistake can draw you down through it. We're seeing them take those curbs quite nicely. There's quite compliant suspension on this academy. They don't have any sort of rear anti-roll bar, and the suspension's quite soft, so they can monster these curbs and ride them okay.
Yes, I've seen a few of these cars go over the curbs, over the grass as well, where required, over the years in the Caterham Academy. Big, wide line there for Kirtland in the number 2. Interesting there, kind of compromising his run, I suppose, out of Seagrave a little bit in the process.
Yeah, can do. Again, it depends on your circumstances and who's in front of you. If you're out in the lead, like you say, that's not a good thing to do if you lose speed back out to the straight. But again, leading up here into the sort of Goodwood phase is not important. It's more important to lead coming down into club.
Well, exactly right. He'd already lost the lead by the time they got to Noble, as a matter of fact. Again, I think the tighter line through Seagrave having that effect. But yes, to your point, that isn't the bit you need to lead through. It is coming out of Church and towards club, where you really need to be challenging for the lead rather than holding the lead. The leader at this point of the lap, often a sitting duck, as we'll now see from Adam Keane.
Yeah, let's watch Adam Keane go through, but again, watch Neil to the inside there. They're going to go 3 wide by the time we get into the chicane, with a little gasp of in-breath there as they head across the circuit. It does look like, though, it's going to be Keane that's going to take that lead into the lead. So, yeah, but it's a Kirtland in that second place. We've got a car heading across the grass.
Robert Cowan. Going off the circuit there, so Cowan in the 34 car, very, very close to our commentary position, which is just here at Club Chicane. So if they're on the grass just as the 34 car was there, that also means they're within touching distance of us. Cowan in the 34 exploring the limits of this circuit. Kirtland with the nose ahead as they approach the complex once again, but Neil to the outside line, locking it up, going into Campbell. Kirtland in the number 2 car holds on. He's got the blue and yellow on him. It looks a bit like Mansell's 92 car, except it's the 2, not the 5. And he is the race leader, as Mansell would have been in period.
And Henry Speaks taking a nicer line there with Keane, and I think they'll be back with another car off there. So help me with a number 62, that looks like. So that's handy going across the grass there as he heads back on with a perfect number plate.
Yeah, Graham Handy going grass tracking. As you can see, the yellow crosses on the back of all of these cars. That denotes fewer than 6 circuit races. All of these drivers in their first season of competition. And Paddy there, in the, as his number plate says, really exploring the limits. I believe that's Patrick Cunningham, isn't it, in the 89 car. Getting very, very much on the grass coming through Goodwood. Here comes the leading pack again, though, towards club.
And as they head again 2 by 2 as they head up into their Callum's watching on in the background here, watching this racing, trying to learn for a bit later on, and we try and get him in, but as we've got Neil back up the inside, he takes away the move there. Speaks is back up into the 3rd. Kirtland's the loser out there, back into 3rd place as they head on round. In fact, he's going to take that back ahead of Speaks.
Yeah, Kirtland, I thought he was just rather squeezing out the 37 there momentarily, but Speaks did well to kind of get himself out of the way of that one. Cowan in the 34 car, just behind the 37 at the moment. Meanwhile, Keane is on the offensive again for the lead as they head towards the Campbell complex. Let's see if Adam Keane has dove to the inside line. He has not managed to get through into the lead on this occasion. I think as the race progresses, these drivers will start to become wise to the fact that a move for the lead here really doesn't mean anything.
Okay, let's try and bring in Callum now then to this commentary and just say, how are you finding, or how are you looking at this race? Are you actually enjoying this? I guess you're learning some stuff from watching these guys.
Yeah, this looks extremely tactical, doesn't it? There's a lot coming through Church and then fanning out down into the final club chicane, so that's going to be interesting later on.
So your race is a bit later in the afternoon. There's a threat of rain all day, but I think it's slightly fading as they head down then towards this Church bend. We had the question earlier on, is Church flat in the Academy car?
Yes, it is, yeah. As long as there's no moisture. Yesterday, with a bit of rain, there wasn't, but through here they'll be absolutely flat out. You'll hear the tyres screaming underneath you, aiming at that exit curb, and then flat all the way down, following in the slipstream, and then as soon as you pull out behind the car, you just feel a wall of air hit your car and the revs drop.
Again, I said earlier on it's worth about 7 or 8 miles an hour. Is that about right for today?
Yeah, about that. A tow to a non-tow lap is about 1.2.
Oh, we've got a car though spinning off. Is that Keane from second place?
Keane,
I think
yes.
it is Adam Keane slipping into out of second place. So he's had a mistake up there. He's rejoining the track, but he's lost a lot of places. So it's Neil was looking already like he was pulling away into that lead, and Kirtland's a sort of distant second place right now. He's a second behind over the line. But again, I think the tow is quite strong here, and I'm thinking you're at least 2-3 seconds behind. You're still feeling that tow.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially as there's a headwind down the final straight into the club chicane, so it matters even more. Through the other side, it's less of a difference, but yeah, down the back end of the circuit, it definitely is.
So Keane came across in 12th place there. This car's sideways through the complex there. That's the number 4 car, D. Sykes that was.
Neville
You had a little bit of
Sykes.
sideways action there. Obviously learning all these new drivers. We get a new influx every year, brand new. So, I mean, how's your season gone? You're in the lead at the moment, right?
Yeah, good towards the start of the season, and everyone has got very quick, very fast. And you see Neville there learning. The curbs around here are big. You don't want to be touching any of them, really. And just clipping it there really upsets the car.
So the balance of the car really, like you say, I said it was compliant suspension, but like you said, if you've not got the right attitude in the car, then it will bounce you wide, and you run out of tarmac. Even though we've got quite a wide circuit here at Thruxton, you run out of tarmac fairly quick. It does look like after those few incidents down in Club Chicane last time, everything's strung out just a little bit, and the racing Neil is definitely looking quite happy in that sort of lead position at the moment.
He could pull out ahead. You know, earlier on, Adam was right out in front, Adam Keane, and could have made a break then, but he found himself down in 12th. But Daniel Neal could get a second out in front.
Right over the curves there. That's the number 4 again. That's Sykes. He's having a pretty exciting lap that time through with bouncing over the curb. But it's Neil now 1.23, so he took another quarter of a second out of Cowan. That's in fact Cowan taking that second place over Kirtland, and then Speakston in that 4th place. There is Kirtland in that 3rd place as he comes through again. The top of that the curb, and there's Henry Speaks in the 37 car, the sort of red with the black nose cone, as they head through and out onto Goodwood once more.
A couple of times I would keep an eye on Henry Speaks. There's been a couple of times throughout the season where he's found himself dropping down the pack and has been flying back through. He's made a habit of that through the season, so I'd keep an eye on him.
It's a great habit to have, right? It's a skill to have. It's something
Absolutely.
You need to learn, and how do you do it? As they head out through this back straight, then learning every single time you go out in this Academy car. And has the adrenaline lessened, or do you still feel the buzz every single time?
No, absolutely. When you're there on the grid picking your revs for the start, that is where it is. It's Henry Speaks and Matt Curtin comes down towards Church. Who's going to back out? I think it's Kirtland. Speaks comes through, but then he's going to have loads and loads of overspeed here, so Matt pulls out. He'll be feeling that wall of air. You can feel as you come past just there, the wall of air off the front of the car, and he pulls out in front.
And it's going to be Cunningham, is it, that's going to actually benefit most. He's going to be probably overtaking them both, or just about. He's staying to the outside, and it is going to be Kirtland back into that 3rd place. So he's holding on at the moment, but it looks like Cunningham has moved a cunning move ahead of Speaks.
Yeah, Harvey Ashmore as well coming around the outside then. Yeah, really nice.
So as they head through the chicane then, and they've completed 8 laps now of this Thruxton circuit, 7 minutes left on the clock. Great to have your insight here. We said the starts were a bit random still, and how's your starts gone this year, Callum?
I had, thank you for that, cheers. A Croft, an absolutely dreadful start. Again, it's an open diff in these cars, so you've got to be really careful to get both wheels spinning correctly rather than just one. And I suffered from that at Croft, but then at Alton Park managed to get it just right, jump from 6th up to 3rd. So again, if you get the revs right and the releasing of the clutch, as a couple run nearly wide there, the car just sits back on those rear coilovers and absolutely goes if you get it right. The difference between a good and a bad start could be 4 seconds on your competitors, so it really, really matters, and that's where the nerves are at their highest.
As soon as that wheel starts spinning, there's nothing nothing you can do really to recover it other than to come completely off the throttle, which is why you see such a drastic change. As you go up through the ladder, obviously that changes when you've got more rear end stability. One of the things you can use to judge what an Academy car, because Roadsport and Academy outside look pretty similar, one of the best ways is watch them through a corner, and the Academy is leaning over an incredible amount more than the Roadsport. But Roadsport comes next. They upgrade at the end of this year, as we're still seeing moves through the field. Then Neil still leading this with 8 laps to go. So I guess from your perspective, looking forward to the race later, and I'm guessing learning from watching this.
Yeah, absolutely. I was definitely going to be down here at the club chicane to see what happened and what line in is best. It's going to be all come down to this final lap in 5 minutes or so, about where you can be inside, outside. You know, at the outside becomes the inside for the middle of the corner, and picking that place. I think potentially being in third, if you're in a train, could be better out of Church Corner than being in the lead or in second. So it's going to be about jostling for position and finding that run.
It's a pleasure to speak to you, and we look forward to watching your race, and good luck for later on. And as we watch them then coming in to the Campbell Cobb Seagrave complex once more as they head on through. There's Paddy again, now having that little sort of bit brush with the grass, but Adam's back with me.
Yeah, thanks for joining us in the box there, Callum. That was great insight into not just the Academy but the Thruxton circuit specifically. As you've alluded to, the cars, you can run the same chassis all the way through, but you do kind of get some more creature comforts, a slightly more edgy car as you go up the ladder. But I'll tell you what a performance this is at the sharp end of the order. Neil in that 28 car just disappearing up the road. 3.1 seconds in a Caterham race. You don't often see a lead of that significance.
It's an eternity, and he's won the last 2. Like I said, he had an issue at Cadwell which stopped him winning there, and he was only 20 points in the sprint, which puts him down in about 5th place. But nevertheless, yeah, to be leading this, we're not going to see that too many times this weekend, I don't think.
No, and I think with that in mind, Kirtland and Cowan here in 2nd and 3rd place having their scrap. I think they know, as the number 10 car goes really, really loose there, coming out past our commentary position. Just saw that on screen as well. Harvey Ashmore in the number 10 from 7th on the grid, crossing the line in 5th place, but will be under threat now on dirty tyres and losing that momentum. Each and every lap, at least 1 or 2 drivers take let's call it an alternative line through club. It's a very difficult corner to get right on the brakes.
Every corner here at Thruxton, one corner threads into the other. If you take 1 mile an hour extra than you need through one of the corners, it just compounds itself as they head through the corners, and by the end you end up on the grass like we just saw then, which as you say is directed at our commentary box, which we're in the firing line slightly.
Yes, no, I must admit I haven't used this box before. I've only ever been in the second box here at Thruxton, which if you know, very difficult to climb up in the wet conditions because it's a metal ladder that you have to use, and in the rain that can be tricky. But this is a brilliant site that we've got here for our commentary box, and we've got brilliant footage here from around the circuit as well. Really does amplify and punctuate the width of this circuit. Watching the Caterhams around this track, it is such a wide road.
It's a really wide road, and they use every single last bit of it, don't they, as they're heading through. And again, we'll see that a bit later on with all the higher level championships. They will be using every inch of this track to find out where they can make that move. But there is the Cohen Speaks, I think, battle still into that 3rd place as they sort of swap places going through it's Ashmore and Speaks as they head through the chicane that time. Again, Ashmore running over those big rumble curves on the exit, and it's Speaks who takes back through. So Speaks, after what was a good start early on, wasn't he? He was leading this race. He has drifted back, but he finds himself in 4th place as 2 minutes to go. I think we're into penultimate lap territory.
Yes, I believe so. Adam Keane, recovering from his spin at club earlier on, 7th now. He's making up places. He's also just gone faster than anyone else around the circuit, a 132, I should say, 0.725. So that's his fastest lap of the race so far.
Still a little bit off the lap record times. The conditions out here overcast. It's a bit warm for lap records. Current Academy lap record is 31.9, so still a bit of time to find there, but certainly heading in the right direction. And Neil will never be getting anywhere near that. He's sort of running similar times out there, sort of 33s last time through, but he's got to push all the wind away.
I was just glancing there to see if the name next to the lap record was Chris Hutchinson or not, just in case you're being protective, but not the case.
No, I have got one left, and I do protect that one quite heavily. I'm keeping an eye on it, as most drivers would. But as we see them coming down then on their penultimate lap round this really fast back section of the circuit, 1 minute 20 left on the clock, so they will cross this line and they'll be starting their final lap for Neil as we continue this Speaks and Ashmore battle. And behind them we've got Cunningham and Keane, so this is the fight back from Keane after that spin at the chicane earlier on. But it is Kirtland who's still in that second place, and Cowan's chasing him down.
Yeah, Adam Keane all over the back of Paddy Cunningham, Patrick Cunningham in the 89 car there, and all over the curbs in the process. No such concerns though for Daniel Neal in the 28 car. He crosses the line to begin lap 13, the lucky final lap number 13 for Daniel Neal. 45 seconds left on the clock. It has been a masterful drive from Neil, who has been exemplary so far this season, as you've alluded to. Oh goodness me, Ashmore in the number 10 car there, loses it once, loses it twice, almost loses it thrice, but manages to regain it, loses out to Speaks. That was a very heart and mouth moment.
Sometimes we just say an accident follows the track, and that's exactly what looked like it happened there. He was not in control of that car, but the track seemed to stay underneath him, and he only lost one place after all that.
Very, very fortunate, or indeed very, very skilled, as I'm sure he'll tell us later on. Daniel Neal running through Church for the final time then. 3.3 seconds was the gap at the line between himself and this battle for second place between Kirtland and Cowan. They're both guaranteed a spot on the podium, but who's going to claim second position? It is Kirtland behind Cowan, so Cowan has really set himself up here to have to defend going into the club chicane. Daniel Neal is heading towards victory once again here in the Caterham Academy White Group, the Adrian Flux Insurance Caterham Academy White Group. He will take the win in the 28 car, but all eyes now to the battle for second place, and it is going to be the number 2 car. Great drive then from Matthew Kirtland to secure second place, and switching for positions further back. I think that may have been Ashmore, Speaks and Keane having a bit of a scrap further back in the order. It's Neal that wins from Cowan and Kirtland, but Keane claiming 4th position there on the last lap, so his ascendancy continued.
Yeah, he made a great run through, and there was a mistake ahead of him. He got a spinner there, number 65 out of the club chicane that time through. That's McKee having a spin on the last lap. There were several packs came through, but yeah, Keane making that position up.
Very impressive, and actually Kirtland lost out right at the line because Cowan got the better run out of club chicane. So Cowan in 34 ultimately does claim second place, even though Kirtland led him out of the final corner. Keane 4th, Speaks down to 5th place after being our early leader, our inaugural leader of the race. Harvey Ashmore in 6th position ahead of Patrick Cunningham. The 19 of Lee James in 8th place, the 94 of Joel Mayer-Potts. He made up 6 places from 15th on the grid to take 9th position, and Norman Jeeves from 13th on the grid taking P10 ultimately. Here you see confirmation of that top 10 on your screen, and the rest of the order in P11. We had the 68 car of Scott Graham, who started 12th, so kind of stayed about where he was throughout that race. Graham Handy in P12, there it is on screen again, ahead of Monty Hind in the 76, and Dean Pollen rounding out the top 14 cars. Fastest lap set by the recovering Adam Keane, a 1:32.25, so not too far away from the fastest ever lap in Academy from Keane in that race. That's a benchmark for the green group later on, of course. The rest of the order in 15th, it was Nijar from the back of the grid in the number 52 car that took 15th place. In 16th, it was the number 25, another car that came up through the order in the form of Chris Coates. Sykes in the number 4 car taking 17th position, Neville Sykes. The 65 in 18th place, that being a car that started a little further back by the looks of it. Andrew McKee, in fact, he lost a few places from 11th on the grid, so McKee 18th, Pinder 19th, Ainan in 20th, Jarvis, Tuck and Diusi rounding out the 23 cars that took the flag. Everyone got to the finish of that race, and lots of great racing.
Yeah, absolutely, it's brilliant. I believe Sam is now down in Parc Ferme, and she can speak to our drivers. So let's head down there now.
A fantastic race for these guys, and great for Daniel Neal. I'll just wait for him to get out of the car. He's just had a sip of water first. We've got Scrutineer Ian just here. But some very happy faces here. Robert Cowan's very happy. Cohen even. But yeah, they're just getting out, just waiting for Daniel. Just, taking in the moment. It's quite a lot to take off there, isn't it, with all the wrist restraints and yeah. There we go, steering wheel off as well. Make sure he does all the straps. There we go, fantastic. From pole position to a win, that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I had an absolute nightmare at the start. It was pretty terrible. I think I was back in 4th or 5th by first corner. And yeah, I mean, for the first 10 minutes I was, looking at the clock, we were just battling the hell out of each other, going down the back straight and everywhere else. And they got a bit lucky. I managed to get a pass on, and then I think the rest were battling, so we managed to pull a gap and then broke this O. So yeah, good race in the end.
Yeah, very happy for that. Well done, congratulations. Right, let's move round to second place. Robert, hello, congratulations. I think you're very happy for second, aren't you?
I am indeed, yeah, it's my first time on the podium. Yeah, delighted. Unfortunately, my family couldn't make this one, but if they're watching on the live stream, love you mum and dad, and love you Greta too. So yeah, fantastic. It was worth putting the wedding off for a year, Greta, so thank you very much. I'm very happy. So, yeah, fantastic. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Right, we'll move round to third place. Matt Kirkland.
Oh, hello.
Congratulations, Matt. You happy? I must be happy with that.
I'm just blown away. That was probably, I just said to the other guy through me, so that's my wedding, obviously the best 20 minutes of my life. It was just, so much fun. I'll be buzzing for weeks off this. So nice to be back on the podium. Amazing race for Rob's first time on the podium, and we've had an awesome weekend to go and test. It's just, really special. It's just really, really good. Can't wait to crack open an alcohol-free beer so I can drive home. But it was really, really epic. So well done to Dan again. He's clearly the fastest man here, but we actually stayed together with it today. Really, really good, close race. So chuffed a bit.
It was great for us to watch.
Yeah, the clean race for everybody as well. I think the group's just done really well. So we're all getting closer and closer now. It's just amazing. So
well done.
Thank you very much.
There you go. You've heard from some very happy drivers. So we'll hand back to you guys in the commentary box for the 310R race.
Back to the circuit then after that brilliant Caterham Academy White Group race. We move on to the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship. This is the highest spec of Caterham that we'll see on the circuit this weekend. The 310Rs always deliver a show. As we've alluded to, similar car, the ultimate evolution of the Academy car, albeit with more power, with that limited slip differential, and that does add a good few seconds, or take away a good few seconds from a lap time.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, like I say, these are all Academy cars underneath. They've just had bits added bits taken away, and 310R 126 is the lap record in a 310R. So that's quite, because that's 5 seconds quicker around this circuit. Every single step of the ladder increase. It means that the times are sort of dropped, and we'll see all the other specs other than the 7 Championship UK. They've been racing at Portimao last weekend. They're not with us today, but they'll be back with us for Snetterton the next round.
So this is the grid for the Caterham 310Rs, and we will read you through that. First row of the grid, it is Harry Cook alongside Lars Alexander Hoffman. The rest of the grid has just disappeared from my screen there. However, the second row of the grid after Hoffman and Cook is Tom Willis in the number 81 and Ben Lopez Appleton in the number 5. Some very familiar names there if you've been following this for a while. Ryan Lovett in the 28 and Taylor O'Flanagan in the number 11 on row 3. Then it's Dominic Mansberger and Graham McDonald on row 4 of the grid. Alan Cooper and Chris Fraser in 9th and 10th. The number 10 in 10th in the hands of Chris Fraser. Row 6 of the grid, keep an eye on him, 22 Hugo Bush. He will always be quick. He lines up 11th on the grid alongside Andrew Murgatroyd, another driver who I know to be very handy in these cars. Row 7, Harry Landy in the 21 alongside Alan Curtis in the 43. Another surprise, I would say. 15th place only for Harry Eyre on row 8 of the grid. in the number 55 alongside Jack Sales in the 35. Philip Bianchi in the 92 and Wesley Payne in the number 50 on row 9 of the grid, and the top 20 rounded out by Johnny Jarrett in the 27 and Steve Metcalf in the number 16. Kevin Cooper in the 77 is next on row 11 alongside Robert Bullen in the 85. James Hall on row 12, he is in the 98 car alongside Darryl Cresswell in the number 8. Michael Curley in the number 99, he's on row 13 alongside Jeff Price in the 38. Row 14 is Christopher Welch in the 68 alongside Tim Steele in the number 53 car. Haven't seen him on the road so far this weekend. I do every time I cover him, I see him on the road. 64 Paul Herndon alongside Pete Wales in the 52 and Ian Leslie rounding out a 31 car grid. A few surprises, I would say, down there. There are a few drivers I'm expecting to come up through the order.
No more so than Jack Sales down in 16th, our championship leader, off the back of lots of wins and second places, so he finds himself deep in the field. A lot of work to do, and like you say, when you get to the Street 10R Championship, there's no slow drivers here, therefore it's a lot of work, but nevertheless this is a game of chess, more so than any other circuit we visit, so it's about how do you manage that situation. If you're going to have a bad qualifying, well, you might as well make it at Thruxton, because you've got the opportunity to make it back through.
That's a very, very good point, isn't it? That's one of those circuits where you can get away with a bad qualifying. As someone who's used to high speed circuits with lots of slipstreaming is Dominic Mansberger, given he's a resident of Hockenheim, especially if he was around pre-2002 Hockenheim as a spectator. He will know all about slipstream battles for the race lead. I'm sure he will do well around this circuit. A number of drivers, I would say, outside the top 10 who you'd expect to be well within it. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what goes on in this race. As you can see, the cars are already lining up 2 by 2. We aren't too far away from getting this race started, and well, I think this is quite the prospect.
Yeah, watch Dom Mansberger. He's on a run of form. He took 3 wins at Zandvoort and then another win at Silverstone alongside a 2nd place and a 4th place, so he really is on a good vein of a run of form, and he'll be interesting to watch. But anyone in the top sort of half of this grid could come through and win by the end. Like you say, Hugo Bush, Jack Sales, watch out for Hugo Bush. You can see in the middle of your screen, grey car with a red stripe down it, and Jack Sales is on the right hand side, with white car with a yellow roll cage, so keep an eye out for both those drivers trying to step their way through. You can't make it all up in one lap, but certainly over the course of this first of their 3 20-minute races they can do that.
Green flag will wave momentarily and we will go racing. The last car, Ian Leslie, just pulling up to his grid slot now, and the green flags are going to fly now. So the lights are about to go out and we are about to go racing. Who gets the best start on the front row? Will it be Cook? Will it be Hoffman? The lights will turn on now and we will find out who gets the run towards the first corner. It is a good start from the second row once again. Mid-centre is the place to be. Tom Willis leads the field. Lars Alexander Hoffman leads the chasing pack in 2nd place, but Tom Willis in the 81 car absolutely storms away as they head through Allard and towards the Campbell complex for the first time. Hoffman, though, already closing back in on our leader. That short-lived car length or 3 has already been dissipated as the field picks their way through the first corners, keeping an eye on that pack to see if anyone goes awry. It seems as though everyone has found the space they need. Good driving from all quarters and all parties then, but what a start from Tom Willis.
31 cars fed through that and just about threaded the eye of the needle and got all the way through, didn't they? A couple of cars taken to the grass just as they do. Let's see Steele at the back there, just about avoiding it. But I think Tom Willis had that great start through the middle. You could see him get that launch and more importantly the gear change, but they are now single file as they come down to church for the first time.
Single file for 10 seconds and then they will fan out on the approach to the club chicane up the hill towards that corner, and a car off the circuit, body panels flying. That's one of the single digited cars trying to spot the number. The number 5 car, I believe that
Ben Lopez Appleton, so he started 4th on the grid. He's now lost out through church, but it's Terry Flanagan there now taking over from Hoffman into that 2nd place, and it's still Willis, and Cook has now gone from 1st to 4th, and he's chased by Mansberger. So lots of the cars take to that extra rumble strip outside the club chicane.
There you go, so side by side as Lars Alexander Hoffman once again dives to the inside of Taylor O'Flanagan. I think he's got 2nd place back there, yes he does, and that leaves the door open a little bit to pole sitter Harry Cook, who crossed the line in 4th place. Not the start he would have liked. Dominic Mansberger in 5th position, Remember I said about Andrew Murgatroyd, 12th to 7th in the first lap of the race. He made up some good positions, sails into the top 10 as well from 16th, so our championship leader making headway also. But a tragic start really for Ben Lopez Appleton, 23rd at the end of the first lap from 4th on the grid. He is going to be aggrieved, but as you alluded to, he will have time to make his way through the order, and you can see him doing so there. One of the only cars as of now with a missing wheel arch. That will increase as the race goes on. He's all the way down outside the top 20.
It was Alan Curtis who's made the best start of everybody. He's moved up 8 places into 6th place, and he's got an aluminium car as well with a blue D&D sponsorship on it, so he's moved up all the way into 6th place. So watch out for that car as they head down the back straight. Is Cook's leading, Mansberger leads O'Flanagan, and then it is that Curtis, and he's coming in with Hoffman. I'll get my numbers mixed up, but Hoffman there as well in that red car down the inside as they come through the club chicane this time through.
A couple of cars running wide there, one of them being the number 35 of Sales, taking interesting line through that corner, as you saw on camera as well. The 27 going for a spin there. Johnny Jarrett has had a spin just out of the shot of that camera, but in front of us here in the commentary position there is the 27 car. Gets itself underway and going once again, but drops down to the back of the order. What a start though for Tom Willis. He is clear of the field, he's clear of the peloton in cycling terms, and you don't do that easily around this track.
He's not even in our camera shot most of the time, as we're concentrating on this battle pack with led by Mansberger, but it's actually Flanagan now taken over since they went over the line. But what a dream start by Willis. He's not doing every single round this year, but he's doing enough, and he's put his car right where he wants it to go and win cups.
Of course, there are drop scores, but I think even then his schedule doesn't allow for him to be a championship contender, but proving his class nonetheless in the 310Rs here. Keeping an eye on Lopez Appleton. He was up to 21st at the end of the previous lap. He's now into the top 20 by the looks of it. One car off in the back of shot as it's side by side for 3rd place. I believe that is Cook trying to go to the inside for P3 there as they all filter their way through. Alexander Hoffman down to 6th place at the moment, trying to pick his way through as it's side by side for P3.
Absolutely right. In this battle pack though, you where you want to be, you can be relaxed, although they're not looking very relaxed at the moment. Taylor O'Flanagan trying to be the next car to ping off the front, and we've still not got Willis within the group here. He's about 1.5 seconds ahead of this group. Curtis though still coming through there, head now of Murgatroyd, and Dan Mansberger has dropped backwards.
Murgatroyd up into the top 5, well not quite actually, he's in 7th place, but fighting well within the top 5 now in that battle pack. So Murgatroyd has really advanced through the order, starting outside the top 10, and you can see here the pack filtering their way out of Allard and towards Campbell once again. There is the 84 car of Murgatroyd just following in the wheel tracks of Dominic Mansberger in the 25 for the time being. But again, Willis 1.2 seconds clear last time by. That's actually slight loss of time compared to the rest of the pack. Quite a loss of time actually. He was 6/10 slower than O'Flanagan behind him. If they can galvanise in 2nd place onwards, then maybe they can catch the leader.
As they sort of sort out their little battle behind, they will naturally then be able to piggyback each other and leapfrog, and they will catch that gap back up. It's by no means a done deal. Jack Sales though coming through, he made it up to 9th place over the line. I think he might have even made another place up, so he's done half of the deficit he was, to see whether he can come back. And let's watch that T and accountancy car. He's got Hugo Bush, another very fast driver, on his coattails, so they can try and work together to try and regroup with the group in front.
Yeah, Bush in the 22 doing a good job there as well, making his way through the pack. Here comes that battle again with the distinctive number 70 car of Lars Alexander Hoffman just behind O'Flanagan at the moment. So it's going to be Cook in the Curtis, my apologies, in number 43 in 2nd place. This time by Alan Curtis, who started in 14th position, another driver on the ascendancy. As he said, he made the most places, or one of the drivers that made the most places on that first lap of the race, from 14th to 2nd, and knocking on the door potentially of challenging for the lead, although Flanagan has gotten past him into 2nd place now. They're fighting over who leads the train to the stop that is Tom Willis. Willis, though, just watching in the mirrors, he must feel rather hopeless. I mean, we saw the speed deficit coming out of Goodwood last lap. He was visually so much slower than the rest of the pack. It must be quite the sight in the mirrors.
Yeah, he will be constantly looking in his mirrors to check, whilst also trying not to give anyone a tow. They will still be feeling that tow, even though they look a fair distance back. they would still be getting dragged along by the car in front. You're pushing aside a lot of air with a car that's not particularly renowned to being aerodynamically efficient, and therefore you're having to do all that work alone. He's going to have to hope that those cars in front of behind him start battling again. That's his only chance at this point. Alan Curtis, one of the drivers who didn't start in the academy with us, joined a little bit later further up the rung as we go 3 wide into the club chicane. Then O'Flanagan to the outside, got Hoffman in the middle, O'Flanagan drifting out wide, and it's going to be Curtis has actually pulled ahead now. Cook's back into that 3rd place.
Yeah, Flanagan losing out there. Cook now trying to go to the outside of the number 81. So yeah, Willis has been firmly closed in now. I was going to say that 1.2 second gap is all but gone. It's completely gone, as he's now defending up against Cook and Lars Alexander Hoffman. So the top 3 now in unison as they go on to lap 6 of the race through Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. Once again, Harry Cook there in 2nd place, Lars Alexander Hoffman behind him in 3rd, Taylor O'Flanagan in 4th place. It is still Willis in the 81 in the lead. But he's no longer got VIP suite all to himself. He's been brought in with everybody else.
Absolutely, and there's that man Sales on the tail of Murgatroyd heading through. He's closed that what looked like a massive gap the last time through. It just shows how strong the toe is around this Thruxton circuit. Depending on the wind direction, it can be really, really powerful. And at the moment in these 310Rs, they're showing you how much more speed you can do. Although Willis looks like he's trying to ping off the front again, so he was right side by side with the cars behind him. O'Flanagan's the guy with the run. He's got the outside run into Church, but I think Hoffman's going to be able to hold on to that. They are going to go side by side through Church. That's not a comfortable place to be. They're going to make it work though, and it's O'Flanagan I think is going to lose out on the run down to the chicane.
Tell you what, Hoffman was still arcing kind of left there. I was a bit worried they'd meet in the middle, but thankfully not darting to the left hand. The outside line is Lars Alexander Hoffman to take the lead in the number 70 Motul backed car. Cook then watches him now from 2nd place, side by side further back as Dominic Mansberger tries to hold on to his positions. There goes Sales around the outside of him. We also had the number 50 car miss the club chicane that time by, so that was Payne all the way down in 17th last time by, Wesley Payne. He's lost some place as a result of that.
Still absolutely fluid in this lead group though, and it is really a big lead group that we've got at the moment. We're only halfway through this race, so there's plenty more to go, and we've seen how fluid the positions have been so far as Jack Sales just now leaves Mansberger. So Mansberger getting a big compromise through that corner through the club chicane and just now lost the speed. He's back in the line though, so he will be looking to pull back, and with 10 minutes to go there's still plenty of opportunities to go anywhere in this field.
Oh, absolutely. No one in the top 10 is safe, and anyone in the top 10 could win as of yet. You see the packs further back in the field. Just to update you on Lopez Appleton, he's got himself up to 16th. He actually made up 3 places on the last lap alone, so he's getting closer and closer to the top 10. The top 10 finish would be a good salvage job given the current positions out there on circuit. There's quite a big gap between himself and the leading group, which Lars Alexander Hoffman continues to lead. Now watch them fan out.
Here comes Cook then, and also got Curtis and O'Flanagan. They're going to go 4 wide as they come into the chicane this time. Surely that can't work, and we've got a car in the background. Contact there, looked nasty on the outside.
That was Cook and Hoffman making contact, and I think it was Hoffman's quarter panel that went flying off into the undergrowth there. Contact between our 2 leaders then, Hoffman and Cook, and that means a new leader gets himself up to the front for the first time in this race. O'Flanagan is leading in the 11 car. Willis is there in 2nd place. Then it's Curtis in the 43. Lars Alexander Hoffman in 4th position, and now a little bit lighter, Hugo Bush in P5. Hugo Bush in P5, yes, he has made up some places.
Absolutely, we knew he had that speed, and he's taking Sales along with him as well, so as they head through. But Curtis has been that man, more consistent than anyone else up in that front. But Curtis and Willis in the aluminium sort of coloured no paint job, or no wrap applied to that car. But O'Flanagan, our multiple Caterham champion, back out in front, started a bit deeper in the field than he would expect, but he's back where he kind of likes to be.
Leading 10, covered by 2.5 seconds. It's Caterham racing at Thruxton. Standard procedure, but very exciting to watch here. Thank you so much for joining us on BARC TV as we bring you this action. It's 3 wide towards Church with 8 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. They're getting to the point where they all want to be in the lead at the same time, and only one can lead at once through Church. I think that's Willis back to the front of the order, and side by side I think that may even be Bush that's made up a few places on this lap as well. They fan out once again on the approach to club.
as they head down once more. Then we saw some wings go flying last time. Let's see whether we have anything else. So Flanagan to the inside, Jack Sales looking for the outside run, still got Willis up the inside and Hoffman and Curtis in the middle somehow. Jack Sales running a 3 wide through the middle of the chicane. They work it all out. We've had to use most of the chicane, and that's Cook across the rumble strips, and Mansberger trying to protect to the inside there. All getting a bit hectic in the middle field. They're learning each time they come into there how many places they can do it, with Flanagan tweezing Willis onto the curb there, just about making it work. There's not really space for 2 cars going flat out around there.
There really isn't, and of course for Jack Sales, he's now passed Alexander Lars Hoffman, which is huge for him, because Hoffman is his closest championship competition. 327 points for Sales, 321 for Lars Alexander Hoffman, so that is significant for Sales, I'm sure, to be ahead of the red 70.
I wonder whether the timing on that is right though. Still 7 minutes to go, and he can past performance is no indication of future success around this Thruxton circuit as they head off around this devastatingly fast Noble and then into Goodwood, which is just a lift of the throttle to try and work out when can I get back on the throttle and still remain in track limits. And you can see they absolutely only just make it to the edge of the track. I think it was Graham McDonald we saw, ex-CEO of Caterham Cars, just about making it into the grass last time through, but as they head on down, is Landy following on through Lovett. The battles are deep into this field, but we have got a lead pack of, what is that, 11 cars?
Something in that ballpark, absolutely. Over 10 of them running in tandem here as they once again fan out towards Club Chicane. It is Sales with the nose ahead, but he's got the inside line covered by Willis. Once again, Willis trying to keep his nose in. Contact between Mansberger and O'Flanagan. They go off the circuit in unison there. What a shame for both parties. Mansberger gesturing there as if to say, well, what was that about? How do you read that one?
I think that was just 4 cars going through the middle of the chicane. It's not possible to do, and one of them just bumped over the bumps, and he just pushed his car into the others. I think, racing incident, and that was definitely ambition over adhesion.
Absolutely right. Mansberger climbing out of the car in our commentary position. I think he believes his day is done. Gets himself out of the car without any issue at all. O'Flanagan has continued on, albeit down in 21st place. 6 minutes and 15 seconds left to go as we get a replay of what happened there. Just squeezed up on the curbs was O'Flanagan, and oh, look at that flight there that was Hugo Bush, wasn't it, in the 22 car. Realistically, the other two are almost pins in that, and the bowling ball was Bush.
Absolutely, it did look like that. Bush trying to go up the inside, it hit the big curve there, and there's some big yellow sausage curves, and unfortunately that just doesn't settle the car. Again, maybe a case of 3 wide can't work in that situation. As they head down through Church, then it is Hugo Bush now in that second place, so our bowling ball is in second place. It's Curtis, in fact no, he's in third place because we've lost these 2 cars. Willis and Jack Sales got a little bit of a tandem work going out front with 5 minutes to go.
There you go, they're working together to try and get away from the rest of the pack. The rest of the pack, by the way, all as one. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th in one long pack as they go through Club Corner and out onto the start of a new lap. 5 minutes and 18 seconds this race left to go, and it is a gap of 1.8 seconds between the top 2 disappearing up the road and the 3rd place car of Curtis. Alan Curtis leading that pack from 3rd downwards. But it is a masterful strategy here from Sales and Willis, and what a drive from Sales so far. 16th on the grid to the lead.
Yeah, brilliant. All those places. He's going to be fantastically elated right now, but he's still got 5 minutes to try and manage. We've got still waved yellows into the final Club Chicane. That's one of the big overtaking opportunities. We've seen them coming in there 4 wide. So how are they going to manage that as this race goes on? And are they going to be able to clear Mansberger's car? That's the kind of big question I would have as a driver, having seen the yellow flags last time through.
A lot of the time, the obstruction, once it's been there for 3 laps, they lift the yellows. We should get 3 laps before the checkered flag. They've already been past the obstruction once, so keep an eye after 2 more passings of Club. They may well lift the yellows. I'll keep you updated on that as I can see that out of my commentary position. Sales and Willis side by side for the lead coming out of Church and up the hill towards Club. Sales ducks into the slipstream of new leader Tom Willis. Tom Willis, who started this race with a bang, got a brilliant start from row 2 of the grid. He remains in the lead battle. He has not fallen out of contention for the lead at any point. However, the attempt at the top 2 breaking away from the field, I think I have to deem that unsuccessful now, because here comes the chasing pack. They've closed in on Willis and Sales once again.
I was about to say, it's an interesting dynamic. Willis isn't part of the championship. He won't be scoring points today, so therefore Sales will be having a weird, do I overtake him or don't I? It's a kind of confusing situation, but at the moment, as you said, it's all come back together again, so it's all irrelevant because Curtis has bridged that gap and he's bringing Hoffman and Bush with him.
3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go in the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship race, the first race of the weekend for this category. And it is a compelling battle to this point. At the sharp end of the order from the word go, it has been Tom Willis up there at the front. There's one of the casualties of the action so far in the form of O'Flanagan, who started right up the order in 6th place. Taylor O'Flanagan in the 11 car. We saw him make contact with Dominic Mansberger. He's now down outside the top 20.
As we've got Johnny Jarrett, and a little bit further back down through the field, here's our 2 lead cars though. Sorry, not lead cars, it's number 85. So where does that put them in this field? A little bit further back as we're watching these battles deep in the field. That might have been Jeff Price, but it's Jack Sales going into that waved yellow flags. Again, double wave here down at Club. They've all gone past the yellow flag already, so there's no overtaking from this point. Jack Sales currently in that lead, ahead of Willis, then Curtis in the fellow aluminium car, and then we've got Hoffman, and it's Hugo Bush, followed by Cook Murgatroyd, and then we've got McDonald, and there's one of the Coopers there, I think, and then Harry Landy following on.
2 minutes and 22 seconds left to go. This will be the penultimate lap of the race then. Not long left to go in this one. Yellows are still currently flying at Club Corner, or the Club Chicane I should say. The key overtaking point at the end of this lap, but keeping an eye on that outside of the window. It is Jack Sales who leads them as they come out of Seagrave and onto this near flat out run through the lion's share of this 2.3 mile circuit, of course following the edge of what was a RAF airfield at one point in time in the 20th century, and really is a fabulous circuit forged by nature and pre-existing conditions rather than being designed purpose-built as a racing circuit. But it is a fabulous venue. Sales and Willis side by side for first and second place.
Yellow flag still out, so Church is going to become important the next time through. This is going to be their penultimate lap, so they'll be starting that last lap. I can see we've got a lap record set. They've got the new ZZR tyres as they stream across this circuit. Still as a pack of 5 cars there, absolutely nose to tail. ZZR tyres this year mean they're going to be setting lap records, and we have got that. I'll catch up with that at the end of the race, but it's Jack Sales who is still in that lead coming onto the last lap.
Last lap time, 1 minute and 5 seconds left on the clock, so it will be the start of the final lap this time. There's Andrew Murgatroyd, who's lost out a little bit after kind of getting himself into the top 5 at one point. He's down in P7, just behind another driver who won't be too pleased with how his race has gone. Harry Cook, our pole sitter, still down there in 6th place. There he goes to the outside of Hugo Bush to try and dive to the inside, going through Campbell. He's looking to try and ascend through the order. Now for Sales, he's in a difficult position, an unenviable position here. The yellow flags are still out at the Club Chicane, so potentially less of a sitting duck than he may be under normal circumstances, but still very difficult to manage for him.
He's got to try and protect all the way now through Goodwood and out towards Ireland. Ireland's going to be the bend, Church Corner's going to be the bend where they all actually have to make those moves. Can he hold on for another lap as they head down into the Club Corner? Here comes the crucial point then. Willis is right on his tail. Remember, he's not fighting Willis for these points in the championship, so if he can get out in front and with a good head of steam, that might be a good position for him to be in. But they're going to go side by side this time through. That's going to stop their momentum as they come down then into this yellow flag zone.
Yellow flags aren't out until they get to the top of the hill, so they're still allowed to race for the next few yards at least. And it is Willis in the 81 car that leads the way from Sales. Lars Alexander Hoffman there in 3rd place. Now they're under yellow flags. Now they have to go single file. However, they do have to stay awake because they will go back to green flag before they get to the start-finish line. However, it is going to be the 81 of Tom Willis that claims a brilliant victory from 3rd on the grid, immediately led into Allard on the 1st lap, and he's had the lion's share of the race in the lead. Very well managed from Willis. He finishes ahead of Sales and Hoffman. Your podium, Lars Alexander Hoffman, is the closest title contender to Jack Sales. They're 2nd and 3rd, the 2 title rivals. Very exciting stuff for the championship there, the broader picture of the season. But what a drive as well from Alan Curtis. He's 4th after starting 14th. Our top 5 rounded out by Harry Cook.
Yeah, what an absolute brilliant race by the 310Rs. You'd expect that. They're very experienced Caterham drivers, but they're showing how to manage difficult situations, and knowing that Church was the absolutely important corner that time through was important. And Jack Sales like I said, he doesn't lose any points to Tom Willis as he's not taking part in the full championship. Therefore, as he gained at least a point over the top of his championship rival. Just looking at that lap record, then that's held by Curtis.
There you go. So 125.58 for Alan Curtis is a new lap record. He set that on lap 4. Tom Willis, your race winner, ahead of Jack Sales and Lars Alexander Hoffman. Alan Curtis and Harry Cook rounding out the top 5, as we have covered. The 84 of Andrew Murgatroyd, he got past Hugo Bush at the end of the race to take 6th. Bush in 7th. Alan Cooper in 8th. The ex-Caterham CEO Graham McDonald, always good to see a executive thoroughly embracing the spirit of Caterham. He is 9th ahead of Harry Landy, who rounds out the top 10. Ryan Lovett in 11th. Ben Lopez Appleton recovered to P12 after his off on the first lap coming out of church. Chris Fraser and Wesley Payne in 13th and 14th respectively. Moving on to 15th position, it is the 55 car Harry Eyre. He is joined by Bianchi in the number 92 in 16th position. 17th place for the recovering Taylor O'Flanagan after his late off. His late coming together with Dominic Mansperger. 18th place for Metcalf in the 16. The 8 of Cresswell in 19th place. And Hall in the 98, rounding out the top 20.
Fantastic effort by this by the whole grid there, as we see them just filing into that pit lane, and they'll be heading down to Parc Fermé. And hopefully we've got Sam down in Parc Fermé, so let's get ready for her to be able to talk to our drivers.
Wow, what an amazingly eventful race that was. Shame for Johnny Jarrett, who spun, and Taylor, Dominic, but very happy for Jack Sales to be coming from 16th on the grid to second place. What an achievement that is. But let's go through and speak to Tom Willis in first place. Before he walks away from me, Tom, congratulations, third to first, and that's fantastic.
Spun off on the formation lap, so didn't start well. Went back to 16, managed to get back to the third for the start, and then built a lead, and then made a mistake into the chicane, and then everyone caught me, and so good to win.
How tough was it?
Tough. A bit of respite at the end with the yellow flags and the chicane, so we didn't have to fight into there. But then had to think tactically for the last lap about where to take Jack, and managed to work it. So really chuffed.
Excellent, well done.
Thank you.
Right, let's move on to Jack. Jack, congratulations, 16th to second. I mean, after qualifying, I know you weren't very happy with qualifying, but did you think you'd get to second?
To be honest, I had no idea what was going to happen, because around here it's like mega tow. I just thought get a good start, try and keep it clean, try and do some nifty moves around the outside and take advantage of some toes and stuff, and it just sort of just about worked out. And then literally by the time I got to the front, there was a yellow flag at the last chicane for the rest of the race, which I think just calmed stuff down a huge amount. Because around here down the back straight, without it would be like absolute chaos. So chuffed to bits with that. I sort of as soon as I saw Thruxton on the calendar, I thought, it's not going to be a great round. And then I spent the whole week looking at the forecast, hoping it's going to rain. It's bright sunshine, typical. To come out with a second and be ahead of Lars is brilliant. So
hope for the championship.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Well, congratulations, Jack. Right, we're going to have a quick word with Lars now in third place. Lars, congratulations, podium position. The chicane took quite a lot of interest from everyone, didn't it? It was quite
a bit of carnage. Crazy race. Maybe some guys have to learn to drive a bit safer, but we will see.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, and congratulations. Right, we've now got some highlights. Recently we've had the Goodwood Festival of Speed, where we launched our Project V from Caterham, so have a look at that.
Good morning everybody, welcome to Caterham. Today marks a milestone in the evolution of the company.
What a track day car, and I keep
I need to get myself in a Caterham.
I raced Caterhams myself, so but this is an electric one, and this is something pretty important going forwards, isn't it?
A change of pace and a change of hardware up next then, as the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Tin Tops and Super Saloons are joined by the Welsh Racing Drivers Association for a 15-minute race, and Ian Waterhouse was down in the paddock earlier on to hear from some of the drivers that we'll see on track in a moment.
Right, welcome down to the assembly area, everybody. Yes, it is almost time for the Classic Modern Motorsport Super Saloons, Tin Tops and Welsh Sports and Saloons. It's a bit of a mouthful, but it's going to be full of action. Now, just behind me, we've got Alan Breck and his Ford Capri. Let's have a quick word of Alan, because I'm a little bit worried, Alan. You just had the bonnet up, and is everything all right with the car?
Yeah, it's all fine. Just the tick over was a bit. Tick over was a bit low. It was like blah, 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 blah.
So do that again. I'm trying to make more drama than actually was. I thought there was something wrong. I'm glad it's okay. Are you looking forward to this one here at Thruxton?
Yeah, I love it. Love Thruxton. It's a great place, isn't it?
It's going to be full of excitement, and of course, it's the fastest circuit in the UK. Is it a favourite of yours?
Absolutely, yeah. Whenever it comes up, we come here.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's a brilliant circuit.
I'm glad the car's all right, Alan, as well. Take care, mate. Thank you very much. We've got Mike Cook round here as well in one of the BMWs. Let's jump in as well. Ken Angle's here too. I wonder if we can just grab a quick word with... I hope we can actually chat if that's all right. Don't disappear, Mike. How are we feeling ahead of this one? You looking forward to it?
I am looking forward to it. It's my first race here. Look at that, I've got a telephone call from the wife already.
Yeah, it generally has. Julie's on the phone. You can answer it if you like.
No, we'll just kill that, I think.
Don't get in trouble with her, will you?
No. But we're of a similar time, so we'll have a little bit of fun together. Some of these other guys, they're just going to be ridiculous, and we're just going to have to keep out the way of them.
Don't worry about them. You two go out and enjoy it, all right? That's the plan.
Exactly, that is the plan. So we're going to... The first race, the rest of it was qualifying.
Yeah.
So, have you raced here before?
Have you raced here before?
I've done 3 laps here about 5 years ago. Yeah, in qualifying, that's it. So, no, that's why I've come. I'm on my farewell tour, it's my last season.
Oh, no.
So I've been doing it 20 years. You can't keep doing it forever. Let the younger people with more money have a go. That's why I just come to see this young man and say, can we have a play? Because I've got no one else to play with. We've got similar lap times, so hopefully we can do a bit of dicing.
Well, I tell everybody watching on the stream, and thanks guys, thank you so much. Keep an eye out for these two. This is going to be an absolute cracker. Time to get racing for the Classic Modern Motorsport Club Race 1. Over to you in the studio.
Exciting cars about to take to the circuit then. It will be Nigel Mustill on pole position for this CMMC WRDA combined grid. The Volvo S60 with a 7-litre V8 in the middle. Very, very exciting racing car. He's alongside the number 28, Tommy Field, in his Ford Escort RSR. Row 2 of the grid is the Chevy LS3 of Chris Everill. The 169 alongside Ian Hall in the number 17 car. That is a mighty Rover V8 powered Darien T98 GTR. Ronan Bradley on row 3 in his BMW E36, always one to watch, alongside Rod Burley in the legendary Ford Escort WRC. Marcus Binknell on row 4 of the grid in his Ford Taurus Ascar and Joey Logano Penske colours, alongside Dave Cowan in his BMW E46 M3. Wayne Spiller in the Mazda RX-8 alongside Chris Bassett in the Peugeot 306 GTI. He's always quick off the line at the start of these races. Craig Attard in the 56 alongside Jack Whitehead in the number 3 car. Alex Sidwell in his massive Holden VF Commodore. That is an ex-Australian V8 supercar on row 7 of the grid, alongside Mark Williams in his ex-Renault Clio Cup number 180 car. Martin Scott in his Volkswagen Golf GTI Mark 5 is alongside Alan Breck in the number 26 Jägermeister coloured massive V8 Capri. That car, fabulous machine. Mike Cook in the BMW 330 alongside Kenneth Angel in the 37. Luke Bennett in his Eurocar V8. That's a Mercedes C-Class body. Alex Baldwin alongside him. As you can see, they're about to go out on a rolling formation lap, so we've got a little bit of time to tell you about row 11 of the grid. Verity Banks in the 53 Ford Focus alongside the Holden Commodore VN of Andy Woods-Dean. I'm just looking to the back of the grid to see if Andy Woods-Dean is in fact out there. I don't see his car there. Sadly, I also don't see the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 car. The formation lap starts now, and we will have 15 minutes of racing from the rolling start in 1 lap's time. As the cars head out onto the circuit, you can see the sheer variety. I did hear some talk that potentially Keith Butcher was taking the start. We saw him in assembly area, but I'm yet to see Butcher's car out there, the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 that was also set to race with us this weekend. It would be a crying shame if Butcher in the 36 car doesn't take the start. We hope that he can join from the pit lane or something of that nature in the 5.2 litre V10. For my money, this is one of the most varied grids of big saloon cars and GT cars that we've seen in recent times. You've got an ASCAR, an ex-Rockingham Oval racer, in the hands of Marcus Binknell. You've got the WRC Ford Escort in the hands of Rod Burley, one of the most victorious racing cars in the United Kingdom. Nigel Mustel in his 7-litre V8 powered Volvo S60 mid-mounted engine. Obviously the Bathurst Alex Sidwell Holden VF Commodore, the red and grey car that you can see there alongside the Renault Clio, the 180 car. Sidwell, a serial collector. I think he's up to 8 Holden Commodore V8 supercars here in this country. That is just one of them, the incredible VF. Ian Hall, he is a dark horse in this race as well. Keep an eye on Ian Hall in the Darien T98 GTR. I have seen him perform magic tricks in that low-slung red mid-engine car in years gone by. But what a study in contrast, the first 2 rows of the grid. Nigel Mustel in his 7-litre Volvo Silhouette. Tommy Field in his Ford Escort RSR, which is effectively a radical-engined prototype with an Escort body on it. Chris Everill in his Chevrolet LS3-powered Ginetta G55. And then it's Ian Hall in the Darien T98 GTR. And it is only more mouth-watering as you go further down the grid. I can tell you that the directors, the cameramen and everyone involved is excited about this race, as are the spectators here around the Thruxton circuit. It is thousands upon thousands of brake horsepower that's about to take the start here in this 15-minute race. It will be a 2x2 rolling start, Le Mans style race start here, and it is over 1,000 horsepower, probably just on that front row alone, with the big 600-ish brake horsepower 7-litre Chevy V8 in Nigel Mustel's Volvo alongside the Escort RSR. It should be a battle of power versus poise at the front of the order. Mustel's car has good aerodynamics. It's got a nice wide track. It is quick in the corners, but it really excels in a straight line. The Escort RSR is more nimble and lighter, should be quicker in the corners. However, there are a lot of flat-out sections around this Thruxton circuit. This could go any of many ways, this race. 15 minutes in length, the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club, joined by the Welsh Racing Drivers Association for 15 minutes of racing, which begins right now. We go racing, and it is the number 39 car with the inside line into the first corner, the little Peugeot 306 trying to make headway earlier on. Chris Bassett in the 333 car trying to go around the outside. That didn't quite work for him, but it did work for Tommy Field in the 28 car. Tommy Field it is that leads the way from Nigel Mustel in second place. Mustel looks like he's struggling to get the car heated up in the early stages, because around the outside has gone Chris Everill in the 169. Everill up to second place, fourth place still for the little Darien. Fifth place for Ronan Bradley, then it's Rod Burley in sixth position. There's Alex Sidwell's Holden Commodore VF, still outside the top 10 in the early stages of this race. V8 Thunder, V6 power, turbos naturally aspirated, even rotary engines, just about every engine you can imagine taking to Thruxton in unison. But it is the Ford Escort RSR that leads the way. The Escort RSR, our race leader, a fabulous machine in the hands of Field, the 28. But here comes Nigel Mustel. He's starting to build the pace once again now. That car is known to be just as quick as a GT3 in the right hands, and Nigel Mustel in the big Volvo trying to go around the outside here of Chris Everill. Chris Everill, hugely experienced racer, has competed in Ginettas for well over a decade, but it's never any normal Ginetta with him. He always beefs it up, makes it more powerful and more exciting. He has, however, been demoted to third place. Nigel Mustel getting through into second, and that's because Everill has a problem. Everill in the 169 car slowing through Allard Curve. The 169 Ginetta, after just one lap of racing, appears to have a problem. It is Ronan Bradley leading the way in the CMMC element of this race. He's just ahead of Rod Burley. There's the incredible Ford Taurus ASCAR with some Mustang stickers on it to bring it closer to the current modern NASCAR look. Everill in the background in the 169 car has come to a halt just in front of the hangars here at Thruxton. Everill, who was running third at the line, unfortunately out of the race. The big question from here is, what can Nigel Mustel do about Tommy Field? It was very close between the two of them in qualifying. 8/10 in favour of Mustel in qualifying. Can he do that though across 15 minutes of racing? That is a big question. Field in the 28 car was 1.7 seconds clear of the leader last time by. I can tell you it's definitely less than that as the big 7-litre V8 comes charging out of the final corner past my commentary position. What's the gap this time? In fact, Mustel's slow there through the last couple of corners, lost a bit of time to Field. The gap then has gone out to 2.1 seconds. Nigel Mustel in the Volvo 8S60, that car with its origins in Belgian touring car racing, where realistically you can put a silhouette on just about any engine and chassis combination and go for it. Also competed in the Dutch Supercar Challenge before falling into the hands of Nigel Mustel, who has campaigned it fairly regularly over the last couple of years here in the UK, at Castle Combe, around the country as well. But the fastest lap of the race so far is with your race leader, that is Field in the 28 car, who is building an advantage. You see there further back in the pack a couple of Volkswagen Golfs going at it as the Escort dances over the bumps going through Goodwood and Village Curve. Here comes the Darien as well of Hall in third position as the top two surge away. I reckon that Nigel Mustel may be closing in on Field once again. There isn't much between them in a straight line. That Escort is rather deceptive because it is very powerful in its own right. It's a V8 engine two Hayabusa motorcycle engines converge to make the V8 in that Ford Escort RSR, so it has some good legs, not quite as powerful as Nigel Mustle. There is the third car in the hands of Ian Hall. The Darien T98 GTR comes surging past our commentary box. Up into fourth place has gone the 44 of Rod Burley as well. So Rod Burley in the Escort is in fourth, and it's a V8 clash of the Titans further back in the pack as well. It's Sidwell versus Bicknell, NASCAR versus V8 Supercars further back in the pack. That is a battle for, let's just check up on that. I believe it's outside the top 10 potentially. No, it's 8th and 9th. Sidwell in 8th and Bicknell down to P9. The V8 Supercar gets past the NASCAR style stock car for 8th position. Sidwell, I don't think he quite wound up the taps in qualifying. Meanwhile, Bradley in the 78 car has gotten back past Rod Burley for 4th overall. That is also the lead battle within the CMMC tin tops. So the 44 and the 78 car, 4th and 5th place, they are really scrapping. The Escort WRC should be quicker around the back section of the circuit. We'll keep an eye on that. Here comes Nigel Mustle once again closing in on field. The 28 versus the 39. Has Mustle got better brakes? I suspect he does. Can he get the inside line into club? Yes, he can. It's the lead for Nigel Mustle in the 39 Volvo S60 V8. For the first time in the race, the pole sitter is back in the lead. 9 minutes and 28 seconds left to go, and it is going to be a real scrap now between these two. Field in the 28 running in second position. Let's see if Tommy Field can try and come back. Just keeping an eye out of my commentary box as well, I can tell you that still in 4th place is Ronan Bradley in the 78. So Rod Burley didn't manage to claim 4th position back on that lap. Meanwhile, with 9 minutes left to go, it is still very exciting further back as well. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, all very much in a queue as well. Here you see one of the Tin Tops cars. There are 3 categories at play here. There's the Welsh Racing Driver Association, there is the CMMC Super Saloons and the CMMC Tin Tops. I believe the leader in the Tin Tops is the little Peugeot 306 GTI in 7th place overall in the hands of Chris Bassett. Very impressive, giant killing car, Chris Bassett's Peugeot 306, consistently giant killing as well in the CMMC series. But as soon as I start talking about the car, it's slowing coming out of Seagrave. The 333 Peugeot 306 was slowing as we cut away there. Mustle it is that leads the way though from Field in second place. That gap is growing between the top two, but we saw there the 333 car undoubtedly slowing down. Unfortunately for Chris Bassett in the 333, it looks like his race may be coming to an early end. Meanwhile, the battle for 3rd and 4th place is starting to close up as well. Hall in the 17 car, the Darien T98 car number 17 is being closed in by Ronan Bradley in 4th place. They're coming towards the Cobb Campbell section of the circuit, the first braking zone of the circuit right now, as we have a bit of a V8 scrap here as the 126 car of Bennett's comes surging through. That is the Eurocar V8 Mercedes C-Class body shape on Luke Bennett's 126 car, surges past the Ford Capri. Those two out of the same stable, as a matter of fact. The 126 and the 26, you might be able to tell by the similar liveries. The number 17 of Hall in 3rd position, though, very firmly being closed in on by Bradley and Burley. Last time through, it was a 131.7 for the 17 car of Ian Hall in 3rd place overall. However, he is being closed in on by both Bradley and Rod Burley. We also saw the Peugeot 306 was still running, so Bassett was slow for a little while. It looks as though he's back up to speed. I wonder if maybe he missed a gear or something of that nature, but for a little while, certainly the 333 Peugeot 306 was slowing. Here is your 4th place car in the hands of Ronan Bradley. Where's Rod Burley? Rod Burley has lost a position there, so Rod Burley has dropped down to 6th place. Now let's keep an eye on him, because I think he might be pitward, because he is slowing. I understand that Rod Burley is carrying something of a tendon injury coming into this weekend as well, so he's expecting to be a little bit off the pace, but I don't think that's man problems. I think that's car problems for Rod Burley in the 44, and sure enough, he falls to the pit lane. The number 44 car of Rod Burley is into the pits with 5 minutes and 55 seconds left to go. That means that Hall is under a bit less pressure in this 17 Darien. However, Ronan Bradley is still not far behind. The gap was 3.5 seconds. Two very different cars. This car, Rover V8 powered Darien T98, up against the much more standard and much closer to road car spec BMW E36 of Ronan Bradley. Of course, the Darien is a Thunder Saloon, well, not a Thunder Saloon, but a special build. It's a bespoke silhouette race car rather than a car built from a road-going machine. So it is a purebred racer in the hands of Ian Hall. Looks for the moment as if Hall has control over Ronan Bradley, but can Bradley close in before the end of the race? We'll have to wait and see. Here is an interesting scrap then between the big V8 Capri, the number 26 car. Oh, Rod Burley heading back out onto the circuit. So Rod Burley in the Escort does head back out on track, but he joins the race well outside the top 20, I believe. In fact, no, he joins the race in 17th position, to be exact. So Rod Burley slow. There is Alex Sidwell once again in the 340 Holden. He is running in 7th position overall, just ahead of Bicknell in the number 22. So again, it's NASCAR, or ASCAR I should say, versus V8 Supercars as they come across the line. They've lost out on that lap to Whitehead in the number 3 BMW M3, running second in Class C as well. Our overall race leader in Class 5, the big guns class of the WRDA, is Nigel Mustill. He should just be coming through shot in a moment, our race leader, but we cut away to look further back to Rod Burley. Is Burley's car running up to speed? I somehow don't think so. He should be driving away really from that M3, which he is now doing. So let's see if that car continues on or not. Either way, for Rod Burley, this isn't the race that he would have liked to have. Burley through the chicane. There's the number 19 car of Cowan in 5th position. So Cowan 5th overall and leading in his class, which is Class C, ahead of the BMW of Whitehead. Burley still slow by his standards, but at least continuing to circulate, albeit one lap down. 3 minutes and 12 seconds left to go, and Mustill's gap in the lead of the race is 2.6 seconds. Again, they're all in different classes towards the sharp end of the order. However, I'm pretty sure they don't care about that. They're fighting for their positions. Just to update you, 3rd overall is now in the hands of Ronan Bradley. So rather as anticipated, Ian Hall has lost out on his overall podium. Hall is demoted to 4th position as our race leader comes out of the final chicane. He should be starting perhaps not his penultimate lap. It will be touch and go with 2 minutes and 36 seconds left on the clock. It should be his penultimate lap this time by. There goes Mustill in the 39 car race leader then. The gap between himself and Field in second is just 3.3 seconds. So if Mustill does make a small error, then he could still lose out to Field, Tommy Field in the 28. Of course, they're dealing with lap traffic, a very wide breadth of racing cars and specifications around this circuit. There is the fire-spitting 28 car of Field in P2. Ronan Bradley is some 40 plus seconds back in 3rd place overall. In fact, he's just coming past my commentary position at the club chicane as the top two fire around the back end of the circuit, and unfortunately in 4th place I think Hall is slowing down because he's now being followed by Cowan as they come past my commentary position. Just coming across the start line now is a great battle for 4th place overall as Ian Hall is starting to get closed in on by Cowan in the 19 car. There is the 19. Graphics say he's in the pits, but we can see that's not the case because he's still circulating around the circuit in the red BMW M3 or E46. Two very different red cars then. The 17 in the hands of Ian Hall, the V8 powered Darien up against Cowan in the 19 car. Rod Burley being lapped by those two, his car uncharacteristically slow at the moment. Here's our race leader, who has started what will be the final lap of the race. Nigel Mustill heading towards the Campbell complex. Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. 3 apexes easily taken by the big Volvo S60 V8. The Wessex Vehicle Repairs entry. Over the years, Mustill has raced everything from a Nissan Skyline GTR R34, resplendent in Falcon colours, next Nürburgring 24-hour car. He actually raced it right here at Thruxton. Lamborghini Gallardo GT3 machinery. Riley track day cars, basically a Daytona prototype. The amazing Aquila CR1 Chevy V8 powered prototype. And now this, the Volvo S60. And believe me, I was only grazing the surface of the cars that he's run over the last 20 years or so. All started in a little Ford Escort, and he's going to beat a little Ford Escort, albeit a very powerful one, to claim the overall win in this race, as well as Class 5 honours in the Welsh Racing Driver Association element of this race. It is Nigel Mustill in the number 39 Liqui-Moly backed Volvo S60 7-litre V8, thunders across the line to take the win. Second place will go to Tommy Field. He is a guest class entry. He will take the second place trophy. And now it's a long wait for third place. We can, however, call some of the other cars across the line. There is the number 56 Attard driven Mazda RX-8 and one of the little Renault Clios in the hands of Mark Williams, actually, as a matter of fact, the prompt transport Renault Clio. He's across the line to take a place just outside at the top 10, 12th position for Williams in the Clio. The 333 car comes past my commentary position as well. Bassett will take a class win in spite of his car slowing up towards the end of the race. His little Peugeot 306. Here's the third place car overall. Ronan Bradley will claim third position overall and also take a Class B victory in the CMMC Super Saloons. Across the line in fourth place will come Ian Hall. He's managed to hold off Cowan in the BMW M3. There's the fourth and fifth place cars overall across the line now. Whitehead in the number 3 BMW E46 is expected across the line next. Nigel Mustill hasn't got the memo that he's taken the checkered flag, but he has, so we'll take it a second time. Just behind him, taking 7th overall and winning in the battle of V8 touring cars, Alex Sidwell for Australia, beating Marcus Bicknell for America, and also 1-0 Holden versus Ford, if you're into that kind of thing. Sidwell taking 7th overall and a class win there as well, ahead of Bicknell in the number 22 Ford Taurus Ascar. Spiller in the number 96 Mazda RX-8. He finished 9th place ahead of the Mercedes C-Class styled Eurocar V8, rounding out our top 10. A great result then for the Heron Workwear team in the Eurocar V8. Let's take a look then at the results of the CMMC race. Nigel Mustill claiming a win. He's actually entered into the Welsh Racing Driver Association element of the race. He claims a win in his 7-litre Volvo S60. The Ford Escort RSR of Tommy Field in second, ahead of Ronan Bradley, Ian Hall and Dave Cowan, your top 5. Jack Whitehead, Alex Sidwell and Marcus Bicknell 6th, 7th and 8th. Wayne Spiller and Luke Bennett the top 10 we've already covered. Craig Attard in his Mazda RX-8 in 11th place, ahead of Mark Williams in the Renault Clio Cup car. Alan Breck in his mighty V8 powered Capri taking 13th place. Chris Bassett in the Peugeot 306 rounding out the top 14 overall, and also winning within the Tin Tops element of the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club. We will now head down to Parc Fermé, where I believe Ian Waterhouse is about to be joined by some very, very loud race cars and their drivers.
Yeah, welcome down to Parc Fermé, everybody. Now, you remember when you were a kid and you just collected toy cars and you just put them in any random order and just had them put on a road? Well, it's basically what we've got here, isn't it? So we've got Tommy here. I'm actually not too sure where Nigel's gone. Hopefully he'll be coming home very soon. But what a cracking race we saw. We're going to grab Tommy very, very shortly. I did make the mistake actually of patting him on the back. He's a little bit sweaty after this one. Just trying to see who else we've got about, who we can have a quick word with. I'm not actually too sure what's happened to our race winner. So let's go jump over here with the 96 and have a very
quick word and just find out what it was like out there. How was it?
Fantastic.
Was it? It's such a nice mix of cars, isn't it? It's so nice to see. Being right in the heart of it, it must be a bit of a dream.
Yeah, it is a dream. I don't think I'm in first, second or third.
No, you're not, but we wanted to come talk because I don't know what's happened to our race when it completely disappeared, but we thought we'd pop over and say hello.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck for, they've got another race coming up a little bit later as well. I think we can probably go grab Tommy now. He came in second place. Let's go have a word with him. Sorry, Tom, I'm going to have a chat now. I touched you on the back before, didn't I? And you said it was a little bit hot in there because you sat right by the exhaust.
Right there, look. Yeah, it's a bit warm.
No, you got a lightning start, didn't you? Just unable to keep that Volvo behind there.
Yeah, basically we've struggled since as I say, Stuart's only just bought the car. It's given me the privilege to drive the car this weekend. I haven't been here since 2016, so it's a new car for us for the new circuit, and we're struggling. We've done a few changes after qualifying and got the front end to work quite well. Yeah. But we're just after 3 or 4 laps, it's just pushing and pushing and pushing. And once it goes, especially with a track of this nature with the speed, you're knackered, really.
Is there anything you can do in race?
We're gonna try. There's a couple of things we can do. Obviously, as I say, because it's a new car that Stuart's only just purchased, there's things that you'd like to do that at the moment you can't because there's big changes. But whatever we can do with what we've got, we'll do for sure.
Fantastic, Tommy. Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us, mate. Really appreciate it. Let's keep moving down. We do have Ronan Bradley. He finished in 3rd place, so we will see if we can grab a word of him. Still no sign of our race winner. That's a real shame, isn't it? So we did see Rod Burley come in to the pits a little bit earlier too. Just a note on him, he's actually done his knee in, so he's really struggling. He did say to me a little bit earlier he's going to try and get the class win. He's won about 728 races in his career. Oh my word. We've got Marcus Bicknell here as well in the NASCAR. I wonder if, in fact, let's go grab Rod Burley very quickly. Hopefully we've still got time. In fact, we've got Dave. Let's grab Dave Cohen very quickly. Dave, I promise you I'd come get you. You're right, your face is as red as your car right now.
It would be, yeah. I did tell you that.
Now, you actually work for Caterham, don't you? But you're here racing with the Classic Water Motorsport Club. How did that come about?
I started racing with them when it was the QMN, I think it was, like 6 or 7 years ago. So yeah, just keep coming back, and then obviously tied in nicely with work, so they were kind enough to give me the day off today. So
day off today, but I understand you actually have to work tomorrow,
yeah, and probably tonight as well.
In fact, in between races as well. Thanks for talking to us. Let's go and get Ronan, if we can just grab a quick word. I think we've still got time. I don't think the Caterhams have gone just yet. Very quickly, if we can grab Ronan very quickly just before you disappear and everybody's got to get off on the Caterhams. Go. How was it out there?
Fantastic.
Yeah. Oh, you're going to say something else?
No, not this time. Previously, maybe. No, over the moon. And thank you for your luck earlier, because you said I'll see him on the podium.
I did say that, and you said. I think you said no.
I did say no. I did not dream in the world today with some of these big powered cars that we would the BM would bring it to them. But the front two were gone. I had a good battle at the start with Rod. I managed to knock him off out of the way a bit. Kept behind me. Managed to close Ian down and got past him, and just had to keep it on the black stuff to bring it home. So over the moon.
Well, as I'm responsible for this, I better go on the podium for you then.
Thank you very much.
Right, so Caterham's heading out on track. Let's hand over to commentator, take you through the action.
Great to hear there from Ronan Bradley, his brother Damien, running an incredible Subaru Legacy on the hill climb circuit. He's knocked many an overall lap record down in the process. We switch focus then to the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship, where it will be Ben Timmons on pole position alongside Lionel Tolmash in the number 22 car, Tony Jenner in the number 5 alongside Robert Lowe in the 44, Toby Ballard in the 72 alongside Henry Littlejohn in his 87, Rob Kennelly and Edward Cozzi on row 4, Craig Boyle and Harvey Lawrence on row 5. We'll move on to row 6 of the grid, where we find Zach Lower and Daniel Hope, 33 and 99. Ryan Wilby in the 88 alongside Nick Bryant in the 28. That's row 7. Row 8, Darren Butler and Alistair Davidson. Row 9, Oliver Kibblewhite and Guy Crossman, 66 and 55. Graham Finlayson and Gary Cross completing row 10. Next up, row 11, Andrew Bailey in the 31, Mark Soden in the 60, and at the back of the grid on row 12, all by himself, Ian Bettis in the 18 car. So then, as we switch focus back to these cars. I'm delighted to say that once again I am joined by Chris, so thank you very much for coming back into the commentary box after a brief stretch and a shake-up. Chris Hutchinson is back with me. Caterham Roadsports then, kind of the next step up from the Academy.
Exactly that. This is last year's Academy groups all combined into one grid, and they strap on the new ZZS tyres, so gives them about 2 seconds a lap per lap quicker, and they also have a rear anti-roll bar. But other than that, looks very similar from the outside. Remember we said the Caterhams were leaning around earlier. You'll see these cars very much less leany as they go through, and they've got a bit more race experience under their belts. We've got a topsy-turvy grid for you. Ben Timmins again continues to be out front. He hasn't been off the podium. In fact, he's not been lower than second place this year, but a really great run of results. But it's Tony Jenner in third place. He comes into this 28th in the championship, and he's managed to put it in third place. Robert Lowe just behind him in fourth place. He comes into here in 20th in the championship. They have never been this high up the grid. It's great to see. But these guys all learning their stuff as they all line up on the grid.
And our championship top two sharing that front row as well. How has the racing been between these two so far?
So Lionel Tolmash has come good this year. He's definitely made a lot of progress, and he's one of the only other guys to win. So Lionel Tolmash and Ed Cosy are the only other two to win. We're missing, though, from here, Tom McEwing is not here. He's at a wedding, and therefore one of our championship sort of contenders is out of action. But Ben Timmins has been the man in that purple machine you can see on the left of your screen there. Lionel Tolmash, Ben Timmins has kind of been disappearing off, so it would be good if Lionel can actually hold on and keep with him for the duration of this race.
So the 22 car on the outside, the front row, one to watch. Lionel Tolmash in the 22. Tony Jenner in the number 5 car is in what's been the fancied position so far today. The central second row point on the inside of row number 2. Can he get the good start? We've seen the green flag wave. We're about to go racing for 20 minutes in the Caterham Roadsports. We are underway, and it's a very good start indeed from Tolmash on the outside of the front row. He holds on around the outside line as we continue on through Allard and towards the Campbell complex, but it is actually going to be our pole sitter that leads. Ben Timmins carries the momentum through Allard, locking up all around the field there. I think that was Tolmash really testing his tyres under braking. He remains in second place, but it is Timmins in the lead in the early going.
Yeah, Timmins got a clean start. He got a good sort of second phase of his launch, didn't he? As Tolmash definitely got off the line quicker, but then Ben Timmins was able to use Allard and the inside line to actually just stretch him a little bit shorter with a shorter version, or shorter length of track that he had to go by. As this 23 car Roadsport grid then flow off through this fast and dedicated back section, Ben Timmins already breaking a little gap over there, and it is just very much to see how long Tony Jenner in that number 5 can hang on. He's in 4th place at the moment. Rob Lowe's dropped a couple of positions off that start. As we saw in the 310s though, there's plenty of opportunity to move up. It's a very strong headwind as they come down here into the club chicane, and that's why we're seeing lots of tow.
Lots of tow. That's been the story so far on this run from Church to Club. They'll be hoping there are no yellow flag obstructions like we saw in the 310Rs at this section of the circuit. Lots of toing and throwing. One car on the grass heading towards Club chicane, just about keeps it in a straight line, and race leader going all sorts of sideways. I think that was Tolmash actually who got through into the race lead as the scrum of Caterham's works its way through Club.
Yeah, so we're talking about the tow in the 310. Well, they don't have a windscreen. The Roadsports do, so they've got even more air to push aside, and therefore the wall of air that they meet as they pull out behind the tow is going to be incredible. But it's Ballard currently leads, and he's coming up 4 places, so he came down from 5th on the grid.
Yeah, Toby Ballard. I thought it was Tolmash that was in the lead, but it was actually Toby Ballard up in the lead of the race. He's got Ben Timmins just behind him, though. In the number 8 car is going well off track. There is the number 88 car, very well held by Ryan Wilby there to just keep the car in a straight line. That was precarious.
He will be a bit worried, won't he, at the moment. He's back on the track. They managed to grab it all back as we see that Ballard battle. So Ballard, one of our top runners this year, but it's been Timmins in that purple machine, but he's got Tolmash down his inside now. 3 wide as we go through Church. That is not possible. One of them will have to capitulate, and it looks like it is going to be to Tolmash down the inside. So Timmins has to sit into second place, but second place is going to be great for him as they head into Club, as they're all bunching up as they come out of Church that time.
Yeah, on the offensive there, some of the drivers further back in the scrum. I think that was Cozzy in the number 3 trying to find his way through the situation as Timmins now goes to the lead briefly to the inside. There goes the 44 car, Robert Lowe. Lowe may have second place. Yes, he does have second place. Number 5 car behind him, Tony Jenner, up into P3. A bit of a gap between the top 5 or 6 and the rest of the field. In fact, no, I eat my words, because by the time they come out to club, the pack is unified again.
Ballard was in the lead a couple of corners ago. He now finds him going down to 5th place or thereabouts, and it's Rob Lowe is definitely holding on there, as is Jenner. So I was saying earlier, they come in here deep in the championship, not used to these high levels at the right at the front end, but they are absolutely holding their own. That is Cozzy in that number 3, one of the only other 2 men to have won other than Timmins, himself and Tolmarsh, and he is fighting away in that battle. And as the pack comes through, they're still all relatively nose to tail.
Very much the case. 16 minutes left to go, 20 minutes on the clock at the start of this race. We should get something like 13-14 laps in over the course of this race distance. In these road-going tyres, do you start to feel the fade on the left-hand side as you continue through this race? Because, of course, with so many right-handers, there's a lot of load going through the left tyres.
Yeah, you absolutely do. They're kind of slightly more road-focused than the Academy tyres that we run on previously in the last year's championship, as it were, for these guys. So they are getting a bit more grip, but they definitely do go off. These humid temperatures are definitely not good, and they do overheat. As we got 4 wide, someone looking to make it 5 wide as we come then down to the club. Surely that's not possible. It is. They're going to make it 5 wide as they come into the chicane. Someone's going to have to come out on top. It looks like it's Kennelly who's moved all the way past, and it's going to be Cozzy moving himself up into that 3rd place as well.
Amazing driving from Rob Kennelly, who started 7th on the grid. He's worked his way right up to the sharp end of this scrap. It is still Timmins in the lead from Lowe, then it's Kennelly, or it was at least, because Cozzy now drives up the inside for P3. The 3 car now up to 3rd place. It's side by side for 5th as well between Hope and Tolmash, who's really fallen down the order a little bit there. He's not quite got the momentum in the early stages.
Extremely brave to put that 5 wide into that chicane, and he came out with the momentum, and he absolutely nailed those brakes, didn't he? But it is that man Timmins out front. Lowe is absolutely gripping on though. He's hoping that Timmins can drag him free, and I think he'll be sitting there ready to do that. But Kennelly found himself in that 3rd place after that absolutely brilliant move going into the chicane, and Cozzy still there or thereabouts. Ryan will be recovering after his grassy moment, but he's got a bit of work to do.
Only in Caterham's do you see 5 wide approaching a chicane. Amazing racing as always out of the Caterham categories. The Roadsport putting on a masterclass at the moment. Side by side, Cozzy on the outside, and I think that might be Hope in the 99 who's got himself up into 3rd place there. The top 2, Timmins and Lowe, just breaking away a little bit from the rest of the pack for now. And there comes Cozzy. He's got the momentum out of Church. Everyone, though, once again bunching together because of the slipstream. I don't think we're quite going to get 5 wide this time, but we are going to have side by side for the lead as Robert Lowe goes to the outside of Ben Timmins. Timmins with the inside line holds the lead for now.
Just about for now though. It's Rob Lowe is not ready to give that one up as we've got someone cutting across. Is that one of our cars just cutting across the brick? That's Jenner. So they remember he was right at the front 3rd place, so he's now started to drift back through the field, but it's currently Cozzy still looking to see whether he can get past that Kennelly car, and Hope and Tolmarsh in their similarly liveried cars running together as well.
Amazing stuff then, as everyone from 3rd back seems to be fighting for just about every position within the top 15. Timmins and Lowe, 0.2 of a second between the 2 of them. They've got an interval just under 1.5 seconds between themselves and the chasing pack. We've already seen this weekend how quickly that can be eroded in these conditions. So interesting to see some of these cars running their road plates, some of them dating back as far as 2017. Probably been racing cars all their careers, starting off in the Academy quite potentially with the same driver even.
Do you know what? So they have to run number plates. It's one of the regulations. Yes. They must be road legal in this road sport car, so every one of them, they don't have to be legal number plates if you like, no. But they do have to run it, and they will all be cars from last year's Academy, so whether if they're running older sort of number plates, it might just be their personalised plates that they want to run. But nevertheless, as we see them heading down out here, we said before, you can actually drive these cars. Unbelievably, they can come here, race like this, drive them home if they want, and some of them do choose to do that as they head down into the club. Rob Lowe now is slightly ahead of Ben Timmins, but Ben Timmins is not willing to give that up. He is late on the brakes on the inside, as is is that Hope in the orange car there, who he has moved up then into that 3rd place, making good moves up.
8, 9 cars now in the lead pack as everyone else bounces over the curbs at the club chicane. I think that Toby Jenner did very well to not get collected in amongst that, but Jenner has lost a lot of positions. He's fallen well outside the top 10. Jenner, who at one point was fighting at the sharp end, Tony Jenner now down as far as 14th place from third on the grid, so he's really fallen back.
They are just a clump of cars as they come through these complexes here and at the club chicane as well. It's crazy to watch them all do it. They're having to use the runoff. I can't believe the marshals will be calling track limits. There's nowhere else for them to go. They are one clump of cars as they come through here. They seem to sort of get themselves all in a row as they come out through the back fast section of this track before they all get clumped up again once more as they come into that strong headwind down the back straight.
My advice on that, don't give the marshals any ideas. You might be reminded that they can call them in if we're not careful. Ben Timmons is our race leader from Robert Lowe. They're still there in the top 2. They've now got a car length or 2. They were pretty much just swallowed back into the pack at the start of this lap, and they will be closed in upon by the side-by-side battle for third place. Who's that back up into P3? Is that Tomash? No, it's not, is it? It's Hope in the 99.
Yeah, it's Hope in that orangey coloured car. So Rob Lowe in that second place. His wife Isla did the Academy last year. His turn this year is in the Road Sport, and he really does hold this Road Sport grid together. Timmons is trying now to hold him around the outside. Doesn't matter where Rob Lowe goes, he was trying to defend it, but he has now made the lead of that race just as the pack all closes up behind him. So we've got this second pack coming through as well. They all nose to tail. Harvey Lawrence there, one of our championship contenders, fighting his way through in the sort of turquoise and white cars as it's just amazing to see all these cars flash through, all sort of trying to be on the same piece of tarmac all at the same time.
Yeah, 2, 3 wide, not at all an unfamiliar sight in this pack. The cars stream up through Allard and towards Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave once again. There's the number 93 car of Craig Boyle. Boyle up in 7th place, having started on the 5th row of the grid, has made up a couple of places. There's the leaders though. Lowe under attack once again from Timmons, who's trying to go around the outside at Noble. That's bold. That of course becomes the inside for Goodwood the next corner though. So let's see if it pays off for him. Will they be side by side as they come out of our view? Once again to Goodwood. It is the 44 car of Lowe that still leads the way, but of course Timmons is now going to get the opportunity to get the run out of Church. Well, I was going to say he was going to wait, but nope, he dives to the inside at Church. Timmons doesn't like this whole running in second thing, does he?
He is anti-running in second place entirely. I mean, I guess if you can see how tight the battle is behind, you might be thinking if there's a safety car, I want to be out front at this point. But there's going to go 4, 5 wide again as they all come down to club. Who's going to come out front this time? Lowe's in the middle. Got Ballard on the outside. We've got Boyle coming through from about 7th place, trying to take the lead, and it's one of the 22 has just lost the back end and he's spun out.
Tolamash, I should say, from the front row of the grid in a spin. He falls out of the lead pack then. He'll be down in, I believe, 8th place as a result of that, but it is Boyle the leader. Boyle, who I just referenced being in 7th place coming out of Seagrave, is now the race leader, getting all the momentum in the world. We get a replay of something here, not quite sure what we're looking at, but returning to live pictures, this is the replay of Tolmash just getting the rear end lost. There was a little bit of contact just before we came into that replay, which I think unsettled the car initially.
He was also out wide and carrying too much speed into that chicane. I think a lot of them were, but he just on the dust didn't let the rear tyres settle down, and unfortunately that was it. It spun around. It's not an uncommon thing to happen here, but Boyle 7th through to 1st place, so that's twice we've seen that. It wasn't a freak incident, they've done it twice. That headwind is really meaning that speed, that what we said was 8 to 10 miles an hour difference, but Boyle has got that fastest lap as well, 1 minute 30.02.
Very good lap then, knocking on the doors of 129's. Boyle with the boost of the slipstream, putting in quick laps here. It's Timmons once again to the lead in his campaign against ever being anywhere other than 1st place. He has these a huge gaggle of cars behind him, but who's that alongside? That looks to me, who is that?
Ballard's on the outside. We've got Hope on the outside of him, and coming down the inside is Kennelly as well. So there's lots of people there all driving through, so all coming together as they go to the chicane. Very few of them are taking to the grey bit of the tarmac, but they haven't really got anywhere else to go. So we watch this second battle pack come. Rob Lowe, who was in the lead a couple of laps ago, 7th place now.
And Boyle, who was 1st the previous lap, 7th the lap before that, he was down to 6th place again last time across the line. We saw him getting into it with Lowe at the club chicane that time by. So highs and lows of the Caterham Roadsport Championship evident there in that battle for 6th and 7th. And Timmins, well, he's not going to be happy. He's not first, he's not second, he's not even third. He's down to 4th place in the pack at the moment, but I believe it is still Ballard, our race leader, in the 72.
Well, if you ever fancy asking me the question, what would a driver be thinking at this point and how would they control this, I haven't got an answer for you, I'm afraid. There is no controlling this. It's just going to be about making sure you position yourself as far forward as you can and then hope for the best that everything comes your way. But it's Ballard's got sprung a bit of a gap after that battling last time through, and his hope now dropped behind Kennelly, who's making a late move, isn't he? As Timmins tries to come back at them all through the middle, with Boyle and Lowe still kind of in the mix, and Switch gets a bit of grass and mud on the inside of Church there. That's absolutely flat out in these cars, and now it's Timmins looking to the inside. Can he make it back past?
Kennelly then in the 14 car, getting swallowed up by everybody with the slipstream. Ballard just a little bit separate from them as they approach the club chicane. It's second place now by the looks of it for the number 8 of Ben Timmins. He comes through right behind Ballard as they have 6 minutes left to go. There's still another 4 laps or so of racing left to run. And it's bubbling up and bubbling up, isn't it, each and every time they get braver and bolder as to how close they run together.
Yeah, they've got to keep in mind that there's only so much they can push that, and there's 7 cars trying to go for a very small bit of tarmac. Make sure they keep that in mind as they come into the final 5 minutes of this race. Then Timmins has made it all the way from 4th back to the lead by the time we get to the complex this time through. It's that Ballard in 2nd place, Boyle there or thereabouts in that 3rd place. Cozzy's made his way back up through here, and Hope and Lowe have both dropped bay. Ryan will be coming back through as well. He might join this lead group by the end of this race.
Quite possibly so. Ben Timmins, though, registered as the leader. He got such a good run up against Ballard that he did actually cross the line in the race lead last time by. So Timmins returns to his favourite position of all. There he is in the number 8 car, leading the way. Back up to 3rd place has gone Boyle as well. So Craig Boyle from 9th on the grid has briefly led the race, dropped himself back down to 6th or 7th, and is now returning, surging to 3rd, and he's got a tow from both Ballard and Timmins as they run down to club.
Well, Kennelly and Cozzy are probably the only 2 that haven't led this race so far. Let's see what they can do this time as they come down to the chicane. Only 4 wide this time, so they can use a bit of contact. Cozzy, and then we've got more contact as spinning. Number 14 is just about manages to avoid everyone. Still a car backwards as he heads in. That's Low backwards into the chicane. Everyone else has managed to sort themselves out, but there's Boyle followed by Ballard. So most cars, I think, back in the row, I told you they had to be careful about not pushing those limits, and this time they made contact.
Rob Kennelly with issues in the 14 car after being involved with that contact. I think he might go back into the pit. We get a replay then of what happened here. It was 4 if not 5 wide, and Kennelly got sideswiped by Simmons as they all collectively ran out of space. Very good job avoiding there from the 44 of Lowe. He went backwards very neatly. Jay turned the car back into the right direction, but they just ran out of space there, didn't they?
Yeah, it looked like Kennelly maybe wasn't aware that Timmins was on his inside, and Timmins got absolutely clobbered. He's come across the line in 5th, but his car took a big hit then. And you remember, he's not been off 2nd place of this throughout the race. As we watch the number 31 there going through our field a little bit further back down the field. But yeah, Timmins, I'd be worried that his car's maybe got a bit of damage.
Yes, that was a heavy hit to the rear axle, wasn't it? We saw the bodywork flying. I wouldn't mind betting that it's not quite towing straight and true at this point. Cozzy in the number 3, right behind the 93 of Boyle. Your leader is the 72 car. Ballard in the 72 is your leader. There's the 14 into the pits. As we suggested, Kennelly comes out of the car, but we need to go back to the pictures for the lead, as it's almost 4 wide there. To the outside has gone Boyle once again, but here comes Timmins surging through to his lead position. He asserts himself once again in the purple and yellow car. 2nd place for Cozzy, 3rd place for Boyle as he squeezes out Ballard.
Timmins has an absolutely flattened exhaust where he got contacted. He's going slow there out as he pulls out. You can see on the right hand side, if we get a chance to see the right side of the car, his exhaust is absolutely flat. That's going to be costing him performance, although it doesn't look like it's costing him too much time out there at the moment as he continues to lead this race.
He'll be whacking the side of the exhaust trying to get it back into position. Not quite, but you can see that dent. Of course, extremely hot, that exhaust. You can feel the heat exuding from your right hand side in the cockpit of these Caterhams. Timmins is your race leader. Cozzy just behind. Brake earlier, says the rear number plate on that car. quite like that message.
He's had a few incidents over the years where people have knocked his rear panel, so I think that's a little message to the people following. But Timmins continues to run, but Cozzy hasn't led this race yet. Is he going to be leading at exactly the right time? He's in the prime position now as they head down here through the back. So Boyle's got that absolutely incredible run just as this headwind starts hitting them as they come down here, hits that windscreen, hits the front of this car, and then we got everyone with Ballard coming back through as well. Hope everyone is still involved in this. 2 minutes to go.
So we should be starting at the penultimate lap this time by, I believe. It will be quite close, actually. We'll wait and see when they come across the line, but the lead pack once again fans out towards Club Chicane, rather more sedate than it has been on previous laps. I touch wood as I say that, and it is Cozzy who's going to have the lead, or is it? No, because Boyle just a nose ahead later on the brakes, carries the speed around the outside on the first element of the Club Chicane. He will lead as they should actually start the last lap this time by.
And Ryan Wilby has found himself up into 4th place after his grassy moment earlier on. He is now forwards right back. Timmins out wide and he's onto the grass. Is he going to be able to hold on to it? He is. He's going to lose momentum. Hope has to go around him. Ballard has to go around him as they head back up here. That was not the right time to miss Allard. It's quite an unusual corner. It's just about flat out, and there's a little bit of a lock up there from Boyle as well, but it looks like Boyle and Cozzy in front, with Wilby now into second.
Will be up to P2. He started 13th on the grid on the 7th row of the field. He silently surged his way forth into this lead battle, and it is the leader of the race, Boyle, in the 93, the fastest lap holder. He leads the way. He got that fastest lap because of the slipstream. He went from 7th to 1st in one fell swoop from Church up to Club. With 38 seconds left on the clock, we should just about see the checkered flag this time by. It's going to be a close run thing. I believe this will be the last lap of the race. Boyle, though, he's benefited from the slipstream before. Will he now lose out to the slipstream at the very final hurdle?
Is it enough? There's a gap there. Can Ryan do anything about it? Can Wilby catch that gap? It's going to be ever so close. I think I did see the last lap board, so it will be the last lap as Timmins comes 3 wide in that following pack, but it looks like he's not going to get on the podium this time.
There was yellow flags out on the approach to Club as well because of some bodywork down as well. And a big sideways moment there for one of our cars in the pack. I believe that was Ballard in the 72, the 22 Tollerman in a spin, in contact there with Hope in the 99. But none of that affects our winner. It is Craig Boyle from 9th on the grid. He takes the victory. Everyone gathers themselves up from that moment at Club and will take the finish, but finishing much further down. Edward Cozzy taking 2nd place. And I'd say drive of the race there from Ryan Wilby. He takes a podium from 13th on the grid in the 88 car.
Yeah, it was Tolmarsh caught up with Hope, wasn't it, in the spin there at the end. It was all getting very frantic, but they did spin out. But Boyle managed to sail into the distance. He wasn't close at all as he crossed the line. Cozzy in that 2nd place ahead of Ryan Wilby, who looked like he was maybe going to get that 2nd, but then had to get out the gas as he was faced with sideways cars. Ballard very lucky to make it through that chicane. He was on the grass in the braking zone and just about managed to get it all stopped, but that's what kind of caused the concertina.
Let's get a look then at the replay on the final lap. You can see there bouncing all over the show is one of the other cars, the 72 of Ballard. Meanwhile, the 22 and the 99 converging on the first of the 3 apexes at Club. And then Tolmarsh tries to get started and finds the 99 of Hope just there in front of him. David Hope couldn't get that car started, and it's cost both of them a lot of positions. Or was he just being courteous and waiting to rejoin properly?
No, I think Hope had stalled and therefore he had nowhere to go. But that was a frantic last chicane. But it's Boyle that comes out on top.
So then Boyle is our race winner. Craig Boyle takes it from Edward Cozzy and Ryan Wilby, our top 3. Toby Ballard, despite being sideways at the very end of the race, he takes 4th place ahead of Ben Timmins, who'll be disappointed to finish in 5th position. Robert Lowe in the 44 takes 6th place, despite reversing towards Club about 3 laps before the end of the race. Darren Butler, he was rather quiet in 7th place ahead of Zach Lower in the 33. Alistair Davidson in 9th. Oliver Kibblewhite in 10th position, the 66. Henry Littlejohn 11th. Harvey Lawrence in 12th place. Guy Crossman in 13th. And Toby Jenner in P14 in what was a sensational motor race. 15th position was Andrew Bailey, who made up a few places. He finished 15th ahead of the 16th place car, the 99 of Hope. 17th place for Finlayson. 18th place for the 23 of Cross. Tolmarsh, of course, recovering from that last lap or last corner moment in the 22. Bryant in the 28, rounding out our top 20. And And so, I believe we can now go down to Sam, who will bring us reactions from that incredible race in the Caterham Roadsport Championship.
Wow, unbelievable race. I mean, I didn't think we knew who was going to come across the line in first place, but look at these happy drivers. They're all so happy for each other as well. So this is Craig's first win in Caterham's. Congratulations, amazing drive there, Craig.
Oh my God, I don't think it's been a harder drive so far. Everyone's so competitive now in road sport, it's so tight. I'm just glad I managed to get out a little bit. I managed to get out of the way, and that wing on the floor, I think I said, so I think that helped me quite a lot because I managed to go around everyone. But
I think they 7th to 1st in one move, pretty much.
I was.
Ninth, yeah.
So 9th to 1st, yeah. And
in
then
one move, I think it was 7th to 1st. It was,
was it?
yeah, it was amazing. But you also got fastest lap as well.
Oh, right, okay. Double points, happy days. So,
there you go.
No, that's great.
Fantastic.
I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
So,
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the celebrations. Right, let's go and have a word with Ed, who's just behind over here. Congratulations, Ed.
Thank you.
How was that race for you?
Carnage. Yeah, carnage. I hope everyone else. There was a bit of a kerfuffle coming up that last straight. Just so many people coming in, trying to get tow, finding a space. Very difficult. But yeah, I hope whoever came sort of I thought that might happen. I think Rob was spun. I know Ben and I touched. Just there was no room. I was in the middle, couldn't go anywhere. But yeah, second place. Good for the points. Good. Good haul. So yeah, happy.
Excellent. Well done.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, where's Ryan Wilby? Here he is. Ryan, let's have a quick word with you. Congratulations!
Oh, thank you, yeah.
From 13th on the grid, that's
Yeah.
amazing.
And the cars right me up, so I'll take that, yeah.
Must be the new livery.
Yeah. So, yeah, no, I was third in the championship, like I was saying before, so that's a good place to sort of keep me chipping away for that.
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent, good result, yeah. Made the most of a bad situation because I was started 13th and actually went backwards a little bit after making a bit of headway and then had it all to do again, but yeah, it's good, great fun.
Great drive, well done.
Thank you.
There we go, some very, very happy drivers. So we'll hand back to you guys in the commentary box.
So then, with the Caterhams now taking another brief sabbatical from the circuit, we switch focus to the Citroën Saxos of the Junior Saloon Car Championship. We caught up with some of the young stars of the series just before they got into their vehicles.
Right, here we are with Cameron Pratt Thompson. Just almost time to get going for the Junior Saloon Car Championship Race 1. We talked a little bit earlier, didn't we, about qualifying for you, but let's talk about Thruxton because it's the fastest circuit in the UK, but first time Junior Saloons have come here.
Yeah, the first time, so historic weekend, but I really enjoyed the track. It's got a nice flow, and with the two big braking zones, you know, you've got a big chance to overtake with the tow as well. Flat surface, flat area, so high winds creates a big tow, big slipstream.
So that's where it can be won and lost today. We think that's going to be the case. But tell us a little bit about yourself, Karen. How did you get involved in motorsport? Because it's for 14 to 17-year-olds. You're only kids.
Yeah, I started in 2019 when I first turned 10 at Hooton Park. Nice. And then from there we did X30 Mini, 6th in Britain in that, and X30 Junior, 8th in Britain in that. So yeah, we've had a successful karting career. We thought this was the best option because it's a friendly championship, goes to all the big tracks in the UK to learn them for whatever I do next, and yeah, I think it's a nice atmosphere in the paddock.
What do people when you're at school say when you're like, oh yeah, I'm off to Thruxton, I'm just racing this weekend?
I think they get more starstruck when I say I'm going to Oulton Park or Silverstone or Donington, but you know, I think since I moved into cars, people have seen it a bit more relatable and they sort of appreciate what it takes a bit more, whereas in karting, they weren't disrespectful, but they don't really understand it.
Yeah, it's got that gravitas, hasn't it? Look, Cameron, best of luck for race 1. We're going to be watching, enjoy it, and hopefully see you on the podium later. Right, race 1, again, almost about to get underway for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. I'm here with Will Fallon, who's got quite the interesting story with the Junior Saloons. You're the scholarship winner. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, so I won the scholarship this year, so it was down at Pembury early this year, where we were assessed on like multiple aspects of being a driver, not just the actual driving part of it, but everything away from the track, like fitness, social media, interviews, stuff like that. Yeah. And then came out on top of that, and then started the year, and it's been going really well so far.
Does that mean, did you win a free drive then? Is that what it meant?
Yeah, so I've got a fully funded drive in the Junior Saloon Car Championship for this season, which is just phenomenal, and couldn't ask for anything better.
How have you found it up to this point?
it's been amazing. I've learned so much. You don't know what to expect. It's always, you expect one thing and then something else happens, and there's some hurdles you have to jump over, but it's been a great year and we've progressed massively. I mean, for qualifying, which we literally just finished, we're starting 7th, which is a great result for us, and really progressing myself as a driver and as a team, working together and really getting some good results.
It's going to be a learning curve here at Thruxton with the slipstream, but you reckon you can get on that podium?
Well, I mean, that's the goal of everyone, to get on the top step of the podium. But yeah, that's the goal, working towards there, operating the top 10, then the top 5, and then the top 3, and start to get up there. So that's the goal, yeah.
There you go. Watch out for this man, Will Fallon. Best of luck out there, Will.
Cheers.
Thanks,
Thank
mate.
you.
Cheers.
The Junior Saloon Car Championship then getting themselves around the circuit now on their formation lap. It will be Cameron Pratt-Thompson on pole position alongside Der Flock, the 37 and the 22 cars. CJ Morgan in the 59 on row 2 alongside Jack James in the 53. Oliver Kerr in the 222 is alongside Jonathan Moore in the 12. Will Fallon in the 30 is alongside Wilf Butler in the 70. Charlie Constable in the number 6 is alongside Kieran Roberts in the 78. Row 6 of the grid is the 448 car of Kyle Wells alongside Jude Cooper in the number 4 car. Row 7, Harry Smith in the number 10, and the number 11, Oscar Dix in 14th place. Josh Selvadurai in the 110 on row 8 alongside Alexander Bergbaum. Row 9, Caleb McDuff and Alexander Mostav on row 9, that's the 38 in the 888. Will Crudson in the 17 alongside Alfie Briggs in the number 47. Harvey Kersley in the 88 is alongside Elliot Fuster in the 7 on row 11. Our 12th row of the grid, Jacob Baldry in the 33 alongside Jack Harrison in the 317 car. So then the cars heading to grid now. All Citroen Saxo machines, all Citroen Saxo VTRs. Late 90s and early 2000s hot hatch aficionados, fear not, they're not the more valuable VTSs, they are Citroen Saxo VTRs. Incredible cars nonetheless, very exciting cars nonetheless. And a great starting point for anyone with a desire to have a career in junior single or junior saloon cars, or rather in full-scale saloon cars. Quite a few of the drivers have gone into GTs or touring car racing out of the JSCC. One of a few championships will let them go racing at the tender age of 14. All drivers aged 14 to 17 here in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. It will be 15 minutes of racing, so it will be short and sharp. And much like the Caterhams, these cars, all identical in terms of specification, and they cut quite a big hole through the air as well. So I'm anticipating more of the same, more very frenetic and fast racing. On your inside of the front row, it is Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Der Flock is alongside him in the 22 car. Row 2, CJ Morgan in the 59 and Jack James in the 53. The mint-coloured car on the outside of row 2. Row 3, Oliver Kerr in the 222. Jonathan Moore in the number 12 there on row 3. Will it be another fast start from row 2? CJ Morgan has what has been the fastest starting position so far. 3rd place there in the centre of screen on the inside of the 2nd row. Can he translate that position into an early lead, or will it be one of the drivers from the 1st row of the field? The last car is now lining up, so that's Jack Harrison in the 317 lining up on the grid, and with that a full quota of cars is ready to go racing in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. The 5-second board is shown, the lights will go on, the green flag will fly, and we're about to go racing. It's a good start from the outside of the front row then. Der Flock it is into an early lead. 2nd place looks like CJ Morgan has taken 2nd ahead of Cameron Pratt-Thompson. 2-3 wide as they go through Allard for the first time towards the Campbell-Cobb-Seagrave complex for the first time. A little bit of sideways further back in the order, but it's a streaking lead in the early going from Der Flock. Flock, your race leader, and I think in second place that is still CJ Morgan in the 59 car. They go out into the open, fast section of this circuit, still 2 and 3 wide. Butler going wide there, further back in the pack. Will Butler in the 70 car there. We just saw him pushed off into the grass somewhat. But he managed to keep the car in a straight line, as has everybody on this opening lap. But it's a clear track and a clear set of mirrors for the driver of the 22. Dare Flock, with a very, very good start to this race, has managed to keep his nose clean, get a good start, and build a couple of car lengths through the first few apexes of this lap. Here they come then through Church, and it is still second place for CJ Morgan, but he's now coming under pressure from Cameron Pratt-Thompson, and also I think that's Jack James as well in the 53 car potentially. In fact, no, it's not. It's one of the others. That's number 12, Jonathan Moore, up into third place. Jonathan Moore in the black and yellow machine gets third place. Pratt-Thompson, though, on the attack to try and get back through. They're all trying to negotiate their position. Some of them go over the grass in the process. The 222 of Oliver Kerr there goes rally crossing. He's lost a few places, Kerr. He started in 5th. He's down to 10th position. So Oliver Kerr in the 222 not quite getting the start that he would have liked. Everyone else, though, fairly tidy on at that first lap. Have we had any significant gains? Yes, we have. 6 places gained by Smith in the number 10 car. So what a start from Harry Smith, 13th on the grid. Very, very wide there goes Pratt-Thompson in the 37. A few other drivers also taking a wide line, and there's the number 30 car. Oh, that's not a good place to be left, but manages to avoid any further contact. Everyone else managed to do a very good job spilling either side of the number 30. Will Fallon there having a moment. Hopefully he can get that car back underway and rejoin the race. Meanwhile, Dare Flock has got some company now. CJ Morgan has surged towards his rear bumper. So Dare Flock in the 22, leading the way at this stage. And side by side for third place, Moore and Pratt Thompson side by side for P3. Here comes the minty coloured car as well to the outside line. That's Jack James carrying a lot of speed there, but that is not the racing line, good sir. A bit of a shortcut there through Club. Some more cars going rally crossing. There goes the number 11 straight on, sent the number 4 with him as well. Oscar Dixon, Jude Cooper having a bit of a moment there. Here's a replay of what happened to the number 30 of Will Fallon. Just got caught up there in the pack, ran out of space. And thankfully everyone else managed to avoid his car. Nice to see the autism awareness livery on that machine as well for Fallon. A couple of cars into the pit lane as well. The 22nd and 23rd place machines of Macduff and the 110 of Josh Salvadore seemingly both in as well. But it is Dare Flock in the lead, the number 22. Still leading the way despite the best efforts of CJ Morgan, who is really shadowing that number 22 car. Dare Flock in the 22 has been the leader from the get-go here after a very, very good start from the outside of the front row. Flock will, however, be, I'm sure, under pressure as they approach the club curve for this time by, or I should say the club chicane. I'm just looking out of my window. They are indeed side by side for the lead, and it is CJ Morgan who has gone into the lead. Morgan up into the lead of the race then for Caterham Motorsport. Very, very nicely done by the driver of the 59 up the inside at club, carried the momentum very well out of Church Corner, and it is Flock down to P2. Third place, meanwhile, for the number 12 car of Jonathan Moore. So Jonathan Moore retaining third place. I think he dropped down to 4th at one point in the lap, but managed to reclaim third position from Cameron Pratt-Thompson, who started on pole position, and back through goes Dare Flock. Well, that didn't last long, did it? Dare Flock up into the lead once again. CJ Morgan getting the honour of leading the race for about 3 corners. Further back in the pack there we see the 448 car of Kyle Wells. Wells is in 10th place just behind Oscar Dix in the 11 car. There's the Lancaster Insurance-backed 88 car of Harvey Kersley as well. Kersley started in 21st. I think he's made up a few places, if I'm not mistaken. Kersley up into 18th. He's gained 2 spots in that last lap, as a matter of fact. Meanwhile, the top 2 comes surging through Church, and once again CJ Morgan trying to get the slipstream here on Dare Flock, the race leader. Flock goes to the defensive inside line, but interestingly arcs back out to the outside to try and square off the corner as much as possible, very nicely carrying the speed through the chicane. Moore in 3rd place, hopping the curbs, not getting a good run, however, out of the last element of the club chicane, and I think that Pratt Thompson may well surge through into 3rd place there if Moore isn't careful. Pratt Thompson is indeed up into 3rd. You see everybody using a lot of curb. It's very interesting looking out of our commentary box window to see the various levels of bravery through that section of the circuit. McDuff, unfortunately, after being in the pits earlier on, has returned to pit lane. I can also confirm that Fallon in the number 30 is still running. Of course, he's qualified well within the top 10 in 7th place and is down in 22nd, so Fallon still driving, and based on that line through club, driving very quickly at that to try and maybe salvage a couple of places in the remaining 7.5 minutes of this race. There's Pratt Thompson in 3rd place then, still just ahead of Jonathan Moore in the number 12 car. So Moore still pressuring Pratt Thompson after losing out in that position. Meanwhile, CJ Morgan, having tasted the lead for about 3 corners, wants to get back past Dare Flock. Maybe this is the time to do so. I'm sure this battle is only going to remain throughout the entire race. They've successfully distanced themselves, of course, from the chasing pack. There's 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th place, all in one long queue. The top 2, meanwhile, side by side, heading into the chicane once again. And it is going to be Flock still in the lead. So Flock from CJ. And then in 3rd place is once again going to be Jonathan Moore, because Moore has carried the speed around the outside. Pratt Thompson and him go side by side, and that's actually opened up the opportunity there for James in the 53 car. Very, very well carried the speed there from Jack James. He gets himself into 3rd position. Just carried more speed through club as those two were kind of getting in each other's way. Dove to the inside line on the run down the main straight and is now up into 3rd place. Six and a half minutes remaining. The lap times here are in the mid 130s, so a few laps to go just yet. We'll see how many laps we have next time by. I think we've got 3 or 4 left to go. There's a little bit sideways there. I think that was Constable. Yes, it was Charlie Constable dipping a wheel on the grass we saw there coming out of Seagrave. Got to be careful, of course, in a pack. We've already seen a spin in the pack can be very scary indeed. Will Fallon earlier on in the race demonstrating that. James from Pratt Thompson in 3rd and 4th place. They've got 2 or 3 car lengths over Jonathan Moore. Now let's keep an eye on Jonathan Moore in 5th place here, because well, it's interesting to see whether he can actually use the slipstream well enough to surge in on this 3rd and 4th place battle. The leaders are side by side once again, and it is still Dare Flock in the lead. Flock later on the brakes gets himself to stay in the lead. Now 3rd place comes through, and it is still the 53 of James. There is some lap traffic between 2nd and 3rd places out there on circuit as well, in the form of Salvadori, who has spent a few laps in the pits. Meanwhile, a lot of rally crossing. The 448 car goes straight across Club Chicane's grass. Kyle Wells getting a bit too close to my commentary box. I could see the whites of his eyes. That's never a good sign. But still, it's Flock and Morgan exchanging lap times, exchanging positions, although for the most part it is Flock in the race lead. They're some 6 seconds clear now of this battle for 3rd place. As great as this battle is, they've all held each other up enough now that neither of the two cars in the lead really have to worry about anybody else. It's just a straight 1 versus 1 battle for victory here in this Junior Saloon Car Championship race. Flock and Morgan running in tandem. They head towards Church now, and Morgan going slightly wider into the corner, should be able to carry more speed as a result of that. Does definitely carry 1 or 2 more mile an hour through the apex of the bend. Dare Flock will come under pressure once again though. Based on recent evidence though, Flock will surely manage to defend up against it, although CJ Morgan will of course be conscious of the fact that he doesn't need to lead the race just yet. Flock and Morgan through the curve once again. With 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go, I reckon we've got 3 laps remaining. Off track for the 3rd place car of James meanwhile. At the final chicane, Jack James went straight on, and he's going to have lost positions. He's down as far as 6th place, if not further. We've got damage to the number 4 car as well. Cooper with a lot of damage. Jude Cooper's number 4 car looking rather more second-hand than it did at the start of this race. Up into the top 10 as well as gone Oscar Dixon, the 11. He started 14th place. Door mirror loose on Pratt Thompson's number 37 as well. Just a little bit of contact and argy-bargy here and there. And there is the state of play for James as well. We just saw the 53, the green and blue car, try to go around the outside at Noble. Down to 8th place has gone Jack James in the 53. So Jack James from 3rd to 8th in one fell swoop with a mistake that we saw through the window off camera. Just carried too much speed through club, the traditional Thruxton error as it were. Here comes Flock and Morgan once again. Will Morgan go to the inside line this time? It's felt like a conservative drive so far from CJ Morgan. I think could have got through a few times but has chosen not to do so. However, does carry more speed through club. Meanwhile, Jonathan Moore goes to 3rd place, albeit with a very, very sideways moment. He just about holds on to it, Jonathan Moore. Cutting over the course goes the 78 of Roberts as well. Roberts has made up 2 places since Seagrave. He's up to 5th place, maybe even 4th place, I should say, through Allard. Not quite able to challenge for P4. But Roberts in the 78 car doing a very good job from 10th on the grid, Kieran Roberts. Jonathan Moore, his sideways moment did not pay off, of course, because Pratt Thompson has got himself back into 3rd place once again. A very wide line by Constable in the number 6. Wants to be careful, of course, because he's already dipped a wheel on the grass on the outside of Seagrave a couple of times, Charlie Constable, in this race, and that is a harum-scarum moment if ever there was one. This is the penultimate lap of the race with 1 minute and 12 seconds left to go. So I suspect that now this could be Dare Flock's last chance to take the last corner unencumbered, because I suspect CJ Morgan will suddenly find a good 15-20 metres of braking that he didn't previously on the last run through the corner. Penultimate time heading towards Church then. And this is the battle for 3rd place. Pratt Thompson with Jonathan Moore right behind him. CJ Morgan looking to the inside of Dare Flock. Late on the brakes, locking up and into the lead goes CJ Morgan. Very nicely executed there. Dare Flock though trying to surge back through, not going to get the run towards Allard. The 3rd place pack comes past my commentary position, absolutely welded together for good measure. We go on to the final lap of the race then, and it is CJ Morgan for the first time leading for more than a couple of corners. But does Dare Flock go back on the offensive towards Campbell and Cobb? Yes, of course. Young racing drivers don't like 2nd place even more than Caterham drivers. And bouncing across the curb there, CJ Morgan just about carried the speed. I thought that run was going to be compromised, but it wasn't actually too bad despite the airborne moment. Dare Flock side by side as they go through Noble. The unfancied outside line then for Flock, but that does become the inside for Goodwood, of course. So let's see if that pays off. Meanwhile, up into third place has gone Roberts in the 78 car. So Roberts currently holding on to the final podium position, but you can be sure that that battle is going to fan out, switch and shimmy before the end of the race. A little bit of contact, I think, between Morgan and Flock as they approach Church. Now let's see if Morgan can get the run needed on this very last opportunity to try and claim the race win. It's Dare Flock in the lead once again. Flock has led the way for a majority of this motor race. Can CJ Morgan now surge by at the very last opportunity? Outside line it is for CJ Morgan. That makes things very difficult. Dare Flock taking the defensive inside line. Morgan carrying the speed through. Oh, and contact between the two of them. Big contact, and CJ Morgan gets through and will cross the line in first place by the looks of it. But who did that go to in the eyes of the stewards? That could be another question. Contact in the middle of the club chicane. Third place goes to Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Very well recovered there for Cameron Pratt-Thompson, who was well in the pack there, well in the scrum at the end. Kieran Roberts went from third at Seagrave to eighth at the end, so I'm not quite sure what happened to him. Jonathan Moore took fourth place, and rounding out the top five, Harry Smith, who started up in 13th or down in 13th place, so he made up some good spots. But goodness me, what a race that was in the junior saloons, and it always felt like a powder keg. It was always going to go off right there at the end, and sure enough it did. Contact between CJ Morgan and Dare Flock, and it was Morgan across the line first. We'll get a replay of this now. Morgan trying to carry the speed through the corner, tries to hold the inside line through the second apex, and they just met in the middle there as Flock was about to turn into the corner. I think Flock maybe could have done with giving Morgan a little bit more room, but it's certainly quite the subjective matter. I don't think there's an objective answer to that one. Will it be considered a racing incident? Well, that's not in my hands. What we can say for now is that provisionally at least CJ Morgan is the winner. Contact between the two of them as they met in the middle. A grandstand finish to a brilliant battle between those two in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. CJ Morgan taking the win by quarter of a second over Dare Flock. Cameron Pratt-Thompson in the 37, our pole sitter, finishing in third. Jonathan Moore fourth ahead of Harry Smith in the 10. Jack James in P6. Charlie Constable in seventh ahead of Kieran Roberts in the 78. Oliver Kerr in the 222 taking ninth place ahead of Oscar Dix in the 11. Wilf Butler in the 70 car finishing 11th ahead of Kyle Wells in the 448, and Jude Cooper in the number 4. Jack Harrison taking 14th position in 317 car. In 15th spot, Fuster in the number 7, Mostav in the 888, Bergbaum on the 29 in 17th, ahead of Baldry in the 33, Crudson in the 17 in 19th, and rounding out the top 20 was Alfie Briggs in the number 47 car. And with that race in the books, we can now, I believe, head down to Ian Waterhouse, who will be ready to greet our drivers from the Junior Saloon Car Championship after a very exciting 15-minute race.
Oh wow, what a result. Go on CJ, go son, mate. We're going to grab him very, very shortly, but you can see what this means. And I'd apologise in advance if there's any bad language here, but listening to this. Right, CJ, come on over here. That was remarkable, wasn't it? We've got Pratt-Thompson here as well, Flock over there. What a race, what a finish as well. I don't think the intensity is quite sunk in here yet. CJ, you look a very happy man indeed. Tell us about what happened right at the end.
Oh, I was absolutely chuffed. I went for a move around Dara around the outside, had my nose there, and there was just not enough room through there to fit two, so there was a bit of contact, but I ended up coming out on top, so
it means a lot, doesn't it?
I'm so happy.
It's first time, of course, ever around here as well in race conditions in the Junior Saloon, so you're the first ever winner at Thruxton. What does it mean, first of all?
It means so much just to even get a win. I've been trying, the amount of effort the team put in, week out.
They're a good team, aren't they?
And 100%, every week, every round, the amount of effort they put in, I can't thank them enough. And my dad for making it all happen.
Go on, go celebrate with me. You don't want to talk to me, you want to go. Let's grab their Flock here as well, shall we, if we can. Fans, you played your part in an absolutely magnificent race out there. Tell us about the finish.
Just me and CJ were just going into the chicane and just a bit of contact is what it is.
It's a bit of racing, isn't it? Just racing.
Yeah, a bit of racing, but yeah, still second, it's a good result. So hopefully tomorrow I can try and do the same again, but get first. But
there you go, that's what we like to see. Well done, boys. Congratulations, well done. We'll see you tomorrow as well. Let's go. We've got Cameron over here as well. We spoke to him a little bit earlier, didn't we, actually, before the race. We'll jump in with him very, very shortly. All of these drivers have played their part in what has been a fantastic race indeed. Let's grab him. That's good to see you again, mate. How was it out there?
It was tough. I mean, when the tow is such a big advantage, when you don't have it, the car leading, it's hard to defend. So, I think it was a good race. It was hard, but I think good racing as well.
Now, we've spoken about it being the first time the junior saloons have been here at Thruxton, so that means now you've done one race, you've got another race, we've got 2 races tomorrow, haven't you? What have you learned from race 1 that you're going to bring into tomorrow?
Well, I was already sort of expecting it, but the tow to be so big, I just hope the people I'm starting around can see a gap and maybe think about working together next time.
Well done, mate. Congratulations on the podium indeed. Right, the atmosphere down here is absolutely electric right now. What's also electric are the Caterhams, because we've got another race coming up for you, so I'm going to hand you back to the studio.
Moving on to the Caterham 7 270R Championship then. They'll be out onto the circuit next, and well, it's been an exciting plethora of Caterham action so far this weekend, and I'm happy to say that I'm once again joined by Chris Hutchinson, man on the ground within the Caterham paddock, let's say. What's been the story so far in the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270s?
Story of 2 drivers really, Freddie Chiddicks and Charlie Lower taking the majority of the wins between them. They this year we've had a new thing, which is 3 20-minute races for them over the course of the weekend rather than 2 30 minutes. There's lots more of starts and finishes, but they have taken most of these wins. Freddie Chiddicks comes off the back of 3 straight wins at Silverstone last time out, after with only half a day's testing that he put in there. So he's put it on pole position today as well after having no testing. So let's see how he gets on this weekend. But Charlie Lower's the man that's been with him. They've been a partnership all the way through this year, just sharing the wins. It's Mark Kendalls who's next best up, and he's one of the only people, I think he is the only other driver who's taken a win against Chiddicks and Lower this season. Third step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. So we've seen the academies already, we've seen the Roadsport. Once you complete your Roadsport season, well, you take your windscreen off, you strap on uprated suspension, have wider front track suspension, and off you go into 270s with a little bit more power and a little bit more rev. And that's what makes the 270. These are no longer road legal, so Academy and Roadsport road legal. The 270R is the first car in our championship that isn't road legal in how we race it. However, you can put the lights and the number plates back on and take it on the road if you want.
Rather surprised that Patke in the 29 all the way down in 13th on the grid. A couple of surprises again.
We've seen plenty of topsy-turvy grids today, haven't we? I think Thruxton just does that. It's about whether you've got that tow and whether you get that super lap in. But yeah, we've seen plenty of people further down the line, and Roger Patke today is down there, as well as Theo Theato as well. His birthday today.
Okay, birthday boy for Theato then. Freddie Chiddicks starting on pole, a 128 dead for him, alongside Charlie Lower in the number 21, 66 and 21 on row 1. Duncan Mallet in the number 4, alongside Matt Larby in the 73, James Empson and James Cook, the 20 and the 15 cars on row 3. David Rook and Mark Kendall, the 45 and the 35 on row 4. The number 10 of Gareth Lucas is next on row 5, alongside the car that rounds out the top 10, Mark Jones in the number 2. On row 6 of the grid, it's Peter Mott in the 96. Peter Mott in 11th place, alongside Toby Boys in the 99 car. Rog Patke in the 29 on row 7, alongside Theo Theato, who you just mentioned, birthday boy for Theo Theato. Happy to see that he is taking the start, but from 14th place he'll have some work to do. Giles Perry in the 71 alongside Lydia Gold, the 71 and the 65 on row 8. Then it's Stephen Merritt on row 9 in the 11 alongside Joe Priday in the 84. Louise Deason in the 22 is on row 10 alongside the 63 of Andy Palmer. And Alan Bateman in the 23 car rounds out our 21 car order. So then the cars now heading out onto the track, and we will see them out shortly, of course, but Freddie Chiddix really has had a big hold on the championship so far this season, as you've alluded to. 2-horse race. Chiddix in the 66 car. I'm familiar with Freddie. I've seen him have some good races from pole position. I mean, it's difficult to bet against him, albeit around this circuit it's a proper tombola to see who's there at the end.
Yeah, we've seen already. It's starting on pole is no guarantee of anything. But yeah, Duncan Mallet is an interesting name here. Come back in. If you watched the Academy last year, you'll have seen Duncan Mallet racing with Matt Larby and Rog Patke. He's come in here for the first time today. And he's stuck his car in 3rd place, so he's upgraded from the Academy last year. He's jumped into the 270s, and then we've got him starting in that 3rd place. But alongside Matt Larby, his Academy buddy from last year. Duncan Mallet's certainly an exciting driver to watch, so he will be interesting to see how he gets along in this new 270 spec. He's not going to be championship point contender, so Freddie Chiddix, Charlie Lower still very much in that, but Duncan Mallet one to watch from that 3rd place. Matt Larby, another guy that's jumped from Academy up to the 270, so missed out the Roadsport, but you can see these stars. 21 cars in this Caterham Roadsport grid heading around to line themselves up ahead of their first of their 3 20-minute races. So James Empson there lining up in 5th place, and James Cook alongside him. We've got the Cook and Rook show on 6th and 7th. They're another 2 cars that are rarely apart on the track, and look to see how they get on. Who's going to come out on top? Mark Jones a little bit further back, number 2. See whether he can make his way up.
I'm glad you said it before I did. I had Cook and Rook show in my head as well while I was reading the grid earlier on. We'll see how they do. They're on rows 3 and 4 respectively. Rook from 7th place, James Cook from P6. Charlie Lower though from the outside of the front row. Obviously the outside of the front row here at this circuit is the racing line, but you've got the inside as the pole sitter in the case of Freddie Chiddix. Having that rubbered in line does seem to benefit quite a few of the drivers on the front row as we get these races started.
Yeah, it does look like that today, doesn't it? And that, but 3rd place, we're a bit spoilt from the last race through. It didn't sort of come good this time, but nevertheless, Duncan Mallet, like I said, watch out for him. Brand new into the 270s this year. He's not raced alongside these guys yet, and he's certainly, like I say, an exciting driver to watch. Can he hold it all together till the end of this race? As the 21 cars nearly all lined up now, we just see the last few rows coming on there, and Andy Palmer and Alan Bateman will round out this grid.
Just organising themselves at the moment. I think a couple of drivers have gone the wrong side while trying to line up there. I think that may well have been the 35 car going broadside across the circuit. In fact, no, it's a 65, I think, maybe, of Lydia Gold from row 8 of the grid, the 16th place car. Easy to do, of course. We saw Giancarlo Fisichella do it twice, once at Sepang in the Formula 1, so I don't think there's anything to be ashamed of there. Green flag is now going to wave. 20 minutes of racing. The 5-second board has been displayed. The red lights will go on and we will go racing. It's Chiddix and Lower on the front row. What about Duncan Mallet from row 2? It's a poor start from Matt Larby on the outside of row 2. He's swallowed by the pack. It's not a brilliant start either from Duncan Mallet, but it is Freddie Chiddix, isn't it, into the lead of the race. Lower and Chiddix, the top 2 on the grid. They were on the front row, and I believe it's still Chiddix there in the lead.
We're looking out for that red lipstick, and I think Chiddix might be in 2nd place
he is,
there, so
yes.
He might have missed a gear on the way up. He's been having a few gear change issues this year, so looks like he's in 2nd place as we start this lap for Charlie Lower. That breaking away early doors. Mark Kendall made a good start there from back on the sort of 4th row of the grid. He's made his way up into that lead pack. It looks like Peter Mott in the 96 cars had a trouble getting away, but he's up and running now.
Yeah, so Chiddix not quite getting the launch expected. I was just keeping an eye on what Larby and Mallet were doing from row 2 as they both dropped through the pack there. But it is Charlie Lower in the early lead then from Chiddix. And then in 3rd place, I can't quite tell who that is from that camera angle, but everybody filing through towards church for the first time of asking. Just about everybody with a clean start, a couple with a slightly lagging start though. Even Duncan Mallet, who didn't get a terrible start, he got absolutely swallowed up. It's so critical to get off that line well as they now start traditional Caterham racing. They're all at odds with each other. It was Chiddix on the outside there, but surging through into the lead is the number 35 car. Mark Kendall from 8th on the grid will cross the line as our leader at the end of the first lap.
Yep, that 7th place move up seems to be on for this group as well. It was Gareth Lucas, I think it was early doors up there, but he's in about that 7th place now as we see Cook alongside to Kendall taking the lead, but it is now Chiddix and Cook there. We've got a spinner behind. The car's taken to the grass in avoidance around Allard. That's looking a bit dodgy there, isn't it? I can't see the number from this distance, but the car does recover back and everyone did well to avoid them.
Yeah, big spin there, not in a particularly comfortable place either in the form of the Allard curve, but everybody managing to avoid that very well indeed. Heads up driving from the entire 270R field there, but it is the leading car, the green number 35 of Mark Kendall. Let's get a look back then to Allard, just trying to see where this is in the queue. About 14th place. That may well be Pride or perhaps Theato, 84 or 72.
Let's keep an eye out, see who's dropped down the order at the end of this lap. You can see all the other drivers scattering, just managing to avoid the barriers as well. Well done everyone for avoiding that car broadside in the middle of the track. Let's rejoin that lead battle then. So we see Gareth Lucas leading Matt Larby as they head down here into the club chicane. You can see that's absolutely a clump racing again. I think we'll coin it clump racing today, but there is Lower just back out in front ahead of Duncan Mallet then down the inside. Where has Chiddix gone? He's drifted back to about 5th behind Kendall there as well. There's David Rook with Matt Larby side by side. Matt Larby having to take it to the sort of overrun of the chicane. We've seen plenty of that today.
Lower from Mallet, from James Cook, your top 3, and Kendall down to P4 this time by. In 5th place it is the recovering Freddie Chiddix, the 66 car that was on pole. Of course, the distinctive all-red Boss colouring on the back of that car. Very distinctive machine of Chiddix.
Theo Theato did lose 8 places on that last lap, so maybe it was him sideways. Birthday hasn't treated him well so far. We'll look out for his orange McCat car, see whether he can come back through. He's often got the speed. We'll see whether he can come back through the field. As the rest of this field, though, are line astern. We saw this a little bit in the road sports before. All heck broke loose, didn't we, in the second race? So let's see what they get as they come into the headwind as they head down the back part of the straight.
So Lower was our leader at the line. Is he still our leader now? Yes. And up into 2nd place has gone the slow starting Duncan Mallet, of course. So Duncan Mallet, who got a poor start now, though, under pressure from James Cook, who dives to the inside at Church and gets up into 2nd place. Kendall there, still in 4th as well, along with Chiddix. They're 3 wide behind the leader. Charlie Lower watching in the mirrors, and he says, you know what, I'm going to take the inside line if that's all right with you guys. But leaves the door a little bit open. That could be inviting now for Duncan Mallet, who does go to the inside, does go to the lead. But look at Freddie Chiddix carrying the speed. Wonderfully done there by Freddie Chiddix, who seemed to find 5 mile an hour that no one else could. Backwards, meanwhile, is the number 20 car of Emson. So Emson having to do a 3-point turn here. James Emson, who started 5th, dropping through the order.
Is Roger Packy fighting with Mark Jones there back as well. So Jones and Packy both fighting back. We said they were a bit lower down than they wanted to be, and at the moment they're not making their way forward because they're squabbling with each other. But it is Chiddix, after that great move, leads Mallet then into the complex this time through. Kendall in that 4th with Lower in between as the rest of them sort of squabble. It looks like Mark Jones has moved a little bit further forward now. Packy losing another place there to Rook, who's dropping back now through to 7th place.
So then Rook falling through the order. Kendall still there in 4th place, remaining resolute. Couple of cars taking the curbs there. There's the recovering number 20 of James Emson. So Emson now running down in 19th position. We get a replay now. Well, I think we were trying to get a replay, but we'll move back to live pictures as the cars surge through Church currently. So they will now head towards the final corner, the club chicane, for what is the 4th time in this race. So we are approaching the end of lap 4 already in this one, almost 6 minutes distance. Here they come, the leaders. We'll talk this out of the window. They're now back on our screen, and it is still Lower in the lead. 2nd place for Mallet, 3rd place for Chiddix now. So Chiddix, who was leading momentarily, he's down to 3rd place. Kendall has lost a position. There's also the small matter of the 45 of Rook. He's going to move up to 5th position by the looks of it. So Rook now resurging again.
Yeah, and we've seen it all day, and I think we're going to see it all tomorrow as well. It doesn't matter where you drift to, you can fight your way back through. You've just got to get the timing right, and that's all. As soon as you've got that momentum, you can move back through. But it's resolutely going to be Charlie Lower and Duncan Mallet. They've kind of been in those front two positions for the majority of this race. But Chiddix, we saw that great move on the brakes into the chicane, and that's a nice tool to be able to bring out your toolbox, isn't it, right towards the end of this race.
Well, to your point, Friday in 12th place is just 4.2 seconds away from the lead. So as long as you stay somewhere in the ballpark of that top 10 at this stage of the race, you are still very much in the hunt. It is then a 4-second gap to Merritt in 13th place. Merritt, one of the drivers in at the deep end, he's got the yellow cross on the back of the car, Stephen Merritt, so he's in his first 6 races. But Stephen Merritt, starting from 17th, he's up to 13th.
Yep, you'll see those yellow crosses all on all the Academy cars, because they've not done 6 events yet to allow them to get enough signatures to remove it. And yeah, Merritt is also new in, so yes, shows that there's a new driver in then, that he's trying to get signatures in all this chaos. But there is Chiddix to the outside then. He looks like he's going to take around the outside of Mallet once more as they head into the chicane this time through. It is going to be a Cook in that 3rd place, Kendall, and now Charlie Lowers finds himself in 5th place.
Top 12, as it were, working their way through that corner on this occasion. There's Chiddix, our leader, Mallet, then Cook in 3rd place, but Kendall really shadowing him on the approach towards Allard. I thought there was only one car there for a moment, but Kendall was just in the looming in the shadows. Lower down to 5th place. He's had a bit of a pendulum swing away from his favour, hasn't he? He was leading the race for a majority of the first 5 minutes, but just down in 5th for now. Sure, he's got plenty of time.
Yeah, absolutely covering the Welsh flag of Cook's car there. Kendall not letting us see that, but yeah, spot the car, and when they span out, that's when you suddenly see how many cars are all compressed into it. There's Theo Theato. He's a little bit further back, isn't he? So he finds himself in 19th place at the moment. Got Palmer just ahead of him, seeing whether he can make it. Louis Deason just behind, so he's making his way back through the field, but he's still got a long journey. But there he is in his on his birthday in his orange Macat.
I assume that's not the Andy Palmer, as in Aston Martin Andy.
I believe it is.
Oh, it is.
Yes, I believe
oh, wow.
He certainly comes to join us in Caterham Racing, enjoying himself greatly.
Okay, I didn't realise he was that Andy. That's very interesting, isn't it? We got an honorary doctor. And I don't think he's even honorary. I think he is a doctor on the grid. Then that's really interesting. CEOs, doctors, all sorts of people. 3 wide, and this is the reason why they all come racing Caterham's. Charlie Lower back to the front. I did say, oh, he's down in 5th. He's lost some momentum. He has lost some momentum though coming out of club. He was in the lead, but then he was grappling with the car coming out of club. He's down to 2nd place. Still a net gain though, because he was 5th at the end of the previous lap. That though was a very hairy approach to club.
You asked me whether the tyres went off a little bit earlier, and I think that's the first sign that yes, he's mistreating them enough that they are starting to cry foul. They are not giving him the grip quite that he wants around that chicane. He managed to hold it all together. Chiddix did take the move, but at the moment that is a sign that his car is getting a little bit oversteery.
Just a little bit. Hey, that was very, very well held, I must say, by Charlie Lower. And that is one of the things that the Caterhams really build into you, especially if you come up through the Academy system, is you gain a very acute sense of car control.
They're a fantastically balanced chassis no matter what, so it's a brilliant car to drive. Everything's very immediate. There's no driver aids, nothing to help you. It's your foot on the accelerator, brake and clutch, and that's all you've got to go with. And these drivers learn over the years how to control them, even at the absolute edge of adhesion, as we see Rod Patke and Matt Larby there. So these are 2 Academy drivers from last year, skipped out a couple of steps. They're watching their new Academy buddy Mallet right up front, sort of in this lead battle. I'm sure they'll be thirsty to get up there and join in.
Yeah, Mallet there in 3rd place for now, as Chiddix and Lower side by side for the lead. It's Charlie Lower to the front once again. Of course, we've now kind of reset, because these were the 2 on the front row of the grid, and they're now back up there at the sharp end. I'm sure that won't last too long though, as the number 10 car goes bouncing across the curbs. That is Lucas, Gareth Lucas, who started 9th, was 9th last time across the line, but he's been demoted a position.
And look, the red car of Rook is now in that 4th place, so he is taken over from Cook. Kendall is the sandwich in that one, and Larby and Patke follow on with Mark Jones behind, and Jones in the paddle-up car needs to just get back up there. He's really high in the championship. He comes in his 6th, but with a drop score as well, he's going to be even further up. But it's Chiddix and Lower again, where we've seen them, with Lower currently heading Chiddix, Mallet the new incomer, and then Rook behind. Kendall looking to see what he can do in that green machine.
I do love the colours on these cars as well, isn't it? There's two schools of thought. There's either a very, very bright overall shade of paint or a neon roll cage, both of which are very effective ways of getting noticed on the television.
And with the wrap technology we've got nowadays, it's a really good way for the drivers to express themselves. You used to do it with your helmet, didn't you? But now you can wrap your car, and plenty of these drivers, they're looking absolutely resplendent out there in the sunshine we've got here at Thruxton. As we see Gareth Lucas heading through Church, one of the most daunting corners in British motorsport. You can only just got enough Rog Packy showing how much of the track we end up using, but we are 3 wide as we come down to the club chicane this time. Actually quite calm for the racing we've had so far. Freddie Chiddick's on the right with the red lipstick, and you've got Duncan Mallet, and there's Charlie Lower trying to get through the middle of them both, and does he make it? Not quite. Chiddick's is going to take that lead though, and it is Lower in second, Mallet in third. Then we've got Cook back up. How did he get there? He's now ahead of Rook once more.
I think David Rook went bouncing across the grass a little bit coming out of Church as well. It looked like he'd taken a slightly scraggly line through that corner. He's demoted to 5th place. As you rightly say, James Cook back up into P4. The top 3 fanning out as they approach the Campbell complex for what will be the 9th time in this race. It is Chiddick's in the lead. Lower and Mallet though have really fallen into the clutches of Cook actually, and in front of me Louise Deason has had a spin in the number 22 car as well. This is off camera, but Deason has had a spin at the final corner. She gets the car rolling again by the looks of it. Yes, she does, and we shouldn't need any yellow flags or anything of that nature there. Well recovered by Louise.
Living up to her Spinderella moniker there, the hardline motorsport driver. She's getting up there back into the action again. As we see Freddie Chiddick's then out front, just in front of another team hardline. So Charlie Lower is also in that team, teammate to Spinderella. As we go down, Duncan Mallet side by side then as they go through, had to get on the brakes. That's going to cost him a lot of momentum, and their other drivers are going to swallow him up. He's been pushed out that train, and he's going to have to work hard now, try and get back in. Rog Packy onto the grass there. He's going to have to get that all back under control. That's a dauntingly fast part of the track.
That was very hair-raising stuff there from Packy. Very well done, Rog, to keep that one in something like a straight line. Just tried to jink to the outside. The 2 options would try and get by on the inside line or lift out the throttle, and he picked the latter. Well, sorry, he picked the former. He maybe should have picked the latter.
That's about 120 miles an hour as they're going down there in these 270Rs, so that would have really got his attention, and luckily the grass was nice and smooth on the inside, allowed him to gather it all back together and continue on.
No guarantee, of course, given the weather we've had in the south coast this week. It has been very, very wet every now and then over the course of the week. So, yeah, he was quite lucky there that the grass wasn't at all wet, because that could have been a rather worse incident for him. Chiddick's then is still your leader, and look at them fanning out there, and I think that might be because one of the cars is slowing. Is that Mallet who's slowing down there in the number 4 car? Seems like he has an issue.
I wonder whether that's gear change. There's a really difficult gear change that you get in a Caterham, and I wonder whether he just missed that or whether he is having some car problems. This is the first time he's run in that 270R spec car as he's upgraded it. Maybe he's got some gremlin in there. We've seen a couple of times he's lost a bit of speed. He's now at the back of this pack, but with 5 minutes to go, there's plenty of opportunity for him to get back through. Having said that, Chiddick's out front is looking quite comfortable at the moment. He's got a bit of a gap over Lower. Chiddick's didn't do any testing at all, so he's turned up at qualifying, shoved it on pole position, and now Charlie Lower's trying to catch up with him in the lead of this race.
But he's got a springy step through the paddock after qualifying then, coming with no testing in his immediate past. Mallet then passed Kendall, so it seems as though Mallet's back up to speed, as you hypothesised then, probably just a missed gear rather than any further issues. Mallet then crosses the line in 6th place, doesn't actually lose out too much at all ultimately after that, but we're under the 5 minute to go mark. We're at 3/4 distance in this race, and it is the man who started on pole, Freddie Chiddick's, in the lead, but thus far it's been nothing like lights to flag for him. At one point very early in the race he was down as far as 6th position, now back to the front with front row starter Charlie Lower alongside him as well. The top 2 as of now were the top 2 at the start of the race, but as always the case in Caterham racing, it's far less simple than that implies. They've been just about everywhere within the top half dozen so far in this one, and there's every chance that we're going to go 4 or 5 wide for the lead again before the end.
Yeah, they both sort of taken their turns, dropping down a little bit, haven't they, and then fighting their way back through. But there's only been a few drivers that have actually led this race, including Duncan Mallett, who we've now seen taking the opportunity to have his turn a little bit further back. A little bit more spread out in this race than we necessarily saw in the road sports. I think that's understandable, but as Chiddix has lost that lead now, and it is this tandem, this ever so fast tandem of Freddie Chiddix, Charlie Lower, won nearly every single race this season, and it looks like they're going to do the same as the pack behind gets angry.
Yeah, looking very close in the battle for third. Meanwhile, it's Lower just a nose ahead and to the inside in the lead now of the race. Once again, he will surge fourth past the start-finish line as our race leader. It's 3 wide coming out of club for what was 5th place there. Larby, Mallett and Kendall all fighting for track space, and it's Kendall that manages to claim P5 there, although still Mallett trying to go around the outside of Allard. That's a brave man's manoeuvre, and he doesn't quite manage to make it pay off, but he does carry the momentum nicely. Of course, you still have the inside line going into Campbell, so not even that much of a net benefit from getting the inside at the next corner. Lower, meanwhile, remains your leader.
Most of the time when you go through Allard, you are really closing your eyes to hope that you've got enough room on the exit, let alone having another car in the way as they do it. But Cook and Kendall, swapping around as they head through then, and a little bit further back, Emson, he's on his recovery drive. How far has he got back up through the field? Well, 16th place, so he's still not making that leap forward. He was in that lead pack early on.
Yeah, no, it was Mallett and Kendall that switched. Mallett, who was going around the outside at Allard, and then Campbell, he somehow managed to negotiate his way into 5th place despite having 2 outside lines at 2 of the most fearsome corners in British motorsport. Doff of the cap, but also a few questions to ask there.
Absolutely. So here we come then down through as we see this chase pack as a little bit further back. Emson there at the tail end of that group, looking to see whether he can make up another 5 places in the final 2 minutes of this race. So yeah, from the 11th down to about 15th there or so.
Yeah, Emson in 16th place for now, but he's got now alongside him, I think that's Merritt in the 11 car that he's trying to surge past, fanning out here for 11th position, and I think just about surging through there is that the 96 of Mott, I believe that is, up into 11th position. Proof then that it's not just the leaders who get up to the shenanigans. 11th through 16th, just as hard fought.
The racing is deep and all the way back to the rear end of this field, isn't it? You can see Thea Theato trying to catch up after his early scares as this pack carries on going, and like I say, 1 minute 28 to go. I think we're probably going to be on our penultimate lap now.
Yes, we are. Penultimate lap of the race, and it is Chiddix and Lower still your top 2 as we continue to look for now at this battle further back in the field. I'm just looking out to the far side of the circuit. I believe our leaders will be somewhere around Goodwood Church at the moment. Sure enough, here they are now coming out of Goodwood, and it is Charlie Lower with 1 minute left on the clock, penultimate lap of the race. Now, does he want to try and get to the front here, get past Chiddix? I don't think he's really got much reason to do so. Rook and Co aren't going to close in on him, but nonetheless it looks like he's going for the inside line into club.
You can see the decisions being made as to what they want to do. The thing is, if you don't overtake, you don't get that leapfrog effect, which actually brings you further away. You lose some of that speed. So he is going to make his way up on the inside of the club chicane. A little bit of a practice there. Maybe he's thinking about next time through, where do I want to be? A little bit wide there for Larby, and Mallett's sort of recovering his speed, but having to take that green, that's not the first time we've seen him have to do that, as he then recovers back behind Larby, tries to skip into that toe. Kendall having to jink around, but it's side by side still for the lead. Chiddix having to currently follow Lower. Where do they want to be? Where do they want to be as they come out onto that back straight this time through?
Tell you what, we spoke about the Rook and Cook show. They now find themselves in 3rd and 4th. They could do well to work together, just a second off this leading pair. If they can just avoid kind of harassing each other for that final podium position, they could benefit far more. I think all of these drivers at 270R level are wise enough to realise that there are greater gains to potentially be had. I think they're going to have a grandstand finish up through the church towards club.
They'll be looking to see whether there's anything to pick up the pieces from, to trip up and see on the bank in the distance Snappy John picking up ready for his photos, and he's always in the right place at the right time as we're coming then down into the chicane then for the last time, or coming towards Goodwood and on towards Church.
It's Chiddix in the lead then it's Lower in 2nd place. Rook and Cook side by side for 3rd as they came out of view. One of the cars being run slightly off the circuit there. We now see them out of Church Bend. It is Chiddix with a decent advantage, a good few car lengths. Charlie Lower though in the slipstream. Here comes Cook as well. Everyone's surging forth towards Club. It is Chiddix with the nose ahead. No, it's not, because here comes Lower, and there is as well the number 73 of Larby trying to get up into second. He can't quite do it. Chiddix cuts the nose off for second place, but it is going to be Charlie Lower that claims the race win and the checkered flag by just a matter of a couple of tenths. Charlie Lower takes the win. Chiddix in second. Larby taking third place. Rook, Cook, it does finish in that order. Fourth for Rook and fifth for Cook, but very close there. What was the gap between the top 7? It was 1.8 seconds. Charlie Lower comes out on top.
What a move by Larby into that last chicane, though. In fact, by all of them. Chiddix looked like he was just a bit early on the brakes, but Larby absolutely monstered it, got it all hung together, took from 5th to 3rd. He took that podium. What a result.
That's a very well-deserved podium right there at the end from Matt Larby, who started in 4th and really dropped down the order throughout the duration of the race, but surged back up there right at the end when it counted, as you alluded to there. But a great result for Charlie Lower in the number 21 car. He takes the win in the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship. A great drive from Charlie. It was really between he and Freddie Chiddix for a majority of the race. Here are the results then. Lower from Chiddix, your top 2, ahead of Matt Larby with the stunning move at the end of the race to finish out the podium. David Rook takes 4th place ahead of James Cook. Mark Kendall in the 35 in 6th. Duncan Mallet in 7th. Rog Patke in 8th place ahead of Mark Jones in the number 2. Gareth Lucas rounding out the top 10 in car number 10. Peter Mott, he won out in that massive battle for 11th place that we were looking at. Peter Mott taking 11th place ahead of Giles Perry in the 71. Toby Boys in the 99 finishes 13th ahead of Joe Priday in the 84 car in 14th. The 20 car in 15th place. The 20 car being James Emson, who of course had to recover. He ended up finishing in 15th. In 16th was Merritt in the 11th. The 65 of Gold in 17th. Viato in the 72 18th. Andy Palmer taking 19th. And rounding out the top 20, the number 23 car in the hands of Alan Bateman. Louise Deason at the last to take the flag after her spin in the mid portion of the race. Patke as well with the fastest lap of the race. A good job from him. We'll now go back down to the paddock where we will hear from Sam and the drivers.
A fantastic race these guys have put on for us again. Yet again, great racing. Charlie, congratulations on the win.
No, thank you. That was epic. Absolutely epic racing from everyone. Anyone could have had that one. And no, very fair and clean. And yeah, bring on the next one.
Yeah, definitely. Excellent. I think you've got your little crew behind that are very happy for you as well.
Yeah, always got to bring the fan club along.
Definitely. I'll move round to Freddie. Oh, congratulations, Freddie. And I was just saying to Charlie, another great display you put on for us.
Yeah, another good race. On that last lap, I could see the guys behind were getting close. I didn't know whether they were gonna catch us on the straight to the chicane. I thought I'd give it a shot on my own. But yeah, still a good result, and hopefully 2 more good races tomorrow.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Thank you. Well done. And then we'll move through to Matt Larby when he gets his gear off. There we go. He's been congratulated. I think this race meant quite a bit to him. So we'll just have a quick word with Matt.
Hello.
Congratulations,
Now,
Matt.
sorry.
You can talk to me now, yeah? That's fine. Well done. I bet you're happy to get that one out of the way.
It's been a busy couple of months.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was unbelievable race. These boys were gone up the front. I was just doing what I could to hold on. But we can celebrate somebody's birthday today, so that's the main thing. And I've got mine in a couple of weeks as well, so that'll do.
Some joint celebration.
Yeah, a little bit tonight, I think.
Excellent. Well, well done,
Thank
Matt. There we go. So very happy drivers. We've now got the Caterham Academy race, so we'll head back to you guys in the commentary box.
So then, as we get ready for the Adrian Flux Insurance Caterham Academy Green Group, let's take a look at what else is going on in the Caterham Group. A very exciting 2023 for all things Caterham.
So I'm down in Assembly for the Mission Motorsport 270R Championship, and I've found Duncan Mallet, who did Academy last year, and he's come back to join us for well, maybe it's one-off race, but in the 270, and you've qualified in 3rd place. Fantastic. So it's lovely to have you back.
Yeah, it's really nice to be back actually. I like being back in the paddock and stuff like that, and to be so high up on my first attempt really it's nice actually. It's really nice. So I can't really complain. Yeah.
So you've been busy away doing exams this year, haven't you? Which is why you haven't committed to a full season.
Yeah, so I've been doing exams basically for the last 3 months until the 20th of June. So that's been my schedule. I've been at home sort of sitting down doing nothing apart from revising. So it's nice to be back in this atmosphere and stuff like that. And yeah, it's worth it, I think. Worth it.
How have you found the jump from Academy to 270? Obviously missing out road sports.
Well, obviously I haven't done any racing yet, so I don't know what that jump's like. But pace-wise, it's harder. More people are quicker. So I'm relatively happy to be up here, and I was quite surprised with myself actually. So it's been a good jump. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, lovely to see you back, and wish you all the best for this race.
You too.
Thank you.
Good morning everybody, welcome to Caterham. Today marks a milestone in the evolution of the company.
Look at this, what a track day car. I keep saying I need to get myself in a Caterham.
I raced Caterhams myself, but this is an electric one, and this is something pretty important going forwards, isn't it?
So it's the final race for these guys of our Caterham Championships, and it's the Academy Green Group. So we've got Callum McIntyre here, who starts from pole position. Callum, you're leading the championship, so you're having a very successful season, aren't you? It's your first season in motorsport.
Yeah, enjoying it. Joined with Jono actually, who's next to me on the grid here. So yeah, good fight so far. It was. I managed to get a good lead to begin with, but everyone, as it goes with the Academy, everyone's got so fast, so quick. So there's massive competition at the front. And this is the perfect circuit for that. So I'm excited. I think it's going to be a great race.
So I take it you guys both have quite good battles with each other then?
We actually haven't come across each other much on track. It's been a bit of a mix. So Croft, where I got stuck avoiding an incident, Jono went on and won, and then one I won earlier in the season, Jono had a rough race. So it's been a bit of a mix. But yeah, the competition at the front is really high. Yeah.
So this is quite new then to qualify first and second, so next to each other on the grid. Be an interesting one to watch for us then.
It's going to be good. I'm hoping we can work together and try and make a break. That's the ideal scenario. And then see where we go from there. But as we know, starting these things off the line is hard, so you've got to get that right. That's number one priority, and then on from there we'll see. It's going to be about staying out of trouble and keeping our head down. Yeah.
And enjoy it, don't forget that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Let's have a quick word with Jono then, as he's right next door, and you are joint first, aren't you, together?
Yes,
with,
yeah, me and Callum
with
fighting
Callum.
it out.
So yeah, how's it going?
Oh, it's great fun. So much. I mean, novice season, love it. Scrapping it out already. Joint top, so we're gonna have a good time today, I'm sure. Paul won't be far behind with his shiny gold helmet.
You can't miss. Well, all three of you guys actually.
What a car! I know. We're honestly doing this together. This is fantastic. You made new friends. It's mega. Love it. Great fun. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's great to see when we watched the Academy White Group earlier have their podium, and the whole group are there watching, and it's lovely atmosphere.
It's great. So my friend Rob Cohen, he's mad, he's mental, but I was so pleased with him. He's been working really hard all season, so for him to get a second, I was chuffed a bit for him. So mega.
race, you guys. Thank you very much.
Cars are heading already to the grid, so let's speed through this grid as quickly as we can. It's Callum McIntyre, our guest commentator from earlier on, who will start on pole position. He's alongside Jonathan Emery in the 43 car on the front row of the grid. Row 2, the number 12 of Paul Goldstein alongside Henry Morris in the number 5. Row 3, Barry Hanneth in the 11 car alongside Barry Thompson in the 79. Orlando Morris in the 21 is on row 4 alongside Nick Heighton in the 78. Megan Bruce in the number 9 alongside Tim Payne in the 26, rounding out our top 10. Row 6 is Arif Hanif in the 74 alongside Ollie Brown in the 18. Django Jones in the number 8 alongside Franco Hoffman in the 48 on row 7. Jack English in the 13 is next in 15th place alongside Sheraz Ramzan in the 23. Row 9 is Andrew Porter in the 17 alongside Neil Bell in the 22. Row 10, Anthony Nichols in the number 6 alongside Ruben Hunter in the 75. Row 11, Andrew Miles and Brian Joyce, the 16 and the 73. Kevin Pinto in the 53 is alongside Shahid Siddiqui on the 14 car, that's row 12. And Anne Hall in the 63 will line up alone on row number 13. The Academy Green Group then also tied at the top of the points. Callum McIntyre, we heard from him earlier on, one of the two combatants at the head of that championship order.
Yeah, and it's been between him and Emery for the majority of the season. Callum taking opening 2 wins, and then Jonathan Emery taking a win at Croft and at Alton Park last time. He was second, winning. Nick Heighton winning last time at Alton Park, so great for him. And you see Callum here on pole position then, so the turquoise car on the left of the screen, alongside his John Emery in the purple on the right. And Paul Goldstein, watch out for him. He's having some good results in his gold festooned car there. You can see him in that third place grid spot in the middle of the 2 from the front row. Watch out for him coming through. And then we've got Henry Morris, Barry Hannif, Barry Thompson, Orlando Morris, all kind of doing their thing. They've always kind of there or thereabouts. Orlando though out qualifying himself as a green flag is at the back of the grid.
So Callum McIntyre and Jonathan Emery will, as they have done many times this season, drag race down to the first corner. It's McIntyre on the inside who gets a really poor start, but it's a flying launch from Jonathan Emery in the not quite Cadbury coloured car. He leads the way. The purple and white is your race leader. In second place is that potentially Goldstein, who's moved up into second place. Swallowed up though is Callum McIntyre. He did not get the launch he needed.
Yeah, and it looks like it's Goldstein. Yeah, in second place, Goldstein, followed by McIntyre. We've got a car sideways coming across the grid. Well avoided there. I think that might have been one of the Hannif brothers who avoided a sideways moving car as they came through. The rest of the field threading over. Remember, this is back to the Academy car, so watch these cars leaning as they go through. They've got no rear end stability, haven't got rear anti-roll bar. But it was we spoke briefly to Callum earlier about the starts, and it didn't tie all together for him, did it?
No, I think you were kind of communicating to him the importance of a start, and it didn't really pay off for him. That was one of the biggest moments we've seen so far today down at Campbell for the number 21 car. So not the start that was required at all for Orlando Morris. He managed to gather it up nicely.
And it was Barry Hannif that managed to avoid him. So the two Hannif brothers still maintain their Arif a little bit further back, started 12th on the grid, but it's still that John Emery in the lead, Goldstein, and it's now the Cameron McIntyre's back in that battle, isn't he? So he's not taken too long to recover his speed.
No, I thought McIntyre was going to be rather further down the order than that. It's 3 wide almost for the lead. Not quite. It is Goldstein in the number 12 car that leads the way. It's not gold plated, and nor is that lead, because that was a poor run out of club. I think you'll have lost the lead by the time they get to the line. Yes, Thompson in the 79 to the lead. Barry Thompson from 5th to 1st on the first lap, and here comes McIntyre. He gets through into second place as well. So easily done that for Goldstein, just taking too much speed through the second apex, and you butcher your run through the third.
Yeah, we've seen it plenty of times today, and we're going to see it plenty of times for the rest of this weekend as well. Remember, we've got a whole lot of action for you tomorrow. A little bit of smoke and lock up in the background. The Caterham, the Academy Avon tyres that they've got, only used in this championship, and they don't offer up a great deal of grip, enough to be going racing. but at the moment they can see them locking up. Thompson making a great move though to the lead through the chicane that time through, and managing to hold it as Goldstein made that mistake. But everyone else, as we've seen today, as long as they were within the same pack, they can move forward and backwards all through the race.
Megan Bruce to the outside there, going through Noble, one of a few drivers trying to hold on around the outside line. She's in the red number 9 car. It is Thompson though that leads the way from McIntyre for now. McIntyre looking to take a slightly wider line through Church, in fact cuts slightly more to the inside as they head through the apex of Church, which as we know is flat out. Callum told us that himself. 3 wide among the leaders, and here comes Emery in the 43. They're going to make it 5 wide, aren't they? Goodness gracious me, it's Goldstein with a nose ahead, with a car ahead as they approach Club. He is your leader. Emery surges up to P2, or does he? Because McIntyre keeps the nose in, and that was very nearly quite a big incident. Well avoided.
He had to back out of that, didn't he? He's lost a lot of speed as he came out that chicane as well, having to protect to the inside, seeing whether he can get up the inside of Thompson. Thompson's slowing a little bit there, maybe he missed a gear. It is Emery following on from Goldstein there as they head up to the complex this time. Anything the higher levels can do, the Academy showing they can do just as well, as they sent it 4 wide that time.
Goldstein from Emery then your top 2, and then it's McIntyre. Thompson, who was leading last time by, he's down to 4th place. Oh, and a bit of a moment there as I think that was Bruce and potentially Hanif having a bit of a scrap there. Quite the moment there for Megan Bruce in the number 9. That looked like it was going to be a meet in the middle.
I think Megan's in a red car, I believe, unless she's changed her colour scheme, but nevertheless she's a driver that's showing incredible speed and had a really good early Alton Park, just couldn't hold it together. We're going to see how this season progresses and see whether she can hold on towards the end of the race.
Yeah, I was saying it was her that was kind of having to avoid it rather than being the instigator in that one, but she manages to keep the nose clean in spite of everything going on around her in that red number 9 car. Still about 10 cars in the lead pack all told, even with all of that going on, but it is Goldstein that leads, well, for maybe 3 seconds, because here comes Emery once again. Jonathan Emery with the run, but to the inside of him as well we've got another driver there. I think it's that Morris potentially in the number 5. It's Emery that leads this time through Club. Who is that in 2nd place? Just trying to see the number.
We'll catch it as they go over the line, won't we? The timing screen will save our bacon there, but it is Morris indeed in that number 5. McIntyre's still in that 3rd place. Goldstein found himself swallowed up as he went down to the chicane that time. He is down in that 4th place. We have in MotoGP, we do the lean angles, don't we? And I think we're going to have to do the same thing around Church here. They're absolutely extreme lean angles as they're heading round out the back of the thing. But Emery has been consistently up there, hasn't he? He's been showing that consistent ability to stay near the top of the sheet.
Of course, the MotoGP riders lean in. These cars very much lean out with the roll bar not in place for the Academy drivers. There is Bruce in the number 9. Where is she at the moment? She is in 8th place, so not at all hindered by having to take evasive action a lap ago at Cobb. It is the top 11 or top 10 roughly all in that lead pack, and then there's another pack fighting for about 12th place down as well, but it is Emery in the 43 that leads them towards Church this time. It's going to be Morris that heads the pursuing pack as they head towards Club for what will be I believe the 5th time in this race. And there is the pack fighting further back, one of them being the number 48 car of Hoffman, but lots of cars fighting in unison there as we cut to the leaders. I think in a moment potentially they're all coming together in a scrum towards the last turns, and it is going to be in the lead this time. McIntyre has gone back to the lead as we continue to watch that battle further back in the pack. Here is McIntyre now to the front, and look at what's happened to Morris and Emery. They've both absolutely fallen through the order to about 4th and 5th.
Yeah, Bruce also, she outbraked herself slightly as all that shenanigans was going on, and she actually lost out a little bit there. You can see there's a bit of a gap, but she's still holding in that 8th place, starting 10th, made up 2 and looking like she wants to make up more. McIntyre though back into that lead after the bad start. Goldstein looking to see what he can do, rear end waggling away as they maximise this little bit of lock up there for the number 21. That's Morris, wasn't it? It locked up. He's alongside Bruce as they head through the Campbell Cobb sequence as they head out towards Noble once more.
And then it's Hanif just behind as well, going very, very much to the inside line there, coming out of Seagrave. Of course, with such a wide circuit, you can afford to choose a different line around this track. Some circuits, I'm thinking the likes of Cadwell Park, are very much a one-line track most of the time. Not the case here at Thruxton.
No, a very, very different character of circuit, and as drivers, you know, you've got to learn all these, what the different type of tracks mean, and what does it mean to drive around Thruxton, what does it mean to drive around Cadwell. Well, they're learning that all this year. Remember, Academy, you cannot have had a race licence or a kart licence before joining this series. You buy a car from Caterham and they throw in all this racing, but you want to be, if you're sat there thinking this looks good, well, you can do that. Just sign up for the Caterham Academy and you have all this on your doorstep.
Well, it's certainly Goldstein that was on McIntyre's doorstep there. McIntyre got squeezed out, but it's not Goldstein who has gone to the lead. It is the 79 of Thompson that's gone back to the lead. Goldstein's gone rally crossing, so has Emery. We've got one car spinning around, that's Morris in the 21. Really unfortunate there, and other cars having to take evasive action too as we cut away from that, but lots going on here at Club Chicane. Thankfully everyone continues on their way as we have Thompson back to the front. Heighton up to second place as well. The 78 car that began in 8th place now as far up as second.
Yeah, a bit of a replay here. Morris was sat in the escape route that all the drivers have been using, and therefore, you know, other drivers who were trying to use that escape route didn't have a chance. So here's the blue car of Morris, who we saw sideways. Little replay as they're going out to the back of the circuit.
So I think we're trying to go to a replay, but we return to live pictures for now then as the leading pack heads through Goodwood. Let's focus in on this battle for the lead. Oh no, we will go to the replay now. So let's see what happened to the 21 car. Keep an eye at the back of shots. 2-3 wide, usual Caterham shenanigans among the leaders. McIntyre got a horrible run over the sausage curbs there, and then just to the top, it was Bruce into the back of the 21 car, so I think there may be some words exchanged there between Orlando Morris and Megan Bruce. Orlando really didn't have much say in that at all.
No, you can see the contact halfway through the chicane, and that just sent his car spinning around, and like I say, caused Ollie a little bit of an issue further down. Ollie Smith, who was trying to use that as they go side by side through the chicane. Little bumps and shenanigans as they head through, but they've all made it through this time through.
So it's Emery from 5th to the lead this time by, as is standard form in Caterham Academy. 13 cars spinning in front of us here. That's Jack English in a spin. The 26 car also having a moment. A few different instances of contact there. I think that was Tim Payne in the 26, wasn't it? And now we've got a 3-point turn in the worst place possible for English in the 13. Lots going on in front of us. Lots going on for the lead as well, or towards the lead anyway. Well out of sorts there was Heighton in the 78 as he got himself up into 5th at the expense of Thompson. Thankfully everyone continued on again after that incident at the chicane. We get a replay. That was 2 separate incidents as a matter of fact, wasn't it? Because English had a moment all of his own. Meanwhile, as the 26 car, and which other was that collecting him? The 21 of Morris again, 2 laps in a row for Orlando Morris having issues.
I think I also saw Jones in the number 8 having an issue somewhere else around the track as we went to cut to this. No room to get around there, was there? That caused them a little bit of a delay. So let's see whether Jones drops down the order. Let's see whether who's in the lead now. We haven't sort of watched the lead for a little bit. I wonder who's out there. I can smell some tyre smoke as that car recovered back to the circuit. It is still Emery out in front, and it is still McIntyre in second place, and then Goldstein does follow on. So after all that, they've obviously shuffled a few tyres before coming back to exactly as they were.
Alan McIntyre goes to the front once again. There is now some bodywork down at Club as the smell of Avons permeates through our commentary position down here at the Club chicane. It is McIntyre to the lead once again. McIntyre knows where we are because he was on commentary earlier on, of course. Took a little time to watch the white group race and see what was going on there. Has picked up some data, some much needed information from that, and he leads the green group of the Adrian Flux Caterham Academy Championship. Another car going straight across the grass at Club, but that's just another lap of Caterham racing as we watch the leaders go through Seagrave once again.
Yeah, McIntyre was really happy at the moment after that poor start. He's recovered it back, and he's been that consistent force along with Emery and Goldstein at the front. And so we'll see whether he continues to do that. The number 8 of Jones did fall back to 12th, so I wonder whether it was him that I saw. He was 8 to 12th in that last lap, so I think I was seeing him slightly out of line as McIntyre continues on his route. I was watching on YouTube very briefly earlier on, seeing the comments. There's a lot of love for McIntyre in the comments, seeing where he's up to and what he's doing, and he currently is in the lead of this race.
Currently in the lead, but now coming to the pinch point up towards Club. I thought they were going to try and go 3 wide through Church there for a moment for second place. not advisable. Morris, though, carrying momentum, goes alongside Goldstein. Emery tucked into the back of McIntyre. Now goes to the outside line. Goldstein's trying for the inside, but he might have to go on the grass to get to the inside. No, a little bit of contact, though, between Goldstein and McIntyre as Goldstein got himself into the lead. No damage to either car, just the tiniest clip, and it is Goldstein to the lead once again. Emery second, McIntyre down to third place.
Yeah, and they're absolutely nose to tail. The front 6 cars now coming across those line in just those over a second, splitting them. You can see they're in nose to tail as they head. Morris holding on well. Thompson drifting back a little bit after his early leading, but he is still well within contention. 7 minutes, plenty of time left for them all to go. And Thompson in that 6th place, and Bruce just hanging off the back, so there is a gap back now to Megan in 7th.
You noted that Django Jones in the 8 car was falling through the order. He lost another place on that lap as McIntyre has a sideways moment. Evasive action having to be taken there by Heighton in the 78 car. Very well collected by both parties, but McIntyre just getting loose there coming out of Cobb going towards Seagrave. That was a very close thing. Just to finish my point on Django Jones, he's dropped 13th. He had a moment at Club. Looks like he's just out the saddle a little bit at the moment.
Yep, just having a rough patch of this race, isn't he? It's the middle phase of this 20-minute race. Their only race for them this weekend. They get their 120 minutes of action today, and they get to either go home or watch all the other action. Why wouldn't you stay and watch after all the action we've seen today? But Goldstein led across the line last time through. Looks like his gold car is still there with Emery. They're kind of going wheelbarrow racing 2x2 out front here to see whether Emery can now leapfrog and carry that speed into the club, and the pack behind all going side by side for 4 wide as is normal now.
Oh yes, Emery to the lead once again, then Goldstein allowing him through for the time being. Still 6 minutes to go, of course. Who's leading right now ultimately will be immaterial. What's not immaterial, though, is what's going on for third place, because if Thompson has to defend too much from the likes of Heighton and McIntyre behind, of course, they could risk losing Emery and Goldstein's toe. They're still a little bit away from that now. I think they'd need another second to 1.5 seconds for the top 2 to disappear away from Thompson back, but they do have to be conscious of that, of course.
Likely seeing Hanif brothers have got themselves together on track.
Yes.
8th and 9th place. Barry currently leading Arif, and so we see where they could do that. They were on the podium last time out, or the last time we saw them at Croft, so great to see them still having that battle out there on track, and it really is a family affair, and they've taken that step further, haven't they? But it was still Emery out front as they crossed the line that time through.
Reminds me of some of the other sibling pairings over the years. And remember British GT many years ago, Piers and Miles Maserati, always in a Porsche, which is very confusing. Emery, though, is our leader. Goldstein there in 2nd place for now. Let's see how close the third battle gets this time. They will be well within toe range, but I think they're also going to properly fan out on the approach to Club. Sure enough, here comes Heighton to the inside of Thompson. They'll both be getting a bit of a tow from the side-by-side leaders up ahead. It's Goldstein with the inside line and the power, or rather, and the momentum heading into Club. He takes the lead again with 4:28 in this race left to go. Goldstein from Emery then, and 3rd place still Thompson. Not as much shuffling as I expected from 3rd to 6th, actually.
No, it's all kind of stayed kind of steady that time through, but Goldstein does take that lead. They're still all nose to tail. Callum McIntyre finding himself pushed back this time through. Fastest lap though by Heighton, 31.951. That is 100th away from the lap record. They are closing in, and they have got the bragging rights in the green group this afternoon over the white group earlier on.
Oh yes, that's the tail of the toe there, isn't it, for Heighton? A 131.95 last time by, as you alluded to. Heighton there just going out wide, coming out of Cobb. I've already seen him have to catch a slide or two, although of course he was catching a slide to avoid McIntyre's own slide in amongst the pack earlier on. Thompson has very firmly closed back in. Barry Thompson, Basler, as it says on his number plate there, in 3rd place. Goldstein and Emery certainly with him, and now the rest of the top 6 for company.
But
got
a back marker. It's a back marker that they've got. He is getting out of the way. I think it might be Hall in the car there. But yeah, I was going to say there's a back marker back coming in, but he's pulled nicely to the side, and actually that leaves us plenty of room for this racing to continue.
Well, I'm glad that was a back marker. For a minute I thought we were losing Goldstein or one of the others there, but it is Goldstein still leading the pack as they fan out through Church. Heighton in second place for all of 5 seconds, because here comes Emery and Thompson. They're both going to try and swallow him up as they approach Club. Goldstein, I think, is going to run relatively unopposed as they approach Club Chicane this time by. What a treat as they all hug the inside line towards Club, and it is Goldstein in the lead, but nice speed carried there by Heighton. Goldstein had to catch a little bit of a slide. He's now trying to squeeze the number 78 car of Heighton. Heighton just about keeps his foot in it. Thompson in the 79 behind him, now in third. Emery down to fourth. That was hair-raising.
Yeah, that was really positioning your car and not letting that one up, wasn't it? So luckily that all worked itself out. Heighton probably having to get out the throttle very slightly in the number 78 car, but he did well. He did what he needed to do. Heighton's turning into the fastest lap specialist. Already got a couple, but I think that's by warrant of he keeps dropping back and then having to fight his way back through. But good to see him back up here as we get to the angry end of this 20-minute race at the Academy.
This should be the penultimate lap of the race, just about. We see the identically liveried 16s and 17 cars out there. That's Andrew Porter in the 17 and the 16 struggling to see Andrew Miles, that is, those two fighting together. We also have that battle for something like 12th place as well, further back to 11th place. Orlando Morris making his way back through the order. Has got himself up into 11th at the head of the battle that just went through shot. Our leaders, meanwhile, will be approaching the final corners now and heading on to the final lap this time by. I think it's only going to get more intense. Goldstein, sure enough, our race leader to the outside line. Here comes Heighton and Thompson for good measure on the inside. Barry Thompson to the lead. Very nicely done. Thompson does just about get it stopped, carries the speed, and actually doesn't scrub off too much momentum. That was quite nicely done.
Did really well to hold that. Is a slide all the way through. It's a little bit more comfortable than the kind of neutral balance slide that you'd want, but nevertheless, Barry held it and managed to get that momentum. Goldstein's the loser there, losing out to 4th place. McIntyre back up to that 3rd, and Emery, big loser there down in this late stage. His last lap we're started now. He is finding us on 6th place. However, we've seen 7 places being made up down one straight, so he's not out of it.
Absolutely not. No, the surge of the slipstream is a powerful thing here at Thruxton, especially as we've said, the wind's playing their role, as I think that was the number 5 potentially. Yes, losing its rear quarter panel on the left-hand side. So Morris just doing some pre-church to club run weight shedding, let's say. Easily done, of course, in these cars.
Yeah, it's not an unregular sight, as we see that fairly commonly, parts of these wings flying off. But nevertheless, he has now got extra cooling to his left rear tyre, as we see the field then swooping towards us. Thompson out in front, ahead of Heighton, who's injected himself in that 2nd place. Callum McIntyre looking to see what he can do in 3rd place. Goldstein is having to drop further back. He's drifted wide through Church as well. That's not going to be a great run out for him onto the final straight.
That could be what Barry Thompson needs. Emery trying to get to the inside, couldn't quite make it 4 wide. Morris squeezed him out, so he goes to the outside instead. It's Barry Thompson feeling like he's sitting on a rocket at the moment as everyone tries to find a way through past him. Goldstein to the outside, he can't get that done. Barry Thompson and everybody else skiddling through, and it's going to be Thompson that takes the win, but he does so by cutting that final chicane. It seems like Barry Thompson outbroke himself and everybody else did the same thing.
That was nearly everyone failing to make the grid. It was kind of like, I'm going to break after you, but everyone broke too late, didn't they? Then none of them made the chicane. So we see the rest of the field flowing through. That's definitely going to go and get an adjusted result. I can pretty confidently assume that right now. The bodywork and so I can see an exhaust sort of lying on the exit here just as they all recover. And again, once again, I can see Snappy John was there to capture all the action. I can see a exhaust wadding on the entrance as well. But this is the tail end of the field still coming through here as they finish the battle of the 16 and 17.
Great stuff all the way through the order. It was Barry Thompson who crossed the line first then. However, he cut the course. The same applies to Heighton in 2nd place. So as we rightly suggest, I suspect, down here, I think Chris is quite correct to say, yeah, that's not going to stand, is it? But Thompson in the 79, at least unofficially, is our winner. And it looks as if there may have been a moment after the flag. That looks to me like that's down at Campbell and Cobb. Hopefully that was on the final lap and not after the final lap.
Yeah, we didn't see it happen, did we? But I think it's like Ollie Smith again. So yeah, could be down in down at LTS.
It's Brown in the 18.
Brown, is it? Yeah, okay. So Ollie Brown, sorry, yeah. So yeah, looks like drivers out, but certainly a few more body panels. But yeah, we will see what the actual result is. It won't be what we get given to start with.
Explain this one through for us, Chris.
Well, it's just Goldstein outbreaks himself down the middle, and I think everyone else gets suckered into trying to break that late as well. You see, Barry's also clips a bit of bodywork, which upsets his brake, so he actually collected a real arch, and that would have upset his braking. I still don't think he was going to make it at that point of the race anyway. And you can see the other cars still coming close as you like. Emerson there, just having to take to the overshoot. I can't call what they're going to arrange that, but I think Callum McIntyre or Heighton and McIntyre are certainly the ones that are in for that chance of winning that one.
Well, there you go. So provisional results for that race. Thompson in the 79 claiming the win. Second place for Nick Heighton in the 78. Callum McIntyre taking third place in the 61 car alongside Jonathan Emery in at the 43 taking fourth. Henry Morris, again, provisionally taking fifth place in the 5 car. Paul Goldstein in 6th position after his spin. Arif Hanif in 7th. Megan Bruce splitting the brothers Hanif. Barry Hanif finishing 9th. And Django Jones taking 10th place, recovering into the top 10. Orlando Morris in 11th in the 21. Sheraz Ramzan in 12th place in the 23. Tim Payne in the 26 in 13th. And Anthony Nichols in 14th, rounding out the top 15. We'll just get through that. The 22 car of Bell. And, well, I'm not sure what's going to come of the post-race interviews there. I think there might be a little bit of uncertainty down there. There's only one way to find out. That's by going down to the paddock and our intrepid reporters. So let's go there now.
Oh, what a eventful end to that race. That was great. And Barry Thompson, congratulations on the win.
It was a mega race. I think we had a good tussle, 5 or 6, it was all the time. Yeah, that was very hard work, but very rewarding. And obviously Nick's come second, so that's a really good weekend for us both, considering we've never been here before as well, so really good.
Yeah,
really
great
made
achievement for you both.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
Well done. I'll move on to Nick quickly. Sorry, Nick, before you jump back down into your car, congratulations, second place. That's fantastic for you.
That was chaos. What a chaotic race. Congratulations to Barry as well. It was awesome.
Yeah, there were 6 of you, and you didn't know who was going to come across the line
6
first.
people, I think, all race, just neck and neck. Really good. Qualified quite badly in 8, so that's a really good result. Yeah. Really happy.
Excellent. Well done. Congratulations. Right, we'll have a quick word with Callum when he's finished with the circuit radio. He's still going to be happy, isn't he, when he's in third place? The podium's still good championship points. Let's move in. Well done, Callum. Probably not what you hoped for, but still good points for the championship in third.
Yeah, that was an incredible race. None of the strategy we all had planned happened there. There was a few knocks, couple of jumps over the curb. I had a real big hit from someone. Things like that, and especially with Caterham's, there was 5 wide down into that bottom corner a few times. So, happy with third. There's good points, and happy with that. Happy with that.
Excellent. Well done.
Cheers, Sam. Thank you.
There you go. That's it for our Caterham action, but still one more race to go. So I head back to you guys in the commentary box.
And so that concludes our Caterham racing for today. However, we've still got our 8th and final race to come, and it is the CMMC Super Saloons, Tin Tops and the Welsh Sports and Saloons from the WRDA all coming onto the circuit. As you can see, the Caterhams are still being cleared up, so that gives us an opportunity to hear from some of the stars in the CMMC and WRDA paddocks.
Right, here we are in assembly, and it's a very sad occasion. It's actually the last race of the day, not the weekend, just the day. But it is actually the last race of the weekend for the Classic Modern Motorsport Super Saloons, Tin Tops and Welsh Sports and Saloons. We'll come down here, we're going to have a quick word with Verity here. Verity, it's great to see you. How did it go in race 1?
It wasn't too bad. It's my first time here.
Yeah.
So I was sort of learning the track still and getting into the groove and stuff.
What have you learnt then from race 1 that now you're going to bring into race 2?
More the racing lines and the speed and whatnot. And
It's such a mix of cars here, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
You're in a Fiesta, we've got an NASCAR over there, we've got all sorts, but it must be a lot of fun just to be part of the Modern Motorsport Club.
Oh yeah, very much so. It's I'm part of the Welsh series and stuff, so it's all good fun, and the guys are all great, so it's good fun.
Well, thanks for coming down. It's great to see you. Best of luck in race 2 as well. Just want to go over here. We've got Chris over in the Genesis. Didn't finish in race 1, so let's find out. Is he in now? I wonder if we can just. Is he not? Is it? Oh, there's no one there. Is it car all right now though?
Oh yeah, all sorted. Yeah, all done.
Yeah, excellent. What was the problem in race?
Just drive shaft snapped.
He's not here, but best of luck anyway. Let's go walk around a little bit, shall we? Just a quick reminder actually of what happened in race 1. It was the Volvo of Nigel Mustill who got the win in that one. Is he going to get it done again? Well, we're going to find out very shortly. Let's just jump over here. We've got Mr. Sidwell. I think we'll wonder if we can grab a quick word with Alex before he gets back into the car. Bit of a fan favourite this one. How are we feeling? Ready for race 2?
Yeah, hopefully. Should do a bit better than we did race 1. But a couple of good battles with Marcus and Jack's next door. That was quite good fun.
There's a lot of love for you in this car. Tell us a little bit more about it. When did you get it? How did you come to acquire it?
It was we got it about 2 years ago. We got the sister car to go with it, which was 2014. So this is number 15, and we've got 14 as well from GRM. But it replaces the car that had the big damage at Silverstone. And yeah, it's been very good. We've done a lot of repair on it. It's cleaned it up. We've done quite a bit of work on it. But we're getting there. We're getting there with it. Yeah.
Look, best of luck for race 2. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Right, here we go. Time to get underway for the classic modern motorsport, Super Saloons, Tin Tops, and we've just heard from Verity, of course, from the Welsh Sports and Saloons as well. Here is Mr. Marcus Bicknell as well. Ready for this one?
The fast boy's trying to keep up with Alex Sidwell and all these bloody. I'm slower than I was 3 years ago.
You didn't do that bad in race 1. It was all right.
Yeah, it was slow though. I'm 3 seconds slower than in 2019 because I put slicks on and they don't work. There you go.
There you go. Well, hopefully they might do a bit better in race 2. A bit warmer now, isn't it, surely?
They're gripping too much. So the limited slip dip is tightening up and it's understeering and going all over the shop. Really interesting.
Well, we'll enjoy watching it, Marcus. Thanks for grabbing us there. Now it's time for race 2. Here we go. Let's take you back to the studio, take you through the action.
So the CMMC Super Saloons will be heading out onto the circuit in just a few moments' time. They'll head to the grid and then they will do a full formation lap thereafter as well. So we've got a couple of minutes before the racing will begin. This is how the grid will be for the rolling start. It's Nigel Mustill and his 7-litre Volvo S60 on the pole position. He's alongside Tommy Field in the Ford Escort RSR on the outside of the front row. Keep an eye on that little Escort, very quick car. Ronan Bradley is next on row 2 in his BMW E36. Ian Hall alongside in the mighty Darien T98, another big V8 Thunder car there. Dave Cowan in the E46 M3 on row 3 with Jack Whitehead in the very similar car alongside him. Then, and keep an eye on this one too, Alex Sidwell in the Holden VF Commodore, the Aussie V8, proper V8 supercar here among us in the UK. Alex Sidwell always brings them out to party. The Ford Taurus Ascar of Marcus Bicknell will line up alongside a clash of the Aussies and the Americans on row 4. Wayne Spiller in the Mazda RX-8 is next, alongside the Eurocar V8 of Luke Bennett. Luke Bennett in the Mercedes C-Class machine. So then row 6 of the grid is Craig Attard, and Craig Attard in the 56 alongside the 180 of Mark Williams. That's another Mazda RX-8 alongside a Renault Clio. Alan Breck in the Capri is next alongside Chris Bassett in his Peugeot 306 GTI. Martin Scott in the Golf GTI Mark V alongside Kenneth Angel in his BMW 328i Coupe. Angel's teammate, as it were, Rod Burley in the 44 car, the Ford Escort WRC of Rod, and that wonderful WRC car should make up some places. Mike Cook in the BMW 330 alongside him on row 9. Burley definitely going to make up some places. Verity Banks is next alongside Chris Everill. Chris Everill, as we heard, drive shaft issues for Everill in the 169. The LS powered Ginetta should be surging through the pack as well. He was fighting for overall podium earlier on. Andy Woodstein, I believe, should be out there in the 197 car, although he did only do one lap in qualifying. I didn't quite catch whether the 197 is there at the back of the pack. In fact, looking at it, it doesn't look like it is, although there are still some cars coming through. And the 223 of Alex Baldwin, the 223 car, one of the Civic Type R's, rounding out that 22 car order. 11 rows of Super Saloons, Tin Tops and Welsh Sports sedans out there on circuit. Chris Bassett, the leading of the Tin Tops, he's one to watch because unlike the cars around him, he's not on slick tyres. He is on cut tyres, road legal tyres, and while that does give him a disadvantage in the long run, the tyres also come up to temp a lot quicker. Therefore, at the start of the race, he might surge through the order a bit in that diminutive 306. It's often a little bit quicker than one would expect on paper. It's a very well prepared car, to say the least of it. Also, the slick tyres versus cut tyres debate. Both Kenneth Angel, Graham Richardson and indeed Alex Baldwin also all running on road legal tyres in the CMMC Tin Tops, while everyone else is on slicks. So 15-minute race will start shortly. We are going to have them line up in 2x2 order before they go out onto their formal formation lap. Of course, it will be a 15-minute race with a rolling start, and that means, of course, for some of the bigger machinery, they don't have to test their clutches excessively. You can only put 600 odd horsepower through a clutch a couple of times before things start to go awry, and we are over 600 brake horsepower in a few of these cars this weekend. The 7-litre Chevy V8 of Nigel Mustel, surely one car that's producing over 600. I'd expect it to actually be more like 650, although I'm noticing that Mustel isn't there. I had not picked up on this. Nigel Mustel isn't there. That's a concern. That's a big shame. The Volvo of Nigel Mustel not there. So that means that Tommy Field is alone on the front row. Sadly, we've lost a couple of our real big banger cars this weekend, because we were going to have Keith Butcher out in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Unfortunately, Keith didn't take the start. He wasn't out in qualifying either. I know he was here because I was talking to him this morning, but I didn't quite get to the bottom of why he didn't come out in qualifying before heading to the box for the first races today. Hopefully Keith Butcher will get any issues that he has rectified. But unfortunately, Nigel Mustel not able to take the start by the looks of it, so we are a couple of cars down. I would suggest therefore that Tommy Field is now the hot favourite. I also notice that we are missing the Hall-driven Darien as well, so Ian Hall in the Darien T98 GTR sadly not here either in this race. He was out this morning, but the car was also slowing towards the end of the race, so maybe Ian Hall had an issue. That's a shame, because that Darien in his hands is jolly speedy sometimes around this Thruxton circuit. I've seen him win against some rather weapons grade competition here in other events. So Tommy Field will be alone on de facto pole on the front row of the grid. Ronan Bradley will sense an opportunity to do better than his overall third place earlier on then, from what will effectively be P2 on the second row of the grid. Dave Cowan and Jack Whitehead, they're both there in their M3s as well. They're slightly newer BMW M3s, it's worth noting, although it doesn't look like we're missing one of them as well. I think a lot of drivers may have gone home early since we're down in Hampshire, because I'm noticing that Dave Cowan is also missing, so it does seem as though a few drivers have maybe elected to beat the traffic or something of that nature. Or is Cowan there? He is. Cowan is there, so false alarm on that front, but several cars are missing. Several cars are displaced as well. Keep an eye on Rod Burley in the 44 car, because Rod, starting from row 9, the Escort WRC, certainly always one to watch, especially at his home track of Brands Hatch. but I'm sure he can transfer that to Thruxton as well. And then you've got Chris Everill in the big V8 Ginetta. Keep an eye on that. So Tommy Field it is who heads the field. He will be alone on the front row. Ronan Bradley shouldn't surge fourth onto the front row of the grid because he's not technically meant to be there. So it's going to be one car on front row, one car on the second row, unfortunately, as we had a few cars pull out. But keep an eye on that 169 machine, the big 6.2 litre Chevrolet powered Ginetta G55 car. Really a step up. I think initially it was a Ginetta Super Cup machine, which has now been converted and enhanced, expanded into a whole new machine, as it were. That car has been impressing many for the last few years in the Classic Sports Car Club and in the WRDA races as well. Everill, a former competitor in the Dutch Supercar Challenge in Ginettas, going back well over 10 years. A very, very modified blue Ginetta G20 was his steed for a number of years, and he told me today he's still got that car. I said, have you raced it any time recently? He said, no. Are you looking to sell it? No. So it sounds like he's got a spare, I guess, in the back pocket, Chris Everill. He will start from the back then in the 169. Can he surge his way into an overall podium? He's certainly got the machinery to do it, but a drive shaft let go earlier today, so that could be a complicating factor. Tommy Field was meant to start in second place, but our pole sitter Nigel Mustell sadly not here. So Tommy Field is alone on the front row of the grid. Ronan Bradley alone on the second row. He will have a significant power and handling disadvantage versus the purpose-built race car that is the Ford Escort RSR. So let's wait and see whether he can get anywhere near. I think it is long odds at best for him. Now, we were meant to go to a rolling start this time. However, the safety car has stayed out there. Your guess is as good as mine. Black and orange flag has been displayed to one of the cars there. I can't quite see whom, but one of the cars has had a black and orange flag shown there at the start line gantry. The number 3 car, because look at the puncture. And I think Marcus Binknell is saying to him, stop, mate. The number 3 car has sprung a puncture. Jack Whitehead with a rear puncture. How bizarre is that? On the formation lap of all things, his tyre has come down, and that will further delay the start of this race. Hopefully the marshals can still push the car away with the puncture, but that is quite a unique situation. I'm trying to think back. I've done this for about 8 years, and I don't think I've ever seen a puncture on the formation lap before. Cool, tick that one off the bingo list then. But unfortunate for Jack Whitehead then. We'll still get the full 15 minutes of racing, I believe, because curfew here is 6:30. We're still well ahead of schedule, so we shouldn't have any effect on that front. But Jack Whitehead with some issues there in the number 3. And we are just hearing some word from our cameramen that this seemingly kicked off somewhere around Goodwood, the issues with Jack Whitehead's number 3 car. One can safely assume that the black and orange flags were for him, but the cameramen letting us know that that started around Goodwood. I must admit I didn't spot that, but our eagle-eyed cameramen did. But we are now seeing the marshals try and get that car away, because it looked like he was going to drive it straight back down the pit lane, but unfortunately a recovery vehicle is now being scrambled. Where are the cars following the safety car? I think they're somewhere out around Goodwood potentially. I don't know if we're going to get this race started this time by, because this car is really stranded quite badly at the moment. There is a pickup truck headed to the number 3 of Jack Whitehead right now. A lot of these big thundery saloons, they do burn through their petrol, so I hope they tanked up a little bit. Red flag is being shown at that marshal post, which suggests to me that they're going to maybe pull up and give another formation lap a go in a couple of minutes' time. do have time to squeeze in the full race. As mentioned, 6:30 curfew, so as long as this 15-minute race. Getting a replay now of the number 3 car, and look, you can see that the tyre is already a bit slack there, can't you? It does look like he was having, I don't know if maybe he's tried to reuse the tyres from the earlier race, because of course this is a circuit where the left-hand side tyres do take a beating, and I mean, sometimes we do see punctures. Historically, in the 2000s in the British Touring Car Championship, you'd see a lot of punctures on the left side of cars here at Thruxton. They've since improved that tyre technology, and it's not quite as big an issue as it used to be. But for Jack Whitehead, he's got a puncture before we've even started, and if anything, it's a good thing that that happened now, because rear-wheel drive car going through Church, for example, you would not want a tyre going down in that scenario. So the Ford Escort RSR then, the car that is our de facto pole sitter on the outside of front row, I should explain, if you're looking at it going, why is this Escort one of the quickest cars out there? Well, it's because it's got about as much in common with a Ford Escort as I do with an Olympic athlete. That car is a purpose-built racer. It's got no Escort in it. It runs a 2.6 litre V8. It's effectively 2 Suzuki Hayabusa engines welded together. Radical SR8 engine under the bonnet. The car is so fast that it's been outlawed from some classic saloon championships. The Escort RSR, one of the most incredible club cars of the 2010s. So the cars will line up, and they should briefly roll again for the second, or potentially third attempt at the rolling start. So the Ford Escort RSR will be our front row starter. Of course, you've got some more big metal there, particularly on the 4th row of the grid, where you can see the Ford Taurus Ascar in full Joey Logano colours, courtesy of its current custodian Marcus Bicknell. That car, about 20 years ago, will have been racing at the Rockingham Motor Speedway, the Days of Thunder events you may remember from years gone by. Formation lap is now rolling, but the Taurus Ascar has been running in Bicknell's hands for a few years now. He used to run a Ford Mustang, which is now in the custodianship of Martin Reynolds, who is another Ford Saloon regular. And then, of course, next to Bicknell, you've got the mighty V8 supercar of Alex Sidwell. If there's any car on this grid that can get anywhere near the Escort RSR, then I think it's going to be Sidwell, but he is a little bit further back in the pack, so it's still a bit of a long shot for him. Some serious metal, though, with Rod Burley's Escort WRC further back, with Everill's Ginetta further back as well. Certainly one of the highest horsepower grids we'll see, the highest horsepower grid we'll see this weekend, and one of the bigger grids we'll see at Thruxton in terms of power and sheer impressiveness all year at Thruxton when it comes to car grids. The originally scheduled entry lists, including the unfortunately missing Darian, Nigel Mustell's Volvo, Keith Butcher's Lamborghini, and so on. I genuinely think that was one of the most impressive entry lists we've seen for big saloon and sports cars in the last 5 or 6 seasons. So then, the 15-minute race will begin this time around. They are just heading through Goodwood now. So the CMMC Super Saloons, the slick-tired category, which often frequents Brands Hatch, but also makes away days to circuits like Thruxton and indeed even Snetterton, they go a little bit further up. I think Silverstone as well on the calendar as well. You've got the tin tops, the kind of secondary category for slightly more standard cars, and then you've got the Welsh Sports and Saloons, which I can tell you is one of the most balmy grids I've ever seen at Pembrey. GT3 cars sharing a grid with a Mighty Mini, anybody? An amazing selection of cars in the Welsh Racing Driver Association Welsh Sports and Saloon series. Had the honour of commentating on that down in Pembrey, Wales before. They do take a few away days as well. Obviously they're quite away from Wales at the moment here at Thruxton, just outside Andover in Hampshire. One of the fastest circuits in the United Kingdom. Some of the fastest saloon and sports cars in the United Kingdom are now rolling towards Club Chicane for this 15-minute race. We were due to get started at 5:30 anyway, so actually we're bang on cue. It is now just 5:30 local time here at Thruxton, and the Ford Focus will hopefully this time withdraw to the pit lane as intended, and we will finally go racing for the CMMC Super Saloons, Tin Tops and Welsh Sports and Saloons combined grid, a symphony of thousands of horsepower and probably a couple million quid worth of car as well, about to take the start. The Escort RSR, the hot favourite then, in the hands of Tommy Field, surges away from the club corner and will lead into Allard Curve for the beginning of this race. The clock starts to tick and the racing begins in earnest. It's a good start from Sidwell further back. He gets himself up into third place at the expense of Cowan, Dave Cowan in the BMW E46. So Sidwell in the Aussie V8 is up to third, but only briefly, because Cowan managed to keep third place by going around the outside at Allard Curve. The big V8 was quicker to the first corner, but Cowan was quicker around the first corner. The rather bizarre sight of a Clio Cup car harassing a NASCAR style stock car then as they go through the first few corners for the first time. Everill making up good positions there. You just saw him streak past several cars, including the number 44. Rod Burley doesn't seem to be quite up to speed in the early stages, but the little Escort is flying. Tommy Field goes through shot, well clear of the chasing pack, which is led by Ronan Bradley in the 78 car. Then it's Dave Cowan. Alex Sidwell looking to the inside at Church. He maybe has it for third place. He should now have the power advantage. It's a straight 6 versus a big 5-litre V8, and sure enough, there goes the Holden streaming past and should be almost challenging for second by the time they get to club. Not quite able to get around Ronan Bradley. The Escort RSR makes a sensational noise as it comes past my commentary position. Well clear in the lead. That's going to be over 5 seconds in just one lap. In second place it is Ronan Bradley, 7.6 seconds back. Third place was Sidwell, and already up into 7th place overall, make that 6th place overall, is Everill in the 169 Ginetta. He has made some serious headway from the back of the grid. Here's our battle for second place then. As you can see on the scoring tower on your screen, everyone in a different class in the top 7 or so positions. There are many classes running across our 3 championships here, but as with the drivers, I will primarily focus on the overall battles, at least for now. The RX-8 there you see just running through shot, one of our less experienced cars out there on the circuit, the yellow and black cross, denoting that that driver is in their first 6 races. Doing so in a rotary coupe is certainly a bold choice. Sidwell almost making a bold choice as well, looking to the inside, going through Church. He should now wind the taps up once again on the big Holden V8 and maybe try and get to Ronan Bradley. Bradley might be a little bit better on the brakes than the lighter E36 BMW, however. Let's see how it pans out. Sidwell to the outside line, can't quite find his way through, and here comes Chris Everill in the Ginetta. He's already got himself up to 4th overall. Cowell is there, and remember I said that Bassett in the 333 car would be quite quick in the early going because his tyres get up to temperature, being cut tyres rather than slicks. We just saw that Peugeot 306 hanging on to the back of a V8 GT racing car. So there's proof in the pudding. He's right on the back now of Cowan in the little BMW E46 M3. Alex Sidwell just managing to stave off the advances now of Everill, but how long can he do that for? This is the battle for second place. Cowan has something of a transponder issue, I believe, because he is still running out there, but it says he's in the pit lane. I promise you he's not. You can see him there in 5th place. Sidwell and Everill getting a little bit too close for comfort there. You see Alex Sidwell still lurking behind Ronan Bradley. A study in contrasts, a purpose-built race car, 2 purpose-built race cars, one of them a touring car, one of them a GT, running side by side towards Church, and Everill will get through, and the next car he needs to try and overtake is a road car that's been converted for racing. Bradley there taking a wider line coming out of Church, carrying more speed, but here comes the raw performance of that 6.2 litre Chevrolet V8. Everill fires past, thunders past into P2. He's got a good set of brakes and a very good chassis underneath him as well, so he gets the car stopped and continues on into second place. Now, if anybody is going to get anywhere near field, it will be Everill, but it's a 20-second gap between himself and the leader now. So Everill has just moved up to second place in the red Ginetta. Now it's going to be a long and hard race for him if he's going to get anywhere near Tommy Field. But of course Tommy Field may decide to just take it easy, not realising that Everill is closing in, so it could be an interesting scrap between Ford Escort and Ginetta G55 before the end of the race. Nonetheless, it is still a very interesting scrap between Holden and BMWs, isn't it? There's the Escort RSR coming up towards Church and already lapping its younger and frankly less powerful sibling, the Ford Fiesta, the number 53 car, I believe that is, the Fiesta of Verity Banks, the Farringdon native. Probably felt that car shake as it went past. Tommy Field in the 28, spitting flame. Again, the RSR Escorts share basically nothing in common with an actual Ford Escort Mark I, except for the general silhouette. Here comes Sidwell for 3rd place then. Ronan Bradley may have lost out this time. Sidwell will have bigger, more advanced brakes on his car, but it is a heavier car. Nonetheless, Sidwell looks like he's got it done. Can Ronan Bradley, I was going to say, can he get a good run out of the last corner and maybe challenge? Well, that rather answered that quite quickly, didn't he? Didn't really go through that corner in a sure-footed manner. Got a battle of the Fords further back, just behind these guys as well, between Bicknell and Burley. Rod Burley has made up some progress. He is now behind the Ascar Ford Taurus of Bicknell. Here they come, well, they were just coming through shot there before we cut away. They'll be heading up towards Campbell and Cobb, the first proper braking zone of the lap now. Here they are, Rod Burley in the Escort WRC car then. Right there behind a very, very different Ford. That Escort is, of course, actually built on an actual Ford Escort chassis, whereas the Ford Taurus Ascar is about as far removed from a road-going car as is possible to be. We're running something like 400 to 450 horsepower, I believe, the Bicknell Ford Taurus. He's long been a supporter of big saloon car racing, Marcus Bicknell, and these two have raced each other plenty of times. You see the little bit of a wobble there under power for Bicknell. These are proper machines, even with a slightly depleted grid. These cars are joyous to watch. The NASCAR certainly doesn't look like it's in its element. It's a long way from home. We're not in Kansas anymore. But nonetheless, he's doing a good job of holding off Rod Burley, the driver with the most wins of anyone in the United Kingdom. A great many of those victories have come in the south, more specifically at Brands Hatch, of course. Burley and that Escort have been running in unison for the better part of 15 years. In fact, it might be slightly more than 15 years at this point. Prior to that, he was running a Honda Prelude in the Formula Saloon series, which for a long time was home to many big thundering saloon cars, and the BTCC Super Tourers in the early to mid 2000s, the Super Touring cars that no longer could run in the British Championship moved into Formula Saloons, but Rod Burley in the Prelude would often show them the way home. There's Cowan then, still just ahead of Bassett in the underdog Peugeot 306. Car's so well built, and he's put a lot of money into making that thing quick. Chris Bassett in the Fusion Media Peugeot 306 GTI 6. It's a 2-litre engine for the new ash green racer. And there's Alex Sidwell. He's got rather more than 2 litres in his Holden Commodore. It is a 5-litre V8 for the Maidstone native, another driver who regularly wows at Brands Hatch, and of course handed his cars out to a few different drivers. We had Greg Murphy here in the UK driving one of the cars at Super Touring Power, one of the older VE Commodores. The car that we've got out on circuit in the hands of Alex Sidwell is a VF Commodore, the 2013 till about 2019 Holden V8 Supercar. Oh, and I was just talking about the car, and it seems that Sidwell may have made an error. It looks like the car's A-OK. He's getting back up to racing speed, but we may have had a bit of a mistake there from Sidwell in the 340 car. So Sidwell in the 340 was running third overall. Here's the second place car in the hands of Everill then. He's just approaching the final chicane now. What's the interval between himself and Field? Well, it was 20.8 seconds last time by. What is it this time? He's been held up by some traffic there at the final chicane. It was a 21.3 second gap, so the gap is ebbing and flowing between the two leading cars, Tommy Field in the Escort, Everill in this Ginetta. Unfortunately, with Everill starting at the back, he can't really give the Escort a fair fight, although looking at the lap times, it could have been a very interesting fight if they had been together. Field's fastest lap of 121.1, Everill a 122.8. Yes, 1.8 seconds feels like a lot on a weekend where we have Caterham racing. However, I'm sure Everill could have drawn closer with the incentive of Tommy Field being nearby. Meanwhile, Rod Burley has gotten past Bicknell in the battle of the different Fords. The Ford Taurus Ascar has been overtaken by the Escort WRC. Meanwhile, the big V8 Ford Capri, the number 26 car driven by Alan Breck, has been lapped by the Ford Escort RSR in the hands of Tommy Field. There is Marcus Bicknell in the 22, just ahead of the V8 powered Eurocar that we saw just behind. That's the 126 car in the hands of Luke Bennett. Eurocar V8 powered by a 5.8 litre V8 engine. Body designed to look like a Mercedes C-Class. I can assure you, absolutely zero components shared with the Mercedes C-Class. Not even the headlights, they're stickers. As is the case, of course, with the Ascar, which is actually lost out to Bennett on this lap. So somewhere between Seagrave and here, we have had a change of position. Now let's see, does the NASCAR have the legs? Doesn't look like it does, actually. About even keel between the two of them. Bennett holding on to that position at the moment. This is for 8th overall. And the Roush Racing sticker on that Eurocar machine would rather suggest that's a 5.8 litre Ford motor. I think that would make it a Ford Windsor V8. 2 minutes and 40 seconds of this race left to run then. And it is Tommy Field that leads the way by just under 21 seconds. Field and Everill have not been too far removed at all in terms of pace since Everill carved his way through the order, but the time taken to carve through that order has rather given Tommy Field an easy cruise home. He just needs to keep the car underneath him. So they're all leading different classes. Tommy Field is a guest starter this weekend. Class S for, let's call them spicy cars, is being led by Everill. The Class B class of the CMMC Super Saloons is being led by this car, the 78 of Ronan Bradley, and just behind him is a Class C entry in the hands of Dave Cowan. So the reason these two cars are in different classes, well, the Ronan Bradley car has a bit more aero, it's also a bit lighter and I think a bit more powerful too. Even though it's an older E36, the engine has been rather significantly developed. Also worth noting that after Sidwell having his moment in the Holden V8 supercar, we only saw him recovering from that incident. He has continued on, he's running in 6th overall. Well, 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock as our leader Tommy Field comes through the final chicane, so he will start the final lap this time. Hasn't had as much company as he did in the previous race. Of course, Tommy Field was the closest combatant to Nigel Mustill out there on circuit. Nigel Mustill claiming the first win of the day in the CMMC Super Saloons and Welsh Sports and Saloons grid in his mighty mid-engine 7-litre Volvo S60 Silhouette, but did not take the start in race 2, and that has left the door open to Tommy Field, who, while he is losing time lap on lap to Everill in second, is still going to cruise to an easy victory here in the overall classification. The guest starter Ford Escort RSR, spitting flame all the while, has been a joy to watch around this Thruxton circuit. Heads towards church for the final time then, about to put a lap on the Bicknell Ascar, having just gone past Attard in the RX-8. Craig Attard in Class 2 within the Welsh Championship. He is a lap down then on the car that will take the checkered flag this time. It's Tommy Field in the incredible Ford Escort RSR who comes around the final corner for the last time. It's Field that wins here at Thruxton. Bicknell just about stays on the lead lap there. He beat the car to the flag, I think, just. Field nonetheless taking a victory there in the 28 car. Great result for him. Everill now comes around the final corner and puts the throttle down in the big Chevy V8 powered Ginetta G55. He takes second place, and Ronan Bradley will eventually come through for third place and a win in Class B in the CMMC Super Saloons. Here's one of the cars further down the order, the 45 Volkswagen Golf GTI Mark V in the hands of Martin Scott will cross the line a little further back in the pack. Here comes Ronan Bradley now, just holding off Cowan in the battle of the M3s. Bradley third, Cowan fourth. Here they come across the line. Next up, just holding on potentially, although it could be a change for fifth right at the end, because here's Bassett in the 306, but the power advantage goes to the Holden. Can Sidwell beat him to the line? Yes, he can, right at the final moment. The recovering Alex Sidwell uses all of that V8 muscle to get through into fifth overall ahead of Bassett. Rod Burley is the car we expect to cross the line next in seventh, and he should come through now. He has come through and crossed the line in seventh. Bennett in eighth. Bicknell will cross the line in ninth place. Here comes Bicknell now. The 22 car crosses the line, and the Bicknell car finishes ninth overall. Rounding out the top 10 will be Attard in that RX-8 that got lapped right at the end. But what a win for Tommy Field. Eventually the gap was down under 20 seconds, so Tommy Field managed to take an easy win. However, Everill was showing pace that could have brought him close to that Escort had he started towards the front of the order. Nonetheless, Everill will be happy with a second place result after that start from the rear of the grid. Beautiful shot then of the circuit as we descend into the evening here at Thruxton. Tommy Field will claim the final gong of the day here in the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Welsh Sports and Saloons order. Tommy Field ahead of Chris Everill and Ronan Bradley, your overall podium. Dave Cowan taking fourth place. Alex Sidwell just claiming fifth overall at the end ahead of Chris Bassett. Seventh place to Rod Burley in his Escort WRC. Luke Bennett in the Eurocar V8 in 8th place, Marcus Bicknell in 9th position, Craig Attard rounding out the overall top 10 ahead of Mark Williams, Alan Breck in his massive Capri, Martin Scott in the 45 and Kenneth Angel in 14th place. Also a class winner, a lot of class winners in that top 14, numerous classes running within that category, and you can see a full breakdown of all the different classes on tsltiming.com should you wish to do that. I think something like 9 or 10 classes running today, plenty of exciting cars to hear from, or plenty of exciting drivers to hear from with Ian Waterhouse. We're going to go down to him for the final time today in the paddock.
Welcome everybody back down to Parc Ferme. There he is, Tommy. He's managed to get on the top step this time. No Volvo, almost a bit of a lonely race. These people are very brave as well, because I can tell you his back is rather sweaty, isn't it? Look at that. Oh, look at that. He's driven in it. You just let him say congratulations, everybody. Tommy, congratulations, buddy. Well done.
Much.
Almost a little, dare I say, you're lonely? Is that maybe not quite the right word to say, but exciting, eh?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we wanted to try them changes we made for this second race. Yeah. And they were perfect. It worked really well. Yeah. I've done myself now.
Are you alright? Do you want to take a breather?
Have a little breather.
Have a bit more. And just tell us about that one there, because you still have to manage the car, don't you? You've got a lead, but sometimes you can take your eye off the ball a little bit when you've got that big a lead.
When you take your eye off the ball, you obviously lose concentration. And a couple of times out the back there, when we're going quick, and I was sort of looking and not pushing too much, you make mistakes, you know. So I ended up at church, hit the curb once, and then he went off onto the grass. So it was a bit lively. And to be fair, now this is the second race with the tyres now. And to be quite honest, the tyres are gone. They're done. Are they? Yeah, I mean, this is it's the hardest compound they do in these 15-inch. So
well, it was quite a delayed start as well. Does that have any impact?
It does. That's why, if you noticed, on the first 2 laps with the delayed start, I wasn't trying to warm the tyres. I just left them, and I was going dead straight. So I knew, sort of a lap and a half into it, we're going to end up with problems, you know. But the car was definitely better. We got 4 or 5 laps out of it this time. Consistent time, so it's good.
I've got to say, Tommy, the number one suits you better, mate.
Thank you so much.
Well done. Congratulations. Somebody's had a good race as well, Chris, as well. It didn't quite go to plan in race 1, but that's better. That's better, right?
Yeah, a little bit better. Couldn't catch the escort, but
no,
tried hard.
I think once he got away, but tyres were going off. Maybe a few more laps might have helped. Huh?
Yeah, I was struggling with rear tyres.
Were you as well?
Its back was getting away from. I struggled with the traction as well. I had too much traction. Whatever I'd done with the switch, it didn't make no difference. So I think when I damaged the drive shaft, I damaged the sensor on the rear somewhere along the line.
Have you enjoyed your day here though at Thruxton?
Yeah, I always enjoy Thruxton. It's only just down the road, so it's ideal.
That's handy then, isn't it? Yeah. Well done, Chris. Congratulations. Second place there as well. Ronan came in third too. I don't know if he's knocking around. If not, what we do want to do, if you just bring the camera with me, because I do want to show everybody a particular banner as well. I wonder if they can get them to lift it up for us over here. Look, there we go. Number 90, Dave Cole. We spoke to him a little bit earlier. But have a look, there it is. Take that off as well. He's still red-faced as he was a little bit earlier. What do you make of this, look?
Oh no, it's really good. I've never had this before in my life. I don't think I'll ever have it again, but it's really cool.
Can we get a cheer for him? And you're almost nicked a podium.
I know, yeah. I tried so hard, but just couldn't get Ronan. Maybe a couple more laps might have got there, but yeah. That's the way it goes.
Well, don't hang around too much because you've got to go back to work for Caterham, haven't you? So, well done, congratulations. There we go, that rounds out the action here at Thruxton for Saturday. There's more coming up tomorrow, so I'm going to hand back to studio to tell you what is coming up.
8 brilliant races have come today here at the Thruxton circuit. And would you know it, there are 11 more coming on Sunday here on BARC TV. The Caterham Roadsports 270Rs and 310Rs will be rejoining us, as will the Junior Saloon Car Championship. We'll also have the addition of the CCRC Formula Ford 2000, so some historic single-seaters taking to the circuit tomorrow, as well as the varied saloons of the Track Attack Race Club. Another full programme of 11 races to come then from everyone here at the broadcast crew on this day and indeed for tomorrow. We wish you a good evening and we'll join you again bright and early on Sunday for more fabulous racing from the BARC and of course the Caterhams.